breakdown for me. That chapter, that season in my life was over. Now what? Who was I? That's what I kept asking myself. The pressure to have it all together, to heal, to quiet down the monsters inside, it was too much. I lost it. I had heard about the Wounded Warrior Project. I had seen the logo and that visual of a warrior carrying another warrior. The programs that the Wounded Warrior Project offers, it's not just the veteran themselves, it's their whole family. It brings it all together. We have scars that we carry, and just because the scars are there doesn't mean that we're any less than what we were. Right now, I'm the best version that I ever have been of myself. I can embrace the brokenness.
You wouldn't go into battle alone. You don't have to fight this alone. Visit woundedwarriorproject.org/notalone.
We appreciate you being with us on this Thursday morning, everybody. August the 3rd, 2023. You can always check out the show in podcast form, the best of the show, or the full 4 hours. It's available wherever it is that you get your podcast. Just search The DA Show. So there was a bit of a controversy that happened in the track and field world. Yesterday, Somalia's sports minister apologized and ordered the chairwoman of the National Track and Field Federation to be suspended. There was the World University Games in China for track and field, and there was the 100-meter race. And so there's a series of sprinters that come to the starting blocks, and the gun goes off, and they're off. And they run the 100-meter dash. However, 20-year-old Nazra Abukar Ali, it was taking her a little bit longer to finish. And she seemed to be not really even sprinting, but lightly jogging. And if you see the video of this, she's certainly not built like a sprinter. And she comes in so far behind that the camera does not even have her in the frame at the finish line. And then after the rest of the runners are celebrating or congratulating one another, they finally pan back, cut back, and this woman is just finishing the race. Almost to a light jog, if not a power walk. And you could tell that she was not ready for the event. This agonizingly slow run went viral across social media, and there was a reason why she was chosen. We'll explain coming up next.
Man, this is a nice truck.
Yeah, check this out.
What?
I changed it to remind me of my time at sea.
Weren't you in the Air Force?
Yeah, but I really love the ocean.
You could save and get $200 with Navy Federal Credit Union when you refinance your auto loans from another lender, leaving you with extra to spend on other things. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Credit and collateral subject to approval. Refinance loans must be at least $5,000 to be eligible for the $200. Terms and conditions apply. Learn more at NavyFederal.org.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. Okay, easy now. You're teaching your kid how to parallel park. Ouch! Turns out he likes to do it by feel. Don't worry, eBay Motors has bumpers, taillights, trunk lids, license plate holders, 122 million parts. Pull up just a little bit. And headlights. They've got lots of headlights. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, CEO and founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. And in the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. Timeshare is the only thing that you can buy that you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check to fill out any amount they want for annual maintenance and assessment fees. The crazy thing is, this never ends. Even when you die, your family's now going to be stuck with this burden. Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. 800-462-3333. That's 800-462-3333. 800-462-3333.
Advertisement sponsored by Allied Injury Group, not available in all states. This important message from Allied Injury Group reminds you that if you or someone you love was injured in an accident that wasn't your fault, you deserve financial compensation for your medical expenses, lost wages, pain, and suffering. Don't rely on insurance companies to look out for you. If you haven't spoken to an attorney, call our legal experts now. Work accident, truck accident, collision with an uninsured driver, or a slip and fall. Allied Injury Group has helped clients win hundreds of millions of dollars in damages. They're available 24/7 to take your call and fight for you. Remember, if you or someone you love suffered injuries in an accident that wasn't your fault, like being struck by a drunk driver, a collision with an 18-wheeler, were a victim of workplace negligence or more, get the financial compensation you deserve. Call Allied Injury Group for a free consultation now.
Call 800-781-1815. That's 800-781-1815. Again, 800-781-1815.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-898-6155 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-898-6155. That's 800-898-6155. What do you have to lose? Call 800-898-6155. Again, 800-898-6155.
Celebrate more than 100 years of incredible steaks and save 50% off site-wide during the Omaha Steaks Anniversary Sale. Head over to omahasteaks.com and enter Garden in the search bar to shop all the exclusive anniversary packages. As an added bonus, you'll get 8 free Omaha Steaks burgers and 8 free gourmet jumbo franks with select packages, including the exclusive Anniversary Assortment Package. This package is the perfect sampling. It includes 4 butcher's cut filet mignons, 4 air-chilled boneless chicken breasts, 4 bacon-wrapped pork chops, 4 gourmet jumbo franks, and the classic Omaha Steaks seasoning. Plus, you'll get those 8 free Omaha Steaks burgers and 8 free gourmet jumbo franks. Hurry, because this offer is only available for a limited time. Visit omahasteaks.com and enter Garden in the search bar to shop exclusive anniversary packages and save 50% off site-wide during the Omaha Steaks Anniversary Sale. That's omahasteaks.com, keyword Garden in the search bar. See site for details.
Omaha Steaks, America's original butcher.
This is Giants baseball. Nothing like it.
High drive to left. Gone!
On KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco, a Cumulus media station.
Now the batting order.
We will begin with batting in that leadoff spot.
KNBR 680 presents.
Hitting leadoff.
The leadoff spot.
And that ball is gone!
Live from the KNBR studios with your host, the Waterboy.
Hey, Waterboy!
Marcus Boucher.
Waterboy, do your thing.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
And that's how this game gets started.
He hits a high drive out of the Death Valley. Deep right center toward the 415 side. And it's one hop up against the pillar to the right of the 415 side. Davis was running hard all the way. He'll score. Here comes the throw to third. Crawford slides. Deep! It's a triple for Brandon Crawford. It's the pitch to Davis. Swinging a shot down the left field line into the corner. It is a fair ball. One hop up against the wall. Flores scores. Right behind him, Jock Peterson. Bailey stops at third. It's a laser beam double, knocking in 2 runs by J.D. Davis, and the Giants have a 4-2 lead.
Here's another one, too. McCarthy, ground ball towards second, over to backhanded Diaz. He's got it. He'll flip to second with Crawford covering for the force out on Gurriel, and that retires the side. 7 strong tonight for Logan Webb. It's a big ovation walking off the mound. He gave up 2 in the first and nothing after that.
2 down, nobody on. There's a ground ball. Third baseman Davis over to his left. He's got it. Jump pivot. Low throw to first in the dirt. Scooped out by Lamont Wade Jr. And the game is over.
Back-to-back wins against the Arizona Diamondbacks. And you know what we like to say on the leadoff spot. Just Webb, baby. What's up, everybody? Happy Thursday morning. It is the Waterboy Marcus Boucher from the Murph and Mac Show, taking you up to 6 a.m. this morning. And with Overnight Dave still on assignment, we got my guy Chase making his leadoff spot debut this morning. Third overnight board up to make his debut on the leadoff spot this week. You know, they usually say it takes a village to raise a kid. I guess it takes a village to run the leadoff spot for the Waterboy. But I'm glad to have you, Chase. Welcome in this morning. Welcome to the world of live radio, and welcome to the world of the San Francisco Giants winning back-to-back games against the Arizona Diamondbacks, with the opportunity to win the series today during a day game down at the corner of 3rd and King. But before we preview today's bullpen game with our featured act and the Bolt guys and the piggyback guys and whatever the hell Gabe Kapler is calling these guys these days, we got to talk about a man that Gabe Kapler has called his horse multiple times. And that man is the ace of the rotation, Logan Webb, who went 7 innings strong last night, allowed 4 hits, 2 runs, only 1 free 90, and had 5 strikeouts. And I guess if you want to look into the performance of a Logan Webb, it has to start in that first inning, where he allowed 2 runs yesterday, 3 hits. But after that, he was absolutely lights out. Only 1 hit, no earned runs over those final 6 innings pitch from Logan Webb. And consistently, this is what he's been doing all year long. I know he had that one hiccup out in Washington when he only went like an inning and a third, the shortest inning of his career. But now you're looking at Logan Webb, a guy that has made 11 consecutive quality starts at Oracle Park. You're looking at a Logan Webb who once again leads the entire MLB in innings pitched this season. And so in a day and age where it seems like pitchers are not allowed to face a lineup for a third time, there's Logan Webb every 5th day taking you deep into a game. And how about the fact that he actually got some run support yesterday? Yes, the Giants won 4-2. It's not like they lit the world on fire. We know about these offensive struggles and how the Giants in the month of July were the worst offensive team in baseball. That goes from a batting average perspective. That goes from a run score perspective. That goes for OPS. Pretty much any stat you want to look at. The Giants were not hitting the ball. And that's kind of been the story for Logan Webb this entire season. He's got the second least amount of run support in the entire MLB. This is a guy who we joke almost every week, every time he takes the bump, about being the new Matt Cain. Hell, I even heard Crook and Kipe last night riffing about the comparisons to him and Matt Cain. But if you can give Logan Webb 4 runs, that's plenty. Hell, on most days, you only need 2, maybe 3. Last night, the Giants scored 4, and they did it by coming back after being down 2-0 in that first inning, which actually qualifies for the Giants' 29th comeback win of the year. Now, that may or may not be impressive to you. It is to me when you look at the fact that the San Francisco Giants are now 60-49 on the year. Actually, the 3rd team in the National League, joining the LA Dodgers and the Atlanta Braves with 60 wins. So pretty good company atop the charts of the standings. We all know currently the Giants are the number 1 wild card team. And now currently, because they won last night, are only 2.5 games back of the Dodgers. That's the confusing thing when I'm looking at these standings. Like, okay, Dodgers are 61-45. Cool, the Giants have won 60 games. They're 1 game behind them, but no. Because the Giants have lost 49 games this year, they're 4 back in the loss column, despite only being 1 back in the win column. So, by some math equation, I don't know, probably the same equations that help figure out WAR and WOBA and ex-WOBA and all that stuff, the Giants are now 2.5 games back in the NL West. But getting back to what I was saying about these 29 comeback victories, that means that nearly half the ball games that the Giants have won this year have been a 1-run game, a 2-run game, and they've all been comeback victories, half of them, folks. And that's kind of the message with this team. It's that never die attitude. And that's why after seeing them struggle in the first couple months of the season, they went to the farm, called up all these prospects, and it's been a lot of those guys who have been getting the big hits, whether it was the other night with Blake Sable getting on base, Luis Matos with the RBI double. But so much of the season has been spent talking about those rookies. How about a guy like Brandon Crawford, who once again came through clutch last night for the Giants after we saw him do it in the Tuesday night game against the Arizona Diamondbacks with a game-tying home run? There was the old savvy veteran doing it again. And last night, he shook off some of the cobwebs and made it all the way to third base. Launched one out into Triple's alley, hit a ball that would have been out in 29 other ballparks, but as we all know, it did not go out last night at Oracle Park. And it was actually the 28th time in his career that Brandon Crawford has hit a triple at that ballpark. Whether you want to call it AT&T, whether you want to call it Oracle, whatever you want to call it Pac Bell, you can just call it the Giants' waterfront ballpark. And no man has hit more triples in his career at that ballpark than Brandon Crawford. Hell, the only two guys in Giants history who have more triples, just a couple guys named Willie McCovey and Willie Mays. So again, pretty good company for a guy like Brandon Crawford to be in, and that's why when it's all said and done, you will see his jersey hanging up on the Wall of Fame with the San Francisco Giants. And I just got to say, I want to take a few seconds to go ahead and throw a blank you, Tony, to our digital guy. Chase looks a little confused. It's a bit that we've been running for a few years on the morning show when Brandon Crawford was a top 5 MVP finisher in the 2021 season. We had our guy Creative Tony, who was a die-hard Giants fan, just talking S about our guy Brandon Crawford any opportunity he did. So we added this sound drop to our board. And now we play it whenever Brandon Crawford has a big moment. And last night was another one, his 28th career triple at Oracle Park. And he just continues to impress Giants fans on a day in and day out basis. Because if you want to take a rewind all the way back to the beginning of the season, when the Giants were talking to Carlos Correa, when he was sitting in his hotel room down the street before they canceled his press conference and canceled his interview with me and Marcus Thompson, this was a guy that was, I'm not going to say almost being ran out of town, but a guy that was going to have to give up his shortstop position for Carlos Correa when we haven't seen Brandon Crawford play anywhere else in his big league career. And so to see him this year go through the process of being the opening day starter, to how he's kind of taken on this mentorship role with guys like Casey Schmidt, with Marco Luciano, who we saw him taking ground balls with over the weekend. Hell, I'm sure he's even a mentor to guys like Patrick Bailey and Luis Matos, despite the fact that they're not infielders. This is the guy that's leading your clubhouse. And this is a guy that's leading your team in a lot of these comeback victories. The Giants have struggled mightily this year with runners in scoring position. It seems like almost every series they lose, I'm sitting here on a Monday, Tuesday morning talking about, oh yeah, they were 0 for 18 this weekend. They were 2 for 23 with runners in scoring position. Just the other night, they went 0 for 9 with runners in scoring position. But Brandon Crawford has been a dude who has come up big in big-time moments his whole entire career. And this season, actually, he's got the best batting average with runners in scoring position for the San Francisco Giants. So you can say whatever you want about Brandon Crawford at this stage in his career. Yeah, I'm talking to you, Creative Tony. But the guy continues to produce for a fan base that absolutely loves him. So it was huge to see him kind of get the party started with that triple to score J.D. Davis. Then Isan Diaz was out here getting his first major league hit of the season. Finally has a batting average. He got a nice single, knocked in Crawford. That tied the ball game. But then it was J.D. Davis once again in the 6th inning. Rips a double down the left field line. Wilmer Flores scores. Shout out to Wilmer. Had 3 more hits last night. Dude really is the hottest baseball player on the planet right now. Seems like he's hitting everything. And if you're asking me, seems like a guy that should probably be in the lineup every day. But that's something that we can discuss going down the road moving forward with this Giants team. And also shout out to Jock Peterson, who scored on that double also. Started the game last night with a nice little sliding play in left field. I know people get worried whenever Jock is out in the outfield, but I actually really liked this defensive alignment last night. Not because Jock was out there playing Gold Glove winning defense in left field, but it was because the Giants had to find a way to get Wilmer Flores into the lineup. Look at the alignment last night. Look at the way that these platoon systems have kind of blocked Wilmer Flores from playing the entire season. So yesterday, the Giants made sure to get him into the lineup as a designated hitter. That meant Jock Peterson was in left field. That meant J.D. Davis was still at third base. That means that you were trying to get all your best bats into the lineup. somehow, some way. Again, Wilmer Flores, the way he's swinging it has got to be out there every single day, whether it's in the 3-hole, the 5-hole, the 7-hole. I really don't care. Keep Wilmer in the lineup, and he should be back in the lineup today against a Diamondbacks team that I believe is throwing another one of their top prospects, Brandon Pfaadt, who's had some trouble, to be honest with you, this year. I've been keeping an eye on him. He's one of the top pitching prospects in baseball, but he's bounced a lot this year between AAA and the major leagues. He's back in the rotation for the Arizona Diamondbacks. You know, kind of like the dude we saw last night, Saccone, make his MLB debut. And I guess this is something, maybe we buried the lead here. The way that the game started with Lamont Wade Jr. striking out in that first at-bat, I mean, this has got to be the weirdest, first career strikeout ever for this guy, Saccone. The ball comes in, and right away they say that it hits Lamont Wade Jr., but then they go to the review, and they see that it actually knocked off the knob, the bottom of the bat from Lamont. Then the ball ricochets and lands, in between the legs of the catcher.
Oh, my God.
Nice little cup check for you in the first inning, but he somehow holds on to it. But after Lamont Wade kind of pimps the walk, pimps the hit by pitch, he gets called back, and he's actually called out on a strike 3 call. So, again, it was confusion from the start of the game. Shout out to our guy Jason Kidd on that one.
It was confusing.
Yeah, it was pretty confusing. Lamont Wade had to go back to the dugout, and that was after the Giants were down 2-0. But as we mentioned earlier, for the 29th time this season, the Giants completed the comeback win, and there was our guy Camilo Doval, picking up his 32nd save of the season, locks it down in the 9th inning, and now the Giants will have an opportunity after losing Game 1 of this series to win 3 out of 4. Today's first pitch will be at 12:45. I'll be down at the ballpark, as always, on a Thursday morning, and then we'll get you some Giants action, getting you ready for the Bay Bridge series this weekend. Part 2, the Electric Boogaloo against the Oakland A's. Of course, this time these 2 games are out in Oakland, and it's not like the Oakland A's are really doing the Giants any favors right now because they got beat down by the Dodgers last night 10-1. So we can pay attention to everything across Major League Baseball, some of the scores that you should be paying attention to, especially in that NL West right now. But I think if we're taking a pulse of the nation, even after the inactivity of the trade deadline from the San Francisco Giants, it's got to feel pretty good right now to be one of 3 teams in the National League with 60 wins on the season and setting themselves up for a nice little postseason run. Now, of course, there's going to be questions down the postseason run, like who's going to be your number 3 pitcher, and if a guy like Kyle Harrison will get called up sooner rather than later. Those are all things that we're going to be paying attention to over this next week of Giants baseball. But I got to say, because it is August 3rd, one thing I'm going to be paying attention to not only tonight, but the next couple weeks will be the return of NFL football, folks. That's right, tonight, Thursday Night Football, the Hall of Fame game, Aaron Rodgers versus Deshaun Watson. Except neither of those guys are going to be playing. It's going to be a bunch of backups out on the field. And if you're wondering, yes, I do have a bet for you on this game because I am a degenerate gambler. We'll take a look at the spread for tonight's game between the 3rd and the 4th stringers. Maybe sprinkle in a few shekels on that under 33-point total for tonight. We'll break down some NFL football. And if we're talking Rodgers, Deshaun Watson, I got to give a shout-out to our guy Mike Sando from The Athletic, who drops his quarterback tiers every single year. And I'm saying he's got some rankings this year that are done by NFL executives, scouts, and agents that might surprise you and might tell you that a lot of people around the league think the guy that was playing quarterback last year before Brock Purdy got hurt might be the better option. Yeah, I'm talking about Jimmy Garoppolo and where he ranks in the quarterback tiers. We could take a look at that and how he compares to Brock Purdy and what your expectations are for the 49ers 2023 season after they had an off day down at Levi's yesterday. They did not practice. They'll be back on the practice field today. Shout out to all the 49ers who took care of me, Murph, and Paulie Mack down at Levi's on Wednesday. Or excuse me, that was on Tuesday. It's been a couple days now. I want to go back already. Would have saved me a couple minutes on my commute this morning. But I'm here in San Francisco, and on the other side, we will talk about the San Francisco Giants. Let you hear some sound from Logan Webb, Gabe Kapler, and all the Giants talking about the win last night. But Chase, I should let you know, since you are doing the show on a Thursday morning, we have a tradition around here on a Thursday morning. We start drinking at noon.
Because it's Thursday and it's past noon. Thursday is one of my days off. On my off days, I start drinking at noon. You don't get to interrupt that.
Nobody interrupts it, whether or not Overnight Dave is here or not. Shout out to my guy, OD. He'll be back next week, and we'll be back on the other side talking San Francisco Giants. It's Marcus, the Waterboy Boucher, on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
The leadoff spot with the water boy Marcus Boucher continues.
Check with Waterboy. All right? Check with Marcus.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, back on the leadoff spot on a Thursday morning. It is Marcus, the Waterboy Boucher, back to recap another Giants victory. And shout out my guy Chase on the board this morning, hitting us with a little MF Doom this morning. I highly recommend, if you don't listen to MF Doom, to go listen to one of the greatest rappers of all time and one of the best producers of all time also. But this morning, we're talking about one of the best San Francisco Giants of all time. And that, of course, is Brandon Crawford, who came through last night with another clutch hit in the triples alley, his 28th ever down on the corner of 3rd and King. That kind of sparked the rally after the Giants went down last night to the Arizona Diamondbacks, and this dude making his MLB debut 2-0 in the first inning. But for the 29th time this season, the Giants completed the comeback win, and here we are, past the halfway point, past the All-Star break, past the MLB trade deadline, and we're looking at the San Francisco Giants as one of the best teams in the National League. Now, you might hear a little question in my voice when I ask that question or make that statement, because I think before the season started, not so many people had the San Francisco Giants as one of the powerhouses in the National League. Hell, I don't think too many Giants fans, if we're being honest with you, had the Giants with high expectations heading into the season, especially after the offseason of missing out on guys like Aaron Judge, Carlos Correa, and the list goes on and on and on. Well, things have changed there in San Francisco, and it looks like this Giants team is going to eclipse that 81 mark, which was the total they won last year and was also the total that Las Vegas set this season for their standards of how many ball games they're going to win. Now, we all know a 500 team is not going to make the playoffs. And I guess the question is, moving forward, after the trade deadline inactivity, after the Giants front office kind of showed their cards that they're not going all in, I think this is Farhan in the front office telling us, hey, if the Giants make the postseason this year with all these kids, with all these rookies, it's a bonus. But the plan here is the long game. It's not the short game. I know we talk about it a lot with like teams like the Golden State Warriors and having Steph Curry in his prime and how they have to win now and take advantage of that window. The Giants are not in that same window, not yet at least. That's why even when the Shohei Ohtani rumors were coming up at the trade deadline before the Angels took him off the block, I was hesitant to trade away your farm system for a guy like Shohei Ohtani, who might be the greatest player of all time when it's all said and done. And a big reason for that is look at the Anaheim Angels right now. With Mike Trout on the team, I know he's on the IL, but he's been a big part of that organization for the last however many years, once Shohei Ohtani was there or even before he got there. But I'll ask you that question. How many times have the Angels made the postseason? Not even the World Series, not even an ALCS, just the postseason with Mike Trout and Shohei Ohtani. The answer is 0. So I didn't even know if adding a guy like Shohei Ohtani would make the Giants a serious World Series contender this year. Now, of course, there's a question of what is a serious World Series contender. Technically, if you make the playoffs, you're a contender. You got a chance. I think there was a lot of people who were looking at this Giants roster back in 2010, 2012, 2014. Hell, even during the even years, there was some skepticism about whether or not the Giants had a World Series roster back then, and that's when they actually had more than 2 starting pitchers in their rotation. Now we're looking at a Giants team who currently does not have that number 3 option. We talked a lot yesterday about Kyle Harrison and him being on the quote-unquote accelerated fast path back to the major leagues, or should I say to make his major league debut after dealing with that injury down in AAA. So that's an option. But outside of that, the Giants don't have too many options. And that's why it was surprising that they did not go out and at least try to add an arm like a Jordan Montgomery to the middle of this rotation. A guy that wasn't going to cost you your top prospect. A guy that wasn't going to cost you Marco Luciano, Luis Matos, Patrick Bailey, or Casey Schmidt. Again, all these prospects are great. They're fun. They're a reason why we're so excited this season. But there's not 100% hit rate on all these prospects. And so whether or not you were thinking about trading a Von Brown, a Grant McCray, a Mason Black, a Landon Roop, a bunch of names that probably a lot of Giants fans aren't too familiar with. Those were the decisions that Farhan and the front office had to make, and they decided to keep all their prospects. The only move they made was go out and get A.J. Pollock, the 35-year-old, who's hitting like $173 this year. That was their quote-unquote big move, and you can't even really call it a big move because the Giants didn't give up anything. It's a player to be named later, so maybe it will be one of these random minor league guys, and I guess they'll throw in some cash also. But again, going back to the whole message that it sent the fan base during this trade deadline is that maybe they don't think that they are one player away from winning a World Series, and that's why they're going to focus on the future, and that's why they're going to try to build around Logan Webb, giving him a battery mate and a Patrick Bailey, giving him some defense up the middle with Marco Luciano and Casey Schmidt, giving him more defense in center field with Luis Matos. Like, this is the plan moving forward, and that's why I didn't want to trade any of those guys. Again, you could have traded some lower-level prospects. You could have made some deals. Farhan Zaidi has made plenty of deals. Trust me, we always joke about the 66 moves he made last year. If there was a deal available, I'm sure he would have made it. But it sounds like with the current market and all of the buyers versus the sellers, there really wasn't any value out there, and that's why they did not make the decision to go out and bring in any pieces, and that's why Gabe Kapler told us yesterday that he is confident in this current roster, which, hey, 808 KNBR is a number. If you're confident or not confident in this squad, let us know. But one guy I am confident is Logan Webb, and every time he takes the mound, I do feel confident that the Giants can go out and win a ball game. Now, if you look into his stats, you'll see he's 9-9 on the year, which basically gives you a 50-50 chance. But Logan Webb has pitched better than his record. That's why going back to the All-Star break, when he was 7-7, I believe, I was making the case for him to be an All-Star. When he led the entire major league in innings pitched in the first half of the season. When he was top 10 in both the American League and National League in strikeouts. Well, the second half of the season has picked up. And Logan Webb did have that small blimp where he had the shortest outing of his career out against the Washington Nationals. But even like the day before the All-Star break started, his performance against the Colorado Rockies, his first ever complete game shutout, those are the type of performances, more or less, that we have been getting this year from Logan Webb. He's back atop the charts, number one in the MLB in innings pitched. It seems like every time he's out there, he's giving you 6 innings. He's giving you a quality start. Hell, he's had 11 straight quality starts in a row at home at Oracle Park. And really, if you look into his numbers, he's actually been a better pitcher on the road this year than he has been at home. I guess maybe those numbers out in Washington maybe skewed those a little bit since the last time I looked. But still, the bottom line is, when you have your ace, Logan Webb, on the bump, that's the kind of guy you want to build your franchise around. And that's the kind of guy you want to build a defense around. Again, everything we talked about last year with the Giants was their lack of defense and how they probably lost close to 9-10 games just because of all the errors that they were committing. This season, they've been one of the better defensive teams in baseball. So if you're pitching, if you're playing defense, and if you're just giving this guy some run support, you're going to go out and win ball games. Now, that third thing has been an issue for Logan Webb and for the Giants this year, is getting that extra run support. He's got the second lowest amount of run support for qualifying starting pitchers. And so that's why even last night when they scored 4 runs, I said, hey, that might be enough. With the way that this bullpen has been pitching with Camilo Doval in the bullpen getting ready, I think the Giants are going to lock it down. And here was Logan Webb postgame actually talking about that same exact thing and how nice it was to get some run support last night after not really getting it the entire season. Logan Webb.
I pitch when I start the game, like, no matter how it happens, win the game, right? Even if I leave the game and it's 2-0, but we score 3 in the 9th, like, I don't care as long as we win, right? Like, but yeah, because obviously it was nice to leave when it was a lot of energy in those 2 innings that we scored, and it was fun to be in the dugout. It was fun to enjoy that, and just try to go back out there and hold that lead.
And that's it. And this Giants bullpen has done a pretty damn good job this year holding leads. Whether it's the Rogers twins, Taylor Rogers and Tyler's, whether it's a guy like Ryan Walker who will bounce around from an opener role to giving you some long relief. Even guys like Scott Alexander, John Brebbia before he got hurt, I should say. I guess he did get hit around a little bit. That's what put him on the IL. And then you look at a guy like Luke Jackson also. So overall, they've got some good pieces in the bullpen. And when Logan Webb is able to reset your bullpen like he's been doing so many times this year, it's a huge factor in these series. Because as good as this Giants bullpen has been this year, they are getting overworked, if we're being honest with you. There's not another team in Major League Baseball that has had more innings pitched by their bullpen. Now, this shouldn't come to a surprise to you because of the quote-unquote bulk games, because of the quote-unquote piggyback games, because of the quote-unquote featured games now. Like, it seems like every time I turn around, Gabe Kapler's got a new nickname for these guys that he's using out of the bullpen. You can change the names all you want. I guess the result's not really changing. The Giants are now 14-5 in these ball games with these openers, and they'll have another one today. It looks like Scott Alexander is going to be the left-handed opener. Then you'll probably get a mix of Jacob Junis, a Ross Stripling. I don't know. The Giants really don't announce who their quote-unquote featured bulk piggyback guy is going to be until like 10 minutes before the game. So that's why there's always moving pieces with this offense and with this defense especially. And that's why I think it's so important for this Giants team to have defense. When you do look at the two guys at the top of your rotation, when you look at Logan Webb, when you look at Alex Cobb, these are guys that live and die by the ground ball. These are guys that rely heavily on that two-seam sinker movement. And that's why you need great defense behind you. And so Brandon Crawford is a guy that's been great his entire career, but last year, outside of Craw, and even a little bit with B. Craw, he struggled defensively. We all know he dealt with that knee injury last year, and he's been pretty damn good this year. I know he started off a little slow, still recovering. But the additions of J.D. Davis's glove at third base, which has taken, I think, everybody by surprise. The addition of a Casey Schmidt who can rover around, play second, play short, play third. Hell, even bringing up Marco Luciano. And maybe even thinking about the return of a guy like Tyro Estrada, who's eligible to come off the IL as soon as today, I believe. We'll get you an update on Tyro. Also, this defense has improved. And we haven't even talked about what's going on behind the plate with Patrick Bailey as he's established himself as one of the best defensive catchers in baseball also. But here was Logan Webb, the man that was on the bump, getting all those ground balls last night, talking about the defense behind him and how for the first time this season it feels like none of those balls were able to leak through to the outfield for extra base hits.
Kai was actually super excited because I don't think I gave up a infield or a ground ball base hit, which that has to be a first for me. Like, it has to be a first for me. So they played amazing. Patrick did a fantastic job again. The guys were playing great in the outfield. Jock made that sick play. Overall, it was great to those guys go out there and bust their tails off every day. I think it shows. I heard it in here, but I think we've done the best defense in baseball over the past month or so. So, those guys put a lot of work in, and it's exciting to see. It's exciting, obviously, as a pitcher, especially a contact pitcher like me, who just sometimes, unfortunately, I give up a lot of 100-mile-per-hour ground balls, right? Just kind of the way I throw, the way I am. And, those guys are pretty amazing out there.
Yeah, I gotta say, I love the soft tones of a Logan Webb, but it's amplified when you got that rave music in the background. When Logan Webb is the one literally mic'd up being asked questions, and you can hear guys in the background louder than you can hear Logan Webb. Maybe that's why he's so cool, calm, and confident in those first innings, where teams this year have been trying to attack him early and attack his fastball. Last night, I thought he did a great job making the adjustment after the first inning, relying on his changeup, which is his best pitch. It's the number one thing he has in his arsenal. And last night, he was pretty changeup heavy, which led to, of course, a lot of ground balls, guys getting out front, and the Giants playing defense behind him. And that, I think, is the big thing moving forward for this Giants team. Play clean defense, get timely hitting, and continue to pitch well. Hell, that's not only the recipe for success for the Giants, it's been the recipe for success for over 100 years in baseball. But hey, we're now in a day and age where analytics rule the world, and if you don't have an ex-WOBA, you don't get to play today. But that's why it is exciting to see guys like Wilmer Flores get back in the lineup, even though he's DHing right now. But before we get to the praise from Wilmer, I do want to play this cut from Gabe Kapler talking about the overall defense and run support which of course was aided by guys like Wilmer Flores, Brandon Crawford last night. Here was your skipper, Gabe Kapler, talking about those two things, defense and rub support from the Giants behind Logan Webb last night.
Tonight, I mean, obviously that's a huge key for us. When Logan Webb's on the mound, you have to catch the ball behind him, and we did that pretty consistently throughout the game. And then obviously Webby had a little bit of a rough first, but after that he really settled in and became more and more efficient, landed all of his pitches for strikes, really stayed in his delivery, maintained his stuff all the way through the end of the outing. North of 100 pitches, he still looked like as good as he did in the third inning. So really, really well played game, and then came up with a few big hits tonight, which was nice. We needed it.
And it was nice, yeah, when Logan Webb gets 4 runs of support. He hasn't been getting it the entire season. We've given you the stats all season long, and last night the Giants came through clutch for their ace, Logan Webb, on the mound. But a guy that's been coming through clutch the entire last season has been Wilmer Flores. Or should I say the last month of the season. You look at the month of July, and there has not been a hotter hitter in baseball than Wilmer Flores. He hit .383 over the last month. The only man who had a higher OPS in baseball was, this guy Shohei Ohtani, who might become the greatest player to ever play on this planet by the time it's all said and done. So when you have Wilmer Flores in that conversation, who needs a Shohei Ohtani? You've got Shohei Ohtani at home. It's Wilmer Flores. And shout out to Wilmer's younger brother, who's also named Wilmer, who's a pitcher that I believe is in the Detroit Tigers farm system, was in the Futures game a couple years ago. So maybe we can combine the two Wilmers and get the same production of a Shohei Ohtani. But I think that's why no one is really complaining about right now the trade deadline and the Giants' lack of action, which I thought would have been a bigger topic. We talked about it a bunch yesterday with Murph and Mack, and a lot of fan response was, I'm all right with the Giants staying put. I'm all right with holding on to these guys. I know a lot of people didn't want to give up prospects. I was one of those guys who thought maybe you give up a Wilmer Flores or an Alex Cobb. Now, again, these are two guys that you want to help you compete down the postseason run, but I'll ask you the question. When are these guys' trade values ever going to be higher than they were this season? 35-year-old Alex Cobb made the All-Star game for the first time in his career. Wilmer Flores, a guy that was your opening day 3 hitter, but has been kind of lost in the shuffle and really had struggled to find playing time until he caught fire this past month. And this is all while Farhan Zaidi's out here talking about a lack of middle infield depth, when Wilmer Flores can play second, can play third, can play first base also. Now, he's not the greatest defensive option, but when his bat's this hot, you want to get him into the lineup. When he's hitting .305 on the season. And that's why I was joking this morning about him not being in the lineup on Tuesday. It made no sense to me. I get it, there was a righty on the mound, but you're going to hear in this clip from Gabe Kapler him talking about Wilmer Flores and his ability to hit both righties and lefties. You tell me, should Wilmer Flores be in the lineup every single day? Here's Gabe Kapler's take on that.
I think it's hard to argue that he hasn't been like our best all-around hitter this season. And it's really because he hits lefties and righties and can hit right in the middle of the lineup, and he's just been very, very consistent with his at-bats. From a home run perspective, he's doing damage. He's just kind of been very consistently good all season long, and it shouldn't surprise any of us because it's kind of who he's been for the last couple of years. And this is the good hitter that Wilmer has been. This is just about we have to get him his rest too. Don't really want to overdo it with Wilmer, and he's so damn good off the bench that sometimes it's just nice to have him as that secret weapon late in the game. Tough lefty comes in the game, he can hit for anybody because he's always going to be a credible bat against any pitcher.
Wilmer Flores, the secret weapon. Now, he's not becoming too much of a secret. Again, one of the hottest hitters in baseball over the last month. I'm expected to see him back in the lineup today against Brandon Pfaadt, one of the top pitching prospects from the Arizona Diamondbacks. But I got to say, you heard Gabe Kapler say he's not surprised. I would love to drop a Nate Diaz on you this morning.
Hey, I'm not surprised, motherfuckers.
But I have been surprised by the performance of Wilmer Flores this year, and I hope it continues. And I hope it becomes contagious for the rest of this Giants offense, an offense that, opposite of Wilmer Flores, struggled in the month of July, but a man that looks like he's heating up at the plate also is Brandon Crawford, who's had back-to-back big knocks, extra base hit, RBIs in back-to-back games. And now we're talking about the man who has the most career triples ever at Oracle Ballpark. We started this segment talking about Brandon Crawford. I want to end it talking about Brandon Crawford also. Here was Gabe Kapler yesterday about Crawford's return from the IL, his future at shortstop this year, and what the Giants' game plan is moving forward with guys like Thairo Estrada making his return and Marco Luciano being sent down to AAA.
We've seen when Brandon is at his healthiest and his freshest, he's a really good shortstop and comes up with big clutch hits for us. We've seen that pretty consistently over the last several years. So the trick is obviously keeping that and trying to not overdo it. And at times we're going to need to ride Brandon and really lean on him. But when we can, we need to also get him a break and give some other guys a chance to play as well.
Yeah, but I would assume Brandon Crawford's going to be in the lineup today facing off against a righty from the Arizona Diamondbacks, which leads to the future questions about Casey Schmidt and when he's ever going to get playing time with Isan Diaz starting last night. Of course, he's got the lefty-righty platoon advantage and actually did get his first hit of the season. But with Thairo Estrada right around the corner, it's gonna spark up some conversations, we should say, with the future of Casey Schmidt and what the Giants plan is moving forward. And if we're going to see a guy like Marco Luciano return to this big league roster before this postseason run that the Giants are trying to make. But last night, they gave themselves some extra cushion in the NL West by beating the Arizona Diamondbacks 4-2, currently 2.5 games back from the LA Dodgers. And they've got their 60th win of the season last night with their 29th comeback win. They'll try to get the job done today again at 12:45 with Scott Alexander, the opener, on the mound. But it's also opening night for the NFL. Tonight is the Hall of Fame game between the Jets and the Browns. So, of course, a lot of people are talking about Aaron Rodgers and Deshaun Watson. Well, I want to talk about all the quarterbacks, even Brock Purdy and that man Jimmy Garoppolo out in Las Vegas, and where they fell in the quarterback tiers that were released from Mike Sando from The Athletic earlier this week. We'll break down some quarterback talk on the other side and get you ready for the start of the NFL season. It's Marcus the Waterboy Boucher on a Thursday morning on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
It was a normal day.
He was in some minor accident, a fender bender.
And I had this impulse to call him, but I didn't because I thought I could call him later that week.
He abandoned the car, he came home, and he shot himself without ever talking to anyone.
When I came home that night and I found her, they told me that she had shot herself, and I couldn't believe it.
I asked if he was okay.
Taking a gun into your house for protection is a terrible myth.
Once you pull that trigger, that's it. There is no coming back.
65 Americans a day die by gun suicide. Store your gun securely, locked, unloaded, and away from ammunition. Help stop suicide. Learn more at endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by Brady and the Ad Council.
This is The Leadoff Spot with your host, the water boy, Marcus Boucher.
Marcus, could you play a little bit of that Augusta melody?
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, welcome back to the Leadoff Spot on a Thursday morning. It is Marcus the Waterboy Boucher getting you ready for some NFL football tonight. Yes, in case you weren't paying attention to the NFL calendar, the Hall of Fame game is back, and it starts tonight at 5 p.m., a matchup between the New York Jets and the Cleveland Browns, which immediately makes you think of two guys, Aaron Rodgers and Deshaun Watson. Well, for obvious reasons, neither of those guys will be participating in the game tonight. And I've actually heard reports now that the Cleveland Browns aren't even going to go with their backup quarterback. They're going to go with the third and fourth stringers tonight. So I want to make sure to get this message out there for all my fellow degenerate gamblers who are waiting for Bobby Boucher's best bets to start back up for the football season, that you probably should not be betting on preseason games. Because when it comes to the world of gambling, I really only have two rules. You should never bet what you don't have, and you should never bet what you don't know. And here's the thing about going to this game. I'm a big football fan. I play fantasy football just like everybody else. Hell, I get paid to talk on the radio about football every single day. I won't know half the players on the field tonight. Now, it's different if you're watching a 49er game. I'm going to try to get out there August 13th for the Raiders and 49ers joint practices in their first preseason game. And at least that you'll get to see Trey Lance and Sam Darnold play the entire game. But tonight, it's going to be Zach Wilson and the New York Jets versus a bunch of backups, a bunch of third stringers, a bunch of guys who aren't even going to make the roster. And I guess because Zach Wilson was a former top pick, the New York Jets are a 1.5-point favorite. Now, I would stay away from this spread. And if you are chomping at the bit to put a bet in, maybe you take the under 33 points. Surprisingly, or should I say non-surprisingly, there are trends for the Hall of Fame game, and 7 of the last games have gone under. Now, 33 is a low point total, but I don't think you're going to get too interesting of football tonight, especially without those big-name quarterbacks on the field. But right now, there's a lot of quarterback discussion going around because it's that time of the year where the annual quarterback tiers list comes out from Mike Sando from The Athletic. Now, we had Mike Sando on our show, the Murph and Mac Show, earlier this week. I know he came on with Papa Lund last week. Hell, he came on with me and Paulie Mac a week ago to tease this list. And this is a list that always stirs up the NFL circle every year because it's not Mike Sando's personal rankings. These are the rankings according to GMs, coaches, scouts from around the league. So it's one of the funniest things. Every year this list comes out and Mike Sando's just catching strays on Twitter saying, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. He's not the guy putting together this list. So it does give you a good inside look of what some of these NFL personal people look at and what they look for in a quarterback. And that's why it was shocking to me to go through these tiers and go through tier 1, tier 2, all the way down to tier 3, and there's still no sight of a Brock Purdy. You know who did pop up in tier 3? Jimmy Garoppolo, who is currently ranked as the 18th best quarterback in the NFL. So I guess my question this morning is, do you think the 49ers upgraded or downgraded at quarterback this season? If you're asking me personally, I saw it with my own eyes. I saw what Brock Purdy did when he took over in that game against the Dolphins, which they were losing, by the way, and then him run off 5 straight wins in the regular season, him beat the Seattle Seahawks in the postseason, and then double down and beat the Dallas Cowboys, of course, before he got hurt in the NFC Championship game. So Brock Purdy is all the way down in tier 4 at number 24th overall. Now, a big reason why he's down in that tier is because he's quote-unquote unproven. And that was kind of the message from NFL coaches, personnel around the league. Here was something, a quote from an anonymous offensive coach that said, when I looked at him, I thought he was tier 4. But when you watch the kid play, he's an absolute gamer. He has the intangibles, the moxie, the want to, and the leadership. But Purdy's in an ideal situation. He's got an elite play caller, an elite defense, and he played well enough to almost make tier 3, But as of right now, he's in tier 4. You put him on any other team and they lose more than half the games, another offensive coach said. They've got the best rushing offense, they got the top defense, and he doesn't make mistakes, and he makes some of the plays with his legs. He gets the ball out. Good for him. That was the quote from an offensive coordinator. And I'm saying good for the 49ers. If Brock Purdy continues to show what he did last year, if he relies on that running game from Christian McCaffrey and Elijah Mitchell, and if he lets Kyle Shanahan, one of the best play callers in the league, draw up plays for wide open wide receivers, what's the problem? It's a big reason why Jimmy Garoppolo had all those wins. It's a reason why Jimmy G is probably number 18 on the list. And for everybody wondering why, like, oh, Waterboy, this is your guy, Jimmy Garoppolo with the Raiders now. He's number 18. Derek Carr was number 14. And the Raiders' Super Bowl odds went down when they moved on from Derek Carr to Jimmy Garoppolo. So that explains a little bit why I was upset from the move. And it also explains a little bit why some 49er fans are still upset that Jimmy Garoppolo is not the quarterback. And this team has trusted guys like Brock Purdy, Trey Lance, and Sam Darnold moving into the future, even though they do have this elite roster of talent and are knocking on the door of a Super Bowl. So that's why I asked the question this morning. It's an interesting topic and always gets the ball rolling, and it lines us up pretty perfectly for the start of the NFL season and the 10-day countdown that we can begin out to Las Vegas to where the Raiders and the 49ers will be squaring off Sunday at 1 p.m. I'm going to try to get out to the Big Al to be in the building. I'm going to try to get out to the joint practices, and we'll make sure to report on everything 49er football, as yesterday took an off day. They'll be back on the field today. Have some sound from Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch for you tomorrow. But on the other side, let's hear some sound from Murph and Mac. Make the connection and get you ready for the morning show. It's Marcus the Waterboy Boucher on a Thursday morning on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
You found the leadoff spot with your host, the Water Boy.
Hey, Kershaw! The Dodgers!
Marcus Boucher on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, wrapping up the leadoff spot on a Thursday morning. Shout out to my guy Chase, doing a great job making his leadoff spot debut this morning. And it's a good day to do it after the Giants get the 4-2 comeback win over the Arizona Diamondbacks last night. And our guy Logan Webb, just Webb, baby, goes 7 innings strongs. Got hit around a little bit in that first inning, Murph, but after that, 1 hit, no earned runs after the last 6 innings of the game. Murph, good morning, man. How you doing?
Sorry, I just smelled.
What are you doing over there?
I just smelled this mic guard, and dude, it smells kind of bunk. I gotta tell you,
I've never seen that. I sat down. I'm making the connection with Murph.
I was about to offer a take on Logan Webb.
Murph just got on air and started sniffing the microphone.
What happened? No. What happened? I didn't sniff the mic. The odor hit me in the face.
Oh.
And it's just like, whoa.
All right, great sniffs. Great sniffs, 808 KNBR.
Like, what is this?
Murph, the greatest sniff I can point to, the greatest recorded sniff. Now, you might not even know this, but at the very beginning of the classic Grateful Dead track, Casey Jones, which they played on the Friday night show, by the way, at the end of the second set, it was a great version. At the very beginning of Casey Jones, here's how the song starts. Ready? If you listen carefully, it goes...
Interesting.
Bam, bam, bam.
He's riding that train.
That's right.
Yeah,
but there's a sniff that kicks the track off. 808 KNBR, great sniffs.
Now, Paulie Mac, we had a bit we were working a couple months ago where there was an NFL coach that kept on sniffing during his press conference.
Okay.
I'm trying to...
I can't remember.
While you're racking your brain, Murph, Exhibit B would be Kramer in the Seinfeld with the mole hair sweater, where he's in the bathroom. He's allergic to the sweater. He keeps sniffing. They all think he's going into the bathroom to do some of that Casey Jones. And he's like, no, it's a sweater. Remember when he's doing that? He's drinking the beer and he's smoking the butt. So I'll give you 2 sniffs.
We got 2. Now me sniffing the mic guard is number 3.
There it is, Murph.
Yeah, it was weird. Something bunk came off this thing. I don't know. I might have to switch this thing out. I can't know if I can do a whole show with this.
Is that your mic guard or was it already hanging around?
I don't own a mic guard. Mic screen, windscreen. What do we call these things?
Yeah, whatever you want.
Mic guard, windscreen, whatever.
Pop filter.
Yeah. Pop filter so I don't pop my peas. And Paulie Mac travels with his. Is that right?
That's Paulie Mac's got a personal pop filter, and I'm out here popping because I don't have one on my microphone right now.
Paulie is very responsible about it.
That's about it, though. There's not much. But I keep the windscreen and my headphones.
It's because you're germ phobic?
Well, it's because I don't want this other, like, you look at somebody and say, there's some
that smell.
There's some funkiness. Is it the windscreen of a Greg Papa? I don't know.
So,
you know what I mean? I'm not taking that
Johnny
chance.
Lund brings his own.
John sits there and Cope sits there.
I'll bring my own screen, John.
But I'm one of these guys, I just grab whatever's there and I just jam it on.
I do the same thing.
And I've never had a problem until I leaned in for my Logan Webb tape and something bunk hit my nose. And I was like, I went Leonard Skinner on you, so I'll see if I can persevere or find a new one. Maybe I'll steal Chase's when he's gone. There it is.
I hope people are watching the stream this early in the morning.
Well, you can't. We're not on the screen.
Face. Oh, we still got the leadoff spot cam up there.
Chase doesn't know how to do the whole double dip.
This will just live in KNBR legend then.
Maybe that's the next step for Chase.
Hey, we'll put him on game.
He's wearing a very wordy hat, by the way.
There's a lot of words.
His hat has a lot of words on it.
I haven't made out what it said yet.
So you have to stare at him to figure out what the hat says. It's like a paragraph on there. All right, now he's fixing
a lot of words.
He's fixing the
I am responsible for the fantasy that other people project on me.
Wow,
look at that. I got some inspirational words from Chase this morning.
By the way, what do you give me for a little Barry Zito there, Paulie?
I saw the same thing, Murph. Great call. Great call. I saw the same thing.
He's in the rectangle right now, guys.
Yeah.
Now I am on the screen, and now watch. Ooh, that's bunk.
Yeah.
Ooh, that smell.
That's how I started my intro with Murph
My whole thing was going to say, what do you think Logan Webb thinks about Jimmy G? Was going to be my question.
Oh, that's a great question.
So I'm going to the park today for the first time in forever, and I plan on asking him.
Wow.
Yeah.
You know, Logan Webb, diehard Raider fan, one of my favorite moments last year from the Raider 49er game on New Year's Day was when they put Logan Webb on the Jumbotron. And he was wearing
in Vegas.
In Las Vegas.
In Vegas.
Would they even know who the hell? They wouldn't know who the hell he is.
Well, that's the thing. He was wearing a Giants hat. So 49er fans who are obviously
who is this
Giants
guy?
fan. Yeah, he was wearing a Giants hat. I believe it was a Giants hat. And so they knew that it was Logan Webb. So they started applauding. And then they put the graphic up. Logan Webb, longtime Raider fan. And then the crowd turned on him.
Quick question. Was Logan Webb wearing a Darth Vader helmet when they showed him on the screen? I'm just asking. I know you guys like to get dressed up.
He had the spikes on the shoulder and everything.
Murph, imagine that you're leaving for the game on Sunday. You're a season ticket holder. You're like, all right, tickets, keys, wallet, Darth Vader mask, sword,
face
shield,
paint.
cape. Go, we're good to go. Let's get out of here.
You know who has painted up the face before for a Raider game? Our guy Overnight Dave.
See, that's
he's donned the face paint before.
I'm not surprised.
I've never gone down that road.
What are we talking? Silver and black, half and half?
I think half and half.
Absolutely incredible.
Not surprised,
detail.
Mother Blanca.
Did he reveal that to you, or did you see him? Or
I think he told me. Yeah, he told me the story.
Like multiple times.
he told me.
Lower of Overnight Dave.
He told me.
For all I know, Overnight Dave might be Gorilla Rilla.
Yeah, he could be Darth Vader. Who knows, man?
I don't know. Those masks are on.
Who among us has face painted at a sporting event?
Zero
Never,
times.
Never.
I don't even own face paint. I'm a Kiss fan.
Second Seinfeld, Triple E has face painted. There he is.
What a surprise.
Well, that's a given. That's a given.
Our second Seinfeld of the morning at 6:03. Well, I mean, Dave as Putty, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I mean,
that's the letter R. Yeah, for the Raiders.
And that's, me about to go to the game with Dave going, 49ers are going to win today. And Dave from the bathroom saying, no way, man. We're primed. So anyway, well, listen, let's get this kid out of here. Let's get you out of here. And let's get my smelly mic guard out of here.
Yeah. We'll smell what Murph is saying later on in the show. Shout out to our guy Chase filling in for Overnight Dave. He'll be back next week. But now it's time for the Murph and Mac Morning Show. You are listening to KNBR AM and FM in San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station, and the Murph and Mac Show starts right now.
Good morning and welcome to the KNBR Morning Show with Brian Murphy and Paul McCaffrey on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Triple E has revealed that he painted his face half black, half orange when he was a teenager at a Giants game. That's kind of cute, isn't it? Kind of heartwarming, isn't it? Hey, I'd love to start with some hot Logan Webb takes, Brandon Crawford takes, Giants win takes. But right before I got on the air, Paulie, I was scanning making sure I was all up to speed. Today is a big day in Giants history. We're about to get a whole new look. They're going to have a whole gigantic patch on their sleeve advertising an automated car.
What are we doing? What? Wait, what?
Yeah, Waterberg gives thumbs down.
An automated car.
Called Cruise, which I know I'm going to need some riffs from Paulie on either A, Tom Cruise's role in this, or Al Pacino's movie Cruise In.
Maybe. Wow. Now you talk about a taboo flick, 808 KNBR. You watch Cruising, you feel like you got to go take a shower.
I need a 605.
You ever seen Cruising?
No, of course not.
Cruising's no joke.
Came out when we were in fourth grade.
Cruising's no joke. You might want to avoid it, actually.
How about, can you imagine Gabe Kapler saying, in order to support all communities, I'm changing my cruise patch to Cruise
In. Oh, my God. If he does that, he'd be my hero.
So, this is it, guys. I'm holding it up to the screen right here. They're going to have a big old patch on their sleeve for the rest of this season.
Yeah.
And through 2025.
So, what's interesting?
Cruise advertising the driverless cars.
Have you seen? So, here's what you do. I don't know if I should say this on the air, but I've actually learned how to disable an automated car.
What?
Yeah. If there's one in your way, I know how to avoid that. Maybe you can hit me on the text line. Maybe I shouldn't announce it if the Giants are going to partner up. I don't want to be the guy who's being the.
Wait a minute, what do you mean disable?
Well, disable the automated car. Yeah, I could make
unexpected.
Exactly. Well, I didn't expect they were going to come with an automated car logo on their sleeve.
I didn't know you even had a take on automated cars.
Here's how it all went down. So when Dead and Company were in town a couple of weekends ago, they did the 3 nights at Oracle Park. We were walking from one of the nights. We walked from the gig back to the hotel.
How was that?
What, the walk?
Yeah.
Oh, it's fine because there was
but I mean, what were you seeing?
Oh, well, that's what I'm saying.
I had a guy on Van Ness today.
Yeah, they get animated out there. No, but there was 10,000 deadheads walking together, so you didn't really see anything but tie-dye all around. Okay. But anyway, when we were doing that, we noticed there was a lot of those automated cars zipping around. They're all around Union Square. It's interesting. Late at night on weekends, I guess they test drive these things. They're all over the place. If you come into the city late, you'll see them everywhere. Downtown, Union Square. So one thing leads to another, and one of the guys in our party goes, now, you know how to disable those things, right? And I said, no. And then he told me, and
What does he mean disable? Does he mean
should I say it on the air?
No. What I mean is, is the goal to get inside it? Or are you talking about, or make it go the wrong way?
You can do something simply by passing by one of these things with...
That does what? Just renders
that will prevent renders it, basically functionless.
This is how, this could bring society to a halt.
It's man against machine at this point, Murph. It's survival.
Don't do that, Paulie, because it could cause big problems.
Man against machine. Yeah. I'm a man. I'm not going to let a machine take over.
This all goes back to the body snatchers, the aliens.
I'm telling you what, if you guys need to talk to me privately, hit me on the text line. I can tell you what to do. I'll tell you off the air, Murph.
Incredible.
Yeah. And it's fascinating. It's really interesting, too, because in order to disable one of these, I don't know how much it costs to manufacture one of those things. I would think several $100,000.
Yeah.
You'd be shocked because what it takes to disable one of these things would cost you a dime. It's really interesting. Anyway, off the air, Murph. Let's move on.
I'm very fascinated by this.
Yeah. Well, you know me, dude. You know
of
me.
the dead, buddy.
Yeah. Oh,
you were our guy.
Oh, the particles were.
You were our boots on the ground,
dude. They were so thick. So I'm going to credit. I'm going to credit the Garcias having a hand in that victory last night. First of all, thank you to everybody who came out to Triples Alley last night. We had a great time out there. We had great music. We had a great raffle. Had a great conversation with Trixie Garcia. That's Jerry's daughter, who, by the way, Jerry's face is very evident in Trixie's, in her face and her whole demeanor.
You sent me a great picture.
Very Jerry-like. Yeah, she's a real sweetheart. She's a very kind soul. And she also kind of... I
believe she's a San Rafael High Bulldog.
She is, yeah. And she's also in charge of the Jerry estate. So she releases all the new music and stuff. She's fantastic. So the good energy from that going into the yard, it just felt right that Logan Webb would have a great night, and the Giants would get that come from behind win too.
Yeah, and you were wearing tie-dye.
How rare is that?
Yeah, it's very rare.
Yeah, it's like once every few years. I made a decision yesterday because I have this one tie-dye. It's like a Giants tie-dye. It's black.
I should put this out on
Twitter.
Twitter.
Go ahead. It's black and orange, and it's like it's a Giant-themed tie-dye with a Steal Your Face and a Giant logo. I figured tonight's a night. I wanted to get into the spirit of it for Jerry and Murph.
Did you get some compliments on it?
So many great listeners out there. I can't say it was so great to meet all you people, and thanks for saying hello last night. So yeah, I was tie-dyed up, hanging with Trixie. Giants gave you the 4-2 win. It was like everything was in order last night.
I was going to put this on Twitter probably, but I couldn't find Twitter. I could only find X.
You know, bro, tell me about it. I was hoping that I was going to get some Gabe Kapler, like cooler content cuts. Well, it's an interesting phenomenon, the Grateful Dead. I've come to the late, but I'm aware of the spirit of Jerry. Like, I'd love to hear Gabe on the Dead. I guess last night would have been the night.
Well, he's not. It's not 2000s hip hop, so he's not going to offer you a take.
That's the problem.
Okay, I'm going Paulie Mack plus Trixie Garcia equals Giants win.
That's right. Yes. That's right. That was the recipe.
Okay, I'm sending this thing out, everybody. Go check it out. Go check out Paulie. He looks great. You look very happy. He's very happy.
By the way, these guys on the text line have the correct answer, Murph. If you want to read it just quietly amongst yourself without revealing anything.
Why don't we put the stamp while I read how to disable an automated car and cause chaos on the roads?
And you guys are correct. The guys texting in, you guys are correct. That's how you do it. Yep.
Well, it's sad that if so many people know this, that we could just kind of render the roads incredibly dangerous.
Right.
With just a few acts of rebellion.
They're already pretty dangerous as it is.
Speaking of danger, it was danger for the Diamondbacks last night as Kai Correa calls Rob Manfred. Manfred said, wait a minute, you guys made no moves at the trade deadline. And I heard Murph was pissed.
No move too small.
Kai said Murph knows nothing and put this one in the books, suit. San Francisco Giants 4, Arizona Diamondbacks 2.
Oh, it's all good, baby. It's all good.
Beautiful baseball. Beautiful baseball.
The Giants. Fun.
This is some kind of good.
This is unbelievable.
Runs are cool, man.
Enthusiastic fire emojis.
All of those things count, too, especially the runs are cool because the Giants scored 4 runs. And remember, Brian Sabian used to say 4 was the magic number. Shout out, Sesame Street, De La Soul, you name it. 4 was the magic number, and now it's still true. When the Giants score 4 runs, they're 51-13 because they've always been a pitching team, and here they are with Logan Webb yesterday. How about that weird thing about aces, where like aces will give up too early and then shut you down? This happened with Kershaw earlier in the year. The Giants put up a couple on Kershaw in the first inning, and I was thinking, Kershaw ain't the man he used to be, and then he shut him down the rest of the way. It's like this oddity about aces that if you can get him early, get him, because you're not going to get him the rest of the night. It's like something about an ace needs to break a sweat before he gets into it. So Logan Webb coughing up 2 in the first. You weren't feeling very particle-licious, were you? But then they calmed it down, and Brandon Crawford, Waterboy made me laugh on the way to work, Paulie. Couple of clean blank U Tonys. And I mean, this is
very clean. Yeah, they were nice.
This is now the month of. It really is. Because this guy's now, you know what he's doing? This might be the last 2 months of this guy's career now. And I'm not saying that in a bad way at all. It might be that he's ready to go raise his kids and just go do. I don't know. I'm not saying that. Maybe he's back next year. Maybe he is.
You hear Murph got Crawford on the show this morning.
No. Quite the opposite.
Yeah. We love Crawford, man. He's one of the greats.
Love letter to Crawford on the Jock
When
blog.
the smoke clears, man, but I mean, he's going to.
He's one of the greatest Giants in the history of the franchise.
He really is. And when you gave that RBI stat yesterday, where I believe, top of my head, what was he, 4th all time?
San Francisco, yeah.
Yeah, it's incredible, like what he's
Mays,
done.
McCovey, Cepeda, him, and then Matt. And then you heard yesterday.
By the way,
he now has more triples than any player in Oracle Park history, and is only 1 away from tying Willie. By the way, Willie McCovey.
Oh,
I didn't know Willie McCovey hit 45 triples. That's a big man lumbering around second base.
Great call.
Anyway,
yeah, that's a big guy. Hey, give me another blank you, Tony, just for good measure.
Yeah.
Thanks, man.
He's 3rd in San Francisco Giants history in triples, 1 away from tying McCovey. 2 away from passing him. He's got a little ways to go to Mays' 76. All right, he's got 30 back, but still, just appreciate the hell out of him. I should probably repost my jock blog from February where I just had this wave of sentiment for what this guy's meant to the franchise, what he's done, what he's as a local kid, the whole deal.
Yeah.
And yesterday was another example. He started the game with an incredible play on Corbin Carroll. If you forget, in that tough first inning where Logan Webb got knocked around, he made a great play. And then he triples, he scores, and he's just cool, and he's doing the Taylor Swift music on Saturday.
Speaking of getting knocked around, how about that strikeout, that Lamont Wade strikeout where the ball, I guess it went off his hand or his bat.
The Nard strikeout?
Into the junk of the Diamondback catcher. That's a hell of a sequence.
There's like a strikeout on the drop third strike. That one's the strikeout on the Nards, is what that one is.
Yeah, that's what we like to call in the streets, Murph, ball 3. Yeah, ball 3.
All right, well, listen, this win is in the books. Paulie Mac's out here causing chaos on the streets. Trixie Garcia in the picture is also posted on X and the Giants, and we've gotten at least 2 blank you Tonys out there.
Well, and counting.
Make it a third just for fun.
Yeah, totally. Thanks.
That's right. Yeah. So anyways,
just for fun.
We'll get the guest list on the other side.
By the way, he was in the house last night, remarkably.
Really?
Creative Tony just hit the scene. Because I go, I was talking to him last week, and I go, hey, I'm doing Dead Night next week. Let me know if you want to go. Never heard back from him. All of a sudden, he shows up. He's like, yeah, here I am. Whole family in tow. I go, okay. You should.
Were they out in Triples Alley?
Yeah, but they missed the part. They came late. When they got there, it had already ended.
What a surprise.
Right, you know what I mean?
I'm going to go out there today for the first time in forever.
All right, good man.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
San Jose, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Jose's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Bob Costas stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Copes to talk about all the action and inactivity from the Giants at this year's MLB trade deadline. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Follow the leader on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader. KNBR 1045 and 680.
On one, the count to Crawford, left-handed hitter. Now he's swinging. It's a high drive out into Death Valley. Deep right center toward the 415 side. And it's one hop up against the pillar to the right of the 415 side. Davis was running hard all the way. He'll score. Here comes the throw to third. Crawford slides. Three! It's a triple for Brandon Crawford. And the Giants have their first run. Crawford just blasted one to the deepest part of the ballpark. And it short hopped the pillar between the 7th and 8th archways just to the right of the 415 side. A home run in Arizona and a home run probably in any other ballpark in baseball.
Matter of fact, Would It Dong, which is the Twitter account, Paulie, shout out Tommy Lee, Would It Dong?
The answer is yes, if you're talking about him, yeah. It would.
In 22 out of 29 other ballparks. Actually, believe it or not, there's 6 or 7 other parks that would not have left the yard, but that was one of them. But that made it more fun. And I remember I was reading Mad Magazine when I was a kid, Paulie.
Spy versus Spy.
And they had a skit called Something is Overrated, Something is Underrated. It was just a little riff. And not everything was hilarious. And it just said, home runs are overrated, triples are underrated. Wow. I remember reading that when I was a kid.
Triples are underrated.
In my head.
I love triples. Triples are amazing.
As my kids were lamenting, why wasn't that a home run? I said, well, they don't call it singles alley, baby. They don't call it doubles alley.
No, they don't.
Yeah.
They
so
don't.
God bless him. 36 years old, lumbering around for his 28th career triple at Oracle Park. The most by any person who's ever played at what Waterboy called San Francisco's waterfront ballpark. Waterboy, I heard you this morning. You couldn't get through Pac Bell, AT&T, Oracle. You left out SBC, brother. SBC.
Was that? What was the years for SBC?
SBC, the ugliness of that name mirrored the ugliness of that era. It was the 05, 06, 07 teams that were just like the ones that when Holler puts them on there, I get pissed.
Yeah, you get like a rash.
And yet Copes has like a PhD in those years.
Those are some tough years.
It depresses the hell out of me how much Copes knows about like the 06 Giants, who are not a good club.
You're better off leaving that behind.
Your Ryan Garcos, your Steve Finleys, your Shea Hillenbrands.
Yeah, your Garcos, man.
That
your
Garcos. Your Brad Hennessy's, your Kevin Correa's.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Just those really depressing. Ray Durham.
Like your Noah Lowry's.
Yeah. Well, shout out Noah. He's a great dude. And he does a lot of work with the Junior Giants. So, but anyway, Waterboy, that's pretty cool about Brandon Crawford and blank you, Tony.
Yeah, blank you, Tony.
And Tony, and to your point, Murph, that list is getting a little long with all the names of the ballpark down at the corner of 3rd and King. But shout out to our guy, Andrew Baggerly. He will frequently call it the Giants' waterfront ballpark.
It's not bad.
So I stole it from Beggs.
A lot of syllables. Waterfront ballpark. You know, but anyway.
5. That's a 5.
I had to write a jock blog yesterday about my PTDR, premature trade deadline rage. Because I said, it is silly to judge the trade deadline until the season's over. It's like Baggerly said. It's like grading a draft. And you know what I had to remember, Paulie, was the late. And I wanted just to double tap the chest and point to the sky.
Go ahead, man.
For my man Salty, who left us. Because I quoted him in the jock blog yesterday. Because in 2012, the Dodgers traded for Hanley Ramirez, who at the time was one of the great players in the game.
Shout out Hanram.
Yeah, remember him?
Yeah,
remember
totally.
the goggles going around the bags, how pissed I was? I was like, don't do that. Don't do that in my park.
He's goggling up.
He goggled between 2nd and 3rd. I was like, dude, he must go down. I need one in the ribs, And they never threw at him. And the Giants got Marco Scutero was the answer. And I remember driving in my car listening to Salty calling into Marty. And he said, the Dodgers got murderers row, and we got Scutero. That was a great line from Salty, right? But who won the World Series?
That's the thing. And who won the MVP award? This very same guy, Scutero. Now, Murph, let me ask you this. I would disagree with your take that you can't react to deadline moves until the end of the season. What about what happens when your team doesn't make any moves? Then you can judge them and say, there's nothing to judge.
Well, Paulie and I were just riffing on the fact that the Giants are announcing this new partnership with this driverless car called Cruise.
Well, this means more money now.
Today.
More money for the Giants.
Paulie said, hey, it means just more money for them not to spend. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, show me, just for a goof, just go spend some money and show me.
I mean, if you're going to take the Cruise patch, can I get Verlander? You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying.
Thank you, man. Yeah. Where are those funds going? I don't know.
Anyway, hey, listen, they won. We should be happy. And they're 2-0 since the trade deadline.
No, we are happy. This team
60 wins. Only the Dodgers and Braves have 60 wins in the National
Again,
League.
the division's sitting right there within reach, man.
And here's the thing that I know we were joking about a lot when Luis Matos got called up, when Marco Luciano got called up. And if you want to go back to the trade deadline, the Giants are undefeated in the A.J. Pollock era.
This is true. He did not see the field last night.
No, he did not.
My guy Casey did. You see his at bat in the 8th inning?
Oh, that was rough.
Did you see him walking away? I think he was literally saying, I couldn't see those pitches. Did you see him? He was like, I've never seen a major league hitter like emote like that. He was very open with his emotions, like, I can't see this.
Like you could almost read his lips saying, "What am I supposed to do with that? What am I supposed to do with it?" And he kind of flailed to him.
His second strike swing, where he just kind of barely turned his body, and the bat just kind of limply went through the zone, and then he walked out of the box, and he had this look on his face like, "What was that?" He couldn't believe it, and then he struck it on the last pitch. He's walking to the dugout going, "What the hell was that?" I don't know if you're supposed to let your manager know that you can't see the pitch. I still love the guy. Then he showed up in the ninth and made a great play. I don't know if you stayed through the ninth inning. He made an Isan Diaz level play. How about Diaz?
Yeah.
I want the guy out, but yet he got an RBI knock yesterday and made a phenomenal play on D. And I'll take Luciano back, but Diaz is like, nope, I'm here, baby, with my nose ring and everything.
Diaz is keeping his eye on you.
I'm going to go down and meet Diaz today.
Good.
It's the first time all year I'm going to a day game.
He's got some good flow, too. He's got like the Baby Crawford flow.
I am going to ask Webb about Jimmy G.
Yeah.
I am going to
I think Webb is going to support him. I think he's going to be supportive. Well, he's not going to trash his own QB, unlike Marcus.
Whatever he's going to say about him, I'm going to have to lean into here because he's going to be like this.
I like Jimmy G. No, he's incredibly soft-spoken.
He's a hushed dude. So, all right. Well, what else is going on, Waterboy, from a Wednesday night? The Pac-12 is I heard it best described as an existential crisis. Did you hear this?
Well,
the Pac-12 is now teetering on extinction as we speak.
Have you ever had an existential crisis?
100 years, dude. And this is the thing, I'm gone overnight. It might be gone. Have I ever had an existential crisis? Yes, sure.
I would like to think I have like one a week,
Yeah. What do you do with them?
I got to sort through it one way or another.
What you do, buddy. I think you know
what do I do to get through my existential crisis?
Hey, this is Tim Lincecum. Legalize it, don't criticize it. Now back to Giants baseball on KNBR.
I do the same method Timmy does.
Does it help?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, there it is. Waterboy, you ever had an existential crisis?
Yeah, and I do the same thing that our guy Don Nelson does.
Yeah. Okay. Well, maybe that's what the Pac-12 should do.
Murph, you're next. We'll get you next.
Maybe the Pac-12 should be smoking some pot.
We're going to delish Murph up as well.
Pop, yeah.
Totally.
So the story is that Colorado is leaving for the Big 12. That brings it. So UCLA and USC going to the Big 10. That brings it down to the Pac-10. Colorado's leaving for the Big 12. Now you're down to the Pac-9. Now they're saying Arizona, Arizona State, and Utah are heavily considering an offer to go to the Big 12, which gets you down to the Pac-6, which is actually old school, the six-pack there. And now they're talking about the Big 10 would come in and poach Washington, Oregon, and wait for it, Stanford and Cal. So I want to shout out all my Cal buddies who've been roasting me. Oh, you guys go to the Big 10, so weak, destroying our conference. You guys are so... Cal's like, oh, really? I'll take that call. Now you know, buddy. Now you know. You're going to take the call because it's like $50 million a year. And it's the future. It's what college sports is going to. We're going towards mega conferences. I'm sorry. I'm apologizing for all the greed and TV money. What can I do? I didn't create it.
Shout out.
It's the real deal.
Shout out mega conference.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Mega conferences.
Mega conferences. Well, they're going to be looking to have two.
By the way, Marcus's division in baseball is kind of like a mini mega conference. Your AL East is insane. And by the way, your Yankees, I don't know what to tell you anymore.
I got content from the Yankees. Aaron Boone with a chippy interview on John.
Yeah, they're going after him now. Yeah, the natives are restless.
You thought people were complaining about the Giants' inactivity at the trade deadline. Wait till you hear some sound we have today from John Boy Media and Aaron Boone.
Okay, I want to hear it.
They are roasting them. Last night there were fire Cashman chants at Yankee Stadium.
Yeah, well, I also heard the Mets fans, too, are not buying into this whole teardown. I saw some New York radio guys going, Steve Cohen's a fraud. We thought he was the guy. He's not the guy. That's
Mets baseball right there, bro. Total dysfunction.
I mean, the Yankees have a winning record, right?
Yeah, they do.
But
Here,
let me give
everybody
you
in their division does.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
Let me give you a little
division's crazy.
Little Yankees here. Yankees right now. You guys are 3.5 out in the wild card. You're fine.
Don't tell that to Aaron Boone.
Yeah.
Don't tell it to Nick Totoro.
That doesn't cut it, bro.
No, bro.
You're 10 out in the East.
Yeah, that's a long climb, though.
It's not undoable.
That's a long climb for Marcus.
Baltimore is one of the best teams in baseball this year.
Boy, they got something special going.
Yeah. And Tampa Bay Rays are looking up at them. 3 back in the loss column, then Toronto, then Boston. So anyway, all right, let's get the guest list going on a, what is it, Thursday? I like Thursdays.
It is, yeah.
Should tell everybody that Andy Baggerly is going to join Papa and Lund at 10:30 today.
Hey, Murph, when you head out to the yard today,
yes.
who's on the, I haven't checked the matchups yet.
I hadn't either, but
who's
I learned
on the hill?
because I listened to my leadoff spot. I found out it's a opener game, is what my leadoff spot told me.
All right. I don't know how I missed that.
Scotty Alexander.
That's what I saw on MLB.com.
Cardinal Newman's own, Scott Alexander.
Sonoma State's own
Scott
Alexander.
So that's a local boy. I don't know, something about Scott Alexander I like.
Yeah, me too.
I don't know about these openers. They're going against a guy who's 0-4 with an 8.20 ERA.
Brandon Pfaadt, right?
Yeah.
That's their top pitching prospect, actually, but he struggled a lot this year, Murph.
Has this guy ever had his name spelled correctly? P-F-A-A-D-T. How many times has this guy had his name misspelled in his life besides every time?
Probably standard procedure. By the way, I'm still trying to push this Scott Alexander as John Franco
I like it.
theme out
there.
there.
But he shaved the tash, didn't he?
Yeah, but when he had that bushy stash, had a lot of John Franco going on there.
All right, let's go with the guest list here, buddy.
All right, guest list this morning starts up in about 20 minutes. We're going to check in with George Consos talking about this pitching staff, these bulk games, these piggyback pitchers, or these featured pitchers that we're now calling.
Which I took on in the Jock blog. I said, I guess you all think it's cute, but we'll see how cute it is in October. That's all I'm saying.
I like that.
I went back and looked at the last 3 World Series, by the way. Papa came in with some strong takes on me at 9:59 yesterday.
He's always got takes.
Using openers, Murph. You missed the boat.
But if you're behind the
I just looked at
times.
the last 3 World Series. There was one opener used precisely, and it was because of an injury situation. Tucker Davidson started Game 3 of the 2021 World Series for the Braves, lasted a third of an inning.
Been going on
Everything
for years.
else was Buehler, Verlander, Framber Valdez. They're all Aaron Nola, Zach Wheeler, everybody. They're all starters, dude. Sorry. I got news for you. The last 3 were. Then some guy hits me. He goes, just because it hasn't happened doesn't mean it can happen.
Okay, see, now we're assuming things.
Yeah, I'll give a shout out to Papa, though.
Give me freaking Lincecum, Bumgarner, and
thanks,
Kane.
man. That's all I'm saying, Murph. That's all I want.
I will
Just give me a guy.
I was driving home yesterday, and I heard Papa say, yeah, Murph made a great point earlier this morning. So he did give you some props
I love
also.
G-Pop and I love each other.
Yeah,
we
Pop's
go way
awesome.
back.
He's a gangster.
He and I once had a real heavy bonding night in Kansas City in 2000 at a bar where we were hammered, laughing our asses off.
Go get me another beer, Murph. Beer and a shot.
A Moscow Mule.
We came here to party.
Shout out the warm summer nights of a Kansas City open-air bar. I'll tell you that.
And the good vibes of the Kansas City people. They're so nice there.
It was like midnight. It was like 80 degrees and the beer was flowing.
Yeah, it's
You know what
nice.
I mean?
Oh,
Yeah,
hot summer nights, man.
Sounds like a good time. And
By
what
the way,
else?
I continue to hold this up to the camera. I want everybody to see.
Murph has been really good about that this week.
Well, Triple E wants to. I want everybody to see the absurdity of Triple E writing Triple E birthday month at the top of every one.
Well, and plus you get the added bonus of blank you Tony graphic right there on the guest list. You can see,
Where do you see that?
Well, Triple E did his face. It's on the. Do you not have this thing?
Hang on.
One of these? You got that guy with Tony?
Well, that's on the big hit.
Oh, that's the big hit.
That's
My
the
bad.
big hit.
My bad.
I can do that.
Tony's on the big hit.
This is the guest list. This is the guest list. The guest list has pictures of George Contos and Fred Warner juggling.
I like his decorations.
What about the Triple E birthday month thing with the San Diego City Connect colors?
You got to expect that from him. That's just going to be.
How about his mom writing in to defend him? She goes, a birthday's a big deal. You get a month.
No, you don't.
Really?
You get one day.
You're born in one day, though.
I've heard the argument that you technically only have one birthday. It's the day you were born.
How about you get like a
True
birth
story.
minute? How about just the minute
That's
you were
it.
born?
How about a birth mention? We'll shout you out and move on.
Yeah. Or as I would say to Triple E, quoting the great DJ Rob B, let's just get this month over with.
Let's get this birthday month over with.
I asked him, I said, how profoundly depressed are you on September 1st? Because your month is over.
Right.
Well, here's the thing. Like, his birthday is like in the front half of this month. So what does he do on the second
18th.
half?
It's the 18th.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
That's a lot of birthday month
So we got
days.
15 more days of this?
That's a lot.
Yeah, that's
He's
a lot
asking
of days.
a lot.
Jeez, man. God.
He's asking a lot.
In
Anyway.
case anybody forgot, it's on the guest list this morning.
Thanks, man.
So is Sean Estes at 7:35. The lefty
Love
talking
Estes.
Giants
Me too.
bullpen games, talking Scott
Seen
Alexander
him last
this
night on
morning.
TV.
Yeah,
then
he's solid.
Then we'll hop into our big hit 8 a.m. and our cooler of content, of course, in the Power Hour. Then 9:15, we'll talk 49er football. Yesterday, an off day down in Levi Stadium, but football's back in our life tonight, boys. Hall of Fame game. Aaron Rodgers, the New York Jets taking on the Cleveland Browns.
Rodgers isn't playing.
They're not
apparently.
playing, but it's the Jets versus
I know
Browns.
it is, but no. Just FYI, no Rodgers, no Deshaun Watson. In case you're betting on this one,
Marcus is betting. I heard him talking odds on the way in.
Two things. One, that means you're going to see a tweet in the next couple of days or an X in the next couple of days that this is the last weekend without football in your life until late February.
I'm going to applaud that. I'm looking forward to it.
This is the last weekend, this coming weekend. Because next weekend it starts and it doesn't stop, baby.
I still feel like we have some 49er stardust on us from the Tuesday.
Speaking of which, that's what I wanted to do. I know we have contest at 6:50. I feel like we underutilized the Brock Purdy interview. It's cropping up on my Yahoo homepage all over the place. They're giving Murph and Mac love. I do like that. But he said so many interesting things that we didn't have a chance to follow up on because we went right into Kipe and then Talanoa Hufanga and then Fred Warner and all that stuff. So can we dig into the Purdy stuff on the other side? We'll dig into the Purdy stuff on the other side. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see your Giants take on the Tampa Bay Rays Monday, August 14th. First pitch, 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Mac continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, I mean, Brock's just so detailed and committed in everything he does. So he didn't miss one day. I mean, every rep that he takes to get better in his health. I mean, he's just deliberate in everything he does. How committed he was to doing that, to being here, to going down to Florida, to being in Arizona. Brock, if he was going to have a setback and something went wrong, was the only way we felt he wasn't going to be ahead of schedule by what he does.
All right, there's Kyle Shanahan talking about Brock Purdy. Now, this is a deep pull by Waterboy here, Marcus Boucher, Chico de Agua, because Brock Purdy, in our very enjoyable interview with him, in which he clearly he wanted to talk. He wanted to share his personality with the Bay Area. I thought that was cool. And one of the things, Paulie, with a great question, said, hey, man, what are you listening to? What's on the playlist? And he revealed to us that eventually country is number one for him, which doesn't surprise you. You know, he's kind of got that country vibe, doesn't he? and the Chris Stapleton George Strait concert that's going around. That's like the equivalent of like Prince opening for the Stones in the country world. But he mentioned some old school R&B or old school 90s stuff. Waterboy picked up on, Marcus, what is
this? Right here is Zapp and Roger, Computer Love. And you're right, my ears lit up because this is a song that I've had on my iPod since high school. I'm down with some Zapp and Rogers, and so is Brock Purdy.
Can you give me a year?
Oh, I'd have to look into it. This is like...
Sounds 80s,
I
late 80s.
consider myself an R&B head. This is a little out of my realm.
I'm going to say late 80s.
1986.
Yeah, you can tell by the production. It's got that 80s signature kind of...
cameo
the
sound.
gloss, the slick thing. And by the way, when you're talking about Computer Love, a concept I'm familiar with. Yeah, just throwing it out there.
Well, Zapp and Roger were ahead of their times, dude. They were like Sinead O'Connor.
Yeah.
We were just discussing off the air. I've been telling Paulie I'm still reading a lot about Sinead. Anyway, we'll talk about that later. Let's get into Brock Purdy. Because I thought the interview was just fantastic. First of all, we couldn't get over disarmingly youthful-looking lad when he walked in. I mean, he is... about as clean cut and first of all, he's a good looking dude, handsome guy,
very humble guy too.
That's the pecan theory on quarterbacks have to be handsome to be successful. Well,
you know what? I think it was more than that. I think pecan. It started with quarterbacks, and then he was like, if you really think about it, he goes, all of the greatest leaders are handsome.
It's a true story.
And it's actually Pat Riley. Like you start looking around and thinking about it.
I think of a couple throughout history that were not.
Murph, I'm going to get, like I said, good looking leaders. You got to talk about Bruce Bochy. You know what I mean? With that walk out to the mound where his elbows are swinging.
Well, that's what Gabe's working right now. Is the good looking leader?
His walk to the mound is a phenomenon unto itself. I mean, with the long strides, and then when he points to the bullpen, he's showing off like that big gold watch he's wearing. Like he's got bling on. It's like he's on the runway, dude. When he's walking the catwalk.
By the way, I cannot get over the victory we achieved by getting him back inside for these post games. Because now you're getting him on the couch with the arms.
Let me spread my pterodactyl arms out. I know he's got his wings out.
Anyway, back to Purdy. So he was young, he was clean, he looked like he had just gotten out of the shower. Everything was, he just brushed he had just flossed his teeth, didn't it, Paulie? I mean, he looked fresh. Waterboy was blown away by his fit, his light brown hoodie and the backwards cap and the shorts and the clean white sneakers and the whole deal.
And the tan on top of it. Brock Purdy's been hitting some beaches over the summer.
Waterboy's going to go Costanza, Dan Cortez, mimicking Purdy's look.
Step off Marcus? Yeah. What do you mean step off Marcus?
Well, anyway, we wanted to get some of the sound out there.
Okay.
And just the intro parts where we were talking about the arm. I mean, this is obviously the story. Can the guy's arm make it through the season? Can it make it through training camp? So how you feeling, Brock? Can you report to everybody after having thrown now in practice how you feel?
Yeah, arm still feels great. We did like 3 weeks ago, we started building up to this, doing 2 days of throwing, a day off, 2 days of throwing. So I've been actually doing this plan for a couple weeks now, and so it feels normal, feels fresh when I go out to practice and ready to go.
Okay, normal and fresh. By the way, can I riff, Paulie?
Yes, please.
Given what's going on down at 3rd and King and the debate over who should start, he's saying his arm feels great. Brock Purdy's going 2-on-1. Can we give Brock Purdy a start down in San Francisco?
Why not? Why not?
Can we Webb Cobb Purdy?
I know. When you said it, though, you were like earlier, can I get a Lincecum Kane, a Bumgarner, maybe throw in a Vogel song?
Yeah.
Those are that adds to the great excitement of the postseason, too, when you got one guy just junkyard dogging it out there. Like Vogel song against the Cardinals, one of my favorite Giant games of all time. That game 6, and I just feel like...
Don't forget his game in Cincinnati when they're down 0-2.
Bogey, man.
He kept him alive.
Bogey for life.
Anyway, back to Purdy. About the offense. And, Kittle revealing that it's taken him almost like 3-4 years to fully grasp the offense, and McCaffrey saying he can finally get into the binder.
Yeah.
Same with Brock Purdy. Mm-hmm. This guy's got to learn everything.
A lot of work.
We talked about that.
100%. There's all this stuff that you can keep adding on to it and everything, and the more vets you have on the team and the experience that you have, then I feel like Kyle feels like he can trust us to keep adding more. So there's always studying and preparation that goes into that. So it's good.
Yeah, the mental part, and that's what that movie or that Netflix show Quarterback's all about. Speaking of mentals and guys who mastered mentals, happy 46th birthday to your boy Tom Brady.
Okay, 46, huh?
He's celebrating with that Russian model. You see that? Bradley Cooper's ex. See that story?
I heard Bradley Cooper checked in too. Yeah. Like he was like, "Hey, back off" or something. Like he's throwing social media threats.
How about when alpha A-listers going after Eastern European models? 808 KNBR.
What happens when you threaten a guy though, Murph? On social media rather than go face to face. Yo, what are you doing, man?
Weak.
You're threatening the guy online.
If you're her, who's the more appealing option, Cooper or Brady? Who's got more panache, cash? who can take you
I don't
more?
know about
Who can
cash.
take you on the yacht in the Mediterranean?
My choices are Brady and McConaughey?
No, Brady and Cooper.
Oh, Brady and Cooper? I mean, I'm going to go Cooper on that one.
Cooper's going to be a cooler dude?
I think so.
Okay.
I think Brady's...
I'm surprised. I thought you were going to say Brady.
No, because I remember when he went on the Stern Show with Lady Gaga, they were promoting Stars Born a few years ago.
Sings too, yeah.
He's like a super cool guy. Like, he's really low-key and chill.
Cooler than Brady.
I think so. Brady,
so you're going to have to redo the song and say, cooler than Bradley Cooper.
Totally.
And not as cool as Bradley
You know what
Cooper.
it is with Brady, too? Like, remember a couple of years ago when he transitioned from being a human, like, into a cyborg, and he started getting all skinny?
He's a driverless car now.
He totally put a cone over Tom Brady. Watch him melt down. Oh, yeah. Well, anyway, the bad cat's out of the bag. Whoops. But apparently a lot of our listeners knew that already.
Anyway, go on. He's saying about he went on
No, I'm just saying, once he became a cyborg, I feel like I don't know, his whole thing kind of changed for me. It's like this physicality anyway.
Did you see the pictures of him and her like stroking each other's face?
Good-looking couple. What are you going to say? Yeah.
I mean, she gets the call from Brady. She answers it.
Well, don't forget, though, Giselle was out here like a day after they announced like their separation. She's like, yeah, I'm hooking up on my yoga teacher. I don't know what you guys are up to. Like immediately she was throwing like all this stuff out there. Brady was laying in the weeds. He's like, I'm going to pick myself out of
Boston
supermodel.
radio guy was saying he was concerned for Giselle's mentals with seeing Brady out with Kardashian and this Eastern European model. Excuse me.
Hey, if I'm Tom Brady, you know what I'm saying? I'm going, hey, this is the way you wanted it.
Right, exactly.
This is what you wanted. Now I got to go date Now I got to go date some people.
One more about Purdy, about how arduous it was to have that surgery and not know that he'd been gifted this incredible moment in his life, in his young life. He's the quarterback of the 49ers out of nowhere. And now he has to deal with this mental surgery hurdle. And this is what he said.
I mean, it's part of the game. Things like that happen. It's not always going to be perfect. And obviously we had our sights and everything set on the Super Bowl, and then boom, one play, it happens. And so for myself, it's like, man, I really do believe and I have faith in God that, everything happens for a reason and he works in all things. So for me, it's like, how can I find joy with this? Talking to people, having more time with my family in the off season. So I took a lot of little things away like that. But also remember that, man, it's going to work out how it needs to. I'm going to do everything I can right now today to obviously get my arm better, and just, have some joy of what the future holds. Not just, hey, man, this thing happened, I'm going to stay in the past and dwell on it. For me, it happened, and you got to move on. So I'm honestly excited. And the rehab process, it helps you. It makes you grow, man. Like, there's some dog days where you wake up and you're like, dude, I can't move my arm right now. I got to extend it. And I was thankful for the little victories, man, being able to touch my shoulder and all those kinds of things. So it's a grind, man. You got to look back on it and sort of be thankful for when you get through it and be like, man, I made it through that, and it makes you tougher. It makes you stronger mentally, physically, spiritually, everything.
Listen to this kid. What is he, 23? I might go to him for advice.
Yeah, he's got a lot of perspective for a young guy. He really does. And think about what he's been through in the last calendar year. I mean, this guy's gone from being a total obscure...
Thinking he wasn't going to get drafted.
Right. And maybe never even take meaningful snaps in the pros. I mean, he might have
Remember he said I wanted to make the team. I tried to make the team.
And I totally get that. That's like, hey, man, I made it into the NFL. Yeah, it was the third stringer. All of a sudden now, like, the whole country's watching this guy. So the fact that he's handled it so well it speaks to him and his family and how I'm sure he was raised.
To the Tommy John, he's talking about the rehab. And we don't talk, like, when a guy gets a surgery like that, we just put him on the shelf and we go on talking about the next thing. Hey, what are the Warriors doing? Hey, what's Steph doing? What's Gabe Kapler doing?
They say rehabbing
There's
is
some
like
guy in a corner in having an existential crisis.
They say it's like a hellish experience, too. Like, remember when Clay was rehabbing for like 2 years? He said there's some days they're so depressing.
Yeah.
When you can't do the things like your body could do prior to the injury. I mean, it's a long process.
And Murph's absolutely right. There's a lot of people who just go, oh, this guy's got Tommy John surgery. He's going to come back throwing harder next year. No big deal. But people don't realize, like, the dark place that these guys go into. Brock Purdy, you heard him talk about how it was a success just to touch his shoulder.
Yeah.
Like, I remember going to physical therapy every single day, and they would just yank on my arm to try to straighten it out just so you can get a full range of motion. Yeah. I remember walking in and them telling me, yeah, you got to try to lift this 5-pound dumbbell. And like me as a college athlete, I was like, a 5-pound dumbbell, that's it. But you had to relearn the entire process. I talked about how last week I basically became ambidextrous because I had to do everything left-handed, whether it was cut a steak, go to the bathroom,
computer
drive a
love.
car.
Once again,
exactly.
Like you're working computer, you go lefty.
But those are the things that people don't think about, like your everyday life going through the next 2, 3, up to 6 months without being able to use one of your limbs. That's your moneymaker that got you to the NFL.
Yeah, and now he doesn't. Yeah, he's got Sam Darnold signing. He's got Trey Lance going, working on his mechanics. These guys are coming for his job. But he talked about like finding the joy in it all. Truly, a long way of saying next pitch. right?
Yeah,
Next pitch.
a longer version.
Yeah. All right. Well, listen, that was just a little taste of Purdy. We have more of that coming up later in the show. Paulie, shout out Herb Alpert and the Tijuana Brass, A Taste of Honey.
Murph, you beat me to it, but that's a great pull right there. Well done. Well done. Yeah.
Covered by the Beatles, by the way.
Nice.
Yeah, how
nice.
about that? An odd cover by the Beatles. Hey, Giants baseball. They won last night.
Yeah, nice win.
They got 60. They're 60-49. What's going on? I told you playoff fever, buddy, in the Jock blog, right? Although I did say I came up with a new nickname for Farhan yesterday. I said I expected more from the McCovey Cove Mensa. That's what I came out last weekend. I don't know. I just thought, dude, sometimes in your Jock blog,
you throw it out there, you see what happens. Right. Right, I know.
I was trying to come up with Gabe, too. I said credit to Gabe, the Instagram influencer.
Very good.
Pressing the right button.
Very good.
Yeah. So anyway, these are new nicknames we're throwing out there. But the point is that he didn't do anything, and they're 2-0 since then.
Well, Murph was saying back in June, he was like, I think I'm already looking at the standings. And we're like, no, don't do that. Now it's August, and he's over here going, yeah, they got 60 wins. What are they, 2.5 back now, the Dodgers?
Yeah, but
2.5,
also firmly
man.
in control of the wild card.
Yeah.
2 up on the wild card now. And that gets you in, buddy.
That's why they're telling you they're doing it with a 2-man rotation. Don't question it.
That's it, man.
Yeah.
Webb and Cobb and anyone's job. Webb, Cobb, and Purdy. All right, George Contos is next, talking Giants baseball on the Sports Leader.
It makes you tougher. It makes you stronger mentally, physically, spiritually, everything.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. KNBR heads, fill your feed by following the sports leader on Facebook. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Here's another 1-2. McCarthy, ground ball towards second, over to backhanded Diaz. He's got it. He'll flip to second with Crawford covering for the force out on Gurriel, and that retires the side. 7 strong tonight for Logan Webb. It's a big ovation walking off the mound. He gave up 2 in the first and nothing after that.
Logan Webb, 7 innings. A starting pitcher. What's that? The Giants did it. They got the win, man. 60 wins now in the season. 60-49. They get a 4-2 win over Arizona. Another comeback win. They don't start fast. They score late.
They do.
2-0 since the trade deadline. Brandon Crawford hits a triple. J.D. Davis jumps on a first pitch again for a 2-run double. And we got to talk about it right now.
No, it's a great night out there.
George Contos is waiting.
Oh, George Contos, my bad. Bring him in.
Yeah.
I was about to start dropping excessive takes.
No. We need George's takes, not our takes. It's always great to have George. You see him, of course, on NBC Sports Bay Area. World Series champ with the Giants. And welcome back, George, to the Murph and Mac Show. How you doing, man?
I'm good, guys. Good morning. How are you guys doing?
Hey, George.
We're good. A couple days ago, we were like, what are they doing? They're not making a trade. And now they're 2-0 since then. So I guess I'll start by saying, what'd you think about not making a move? I mean, A.J. Pollock, but not a big move. Not making a big move.
I was a little surprised, to be honest. I thought that fortifying the rotation a little bit, getting another guy that can kind of step in behind Webby and Cobb would have been kind of top priority. It was a little bit surprising, but if they keep winning ball games the way that, our teams used to a decade ago with good pitching and timely hitting, that's kind of been the recipe for the championship teams that we had. And this team looks like it has a little bit of that. I mean, only the 3rd team in the National League to have 60 wins. They're playing good baseball right now, so it's hard to kind of really criticize when they're playing this well.
And it comes to that question, George, like I thought they were going to get an arm. I did. And so I guess we're at that point now. It's August 3rd, so they've played 109 games. So there's 53 left. And I guess the question is, in the next 53 games, can they get away with just 2 starters and 3 openers? The other part of that question is, would Kyle Harrison be somebody who joins it? What do you think about this rotation, this strategy with the rotation?
I haven't really been a huge fan of it from the beginning, and just because I think that when you get all these guys, these bullpen arms and these bullpen games with openers, and you have the guys in the bullpen to do it, with Minaya being able to go long and Junis being able to go long, and Walker and all these guys that can give you some length. I just think that when these games, not that every game isn't very important, but down the stretch, when these games start really becoming meaningful in the division in September, and you're trying to create separation, these guys have had a lot of innings and a lot of work and a lot of appearances. So my only concern would just be a little bit of a wearing out of some of those guys from some of the innings and appearances. But, I mean, it keeps working. So why change what's been working? I definitely am in your camp where I thought that an arm would have been something that we were to, go after. You had Verlander and Scherzer, guys like that available. And, we saw where they ended up. Boch is just fortifying his rotation like he always has in the past. So, that was kind of my thought process. But they've been playing really good baseball, and the guys at the time, Webby it seems like he makes it his mission every start to try and go 7 innings. It was his 100th career start. The guy's leading the league in innings, having a great season. So hopefully they need those guys to keep doing what they've been doing so this plan can continue to work.
I'm with you, man. I'm right there. I'm not a fan, and it's been weird, and yet it's working, and I'm worried, and yet it's working. And it's like every day. Like today, Scott Alexander goes, and we'll see how that goes. And we're talking to George Contos. I'm looking, George, at your baseball reference page, and I'm thinking, have you thought if you had been born just 10 years later that you would have been a starter? You'd been an opener? You didn't get one. You never got an opener spot, did you?
No, I never got an open. I think I've pitched in every other inning at the major league level other than the first. I think I've come in the second, and I've pitched in the 15th and everywhere in between, and I've gone as much as 1 out, and I've gone 5 innings. So I've done everything except pitch that first inning at the big league level.
Yeah.
Do you think how you would have felt to be a part of this, to put yourself on the 2023 Giants and you are an opener?
You're trotting out there, man. Yeah.
How would that change you at all, do you think?
And your preparation, all that stuff.
Well, it's funny. Before I had my elbow surgery, I was a starter for the majority of my career. And as I was about to make my first rehab start with the Yankees coming back from TJ, they pulled me inside and they're like, hey, look, with your fastball slider combination, we think you can help at the major league level by being a reliever. So I started building back up in 2-inning stints. But ever since then, there'd be days where I would be, a long guy. There'd be days where I'd come in and, get one out. Then there were times where I'm going, 3-4 days in a row. So I think having that experience of being a starter, I think my mentality would have been the same. It wouldn't have really altered much other than me having a lot of extra time after my day was done in the first or second inning. But it was just interesting. I think that I was prepared to do whatever. Just being in the bullpens that I was in, I was kind of that guy that floated around and did everything on our teams in 12 through 17. When I got there, I was coming in the fourth after Kaner or Bum and taking it to the seventh and getting the ball to Sergio, Javi, Jeremy, and Santiago. So I've kind of done all of it. There was no role, I think, that would have kind of thrown a wrench in my preparation. I mean, I was going out there, I would take 10 throws to get ready, and then it didn't really matter what the situation was. I was ready to go in the game.
By the way, it's quick digression here. You just talked about 10 throws to get ready. Were those stories true about Lincecum? Just he was the lightest warm-up guy you ever saw? I think Righetti used to tell those stories.
Rags would lose his mind. There would be times where back then the game started at 7:15.
Yeah.
And Timmy would be in a cutoff shirt and eating candy, sitting in his locker playing cards at like 6:53. And Rags would be like, Timmy, what is going on? And he'd throw his uniform on. He'd go out. He'd play catch at 60 feet, throw 6 fastballs off the mound, hand the ball back to Rags, and be like, I'm good.
Yeah, no, I'm ready. I'm ready.
And I think throughout the first inning, I think Rags just would have anxiety and panic attacks, being like, I don't know if this guy's warmed up or not. But Timmy obviously always made it entertaining, and he was really, really nasty for a really long time.
Hey, one more Timmy question, George. As the years went on, I'm trying to remember now, thinking about all the weird stuff that Timmy used to do, like you're talking about. I remember he was resistant to icing his arm too after games, he wouldn't ice it. Did that ever change? Did he start icing towards the end? I'm trying to remember.
No, Timmy never did.
He never did.
I was an ice guy for a lot of my career, and then I stopped icing. And I had a pitching coach when I was younger who would tell me after pitching lessons or when you pitch, get in the shower, take a hot shower, and let the heat flush everything out. And I never really took consideration to that, but finally it was maybe 2014 or 15 or something. I came out of a game and I did my arm exercises and stuff, and I just didn't ice. And then the next day I came in and played catch, and I felt really good. And so I started just asking questions to, Tony Reale and Dave Greshner and the guys that are in the training room. I was like, I feel really good. And they're just like, dude, do whatever makes you feel better. So I stopped icing then and there, and I just felt that it allowed me to loosen up and get all of the kind of inflammation out a lot sooner by not icing as opposed to icing and kind of locking it in. So it's all a personal preference, but I turned into being a non-icer after I kind of had that experience.
The Timmy Revolution. You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station. Paulie and I should probably ice after the show.
I should ice during the show.
Okay, the other guy we wanted to ask you about is last night's hero. He tripled. He passed Brandon Belt, his dear buddy, for the most triples in Oracle Park history. He's only one behind Willie McCovey for second in San Francisco Giants history. He also recently, just this week, passed Matt Williams on the San Francisco Giants all-time RBI list. Now he trails only Mays, McCovey, and Cepeda. I mean, this is just incredible accolades for your buddy Brandon Crawford. And I wonder, George, he's had these knee issues this year that have put him on the IL a couple times, and now here he is in August of his 36-year-old year. Hits a huge homer on Monday or Tuesday, hits a huge triple on Wednesday, makes a great play in the first inning yesterday. What are you thinking when you watch your old teammate Brandon Crawford play baseball at this stage in his career?
Well, I think it's, fantastic. Brandon, you've been around Brandon for a long time. And first of all, to have the longevity that he's had and to only play one position for his entire career for one team and having it be San Francisco is really, really special. But Brandon's just a baseball player, and I've said this my entire career, from being a teammate with him to going through all the fantastic times that we did together for all those years, and now watching it from the other side. The guy's just a pro. He comes in every day ready to play baseball, and he's not going to complain. He's not going to, create any kind of negativity. He's just there to show up, to be a good teammate, and to play baseball because he loves playing. He loves patrolling shortstop. So to see him kind of have the success that he's had and the longevity, like you mentioned, he's the biggest shortstop at the major league level in his 36-year-old season. And the fact that he's been able to just kind of need a little bit of a getting off his feet on a few IL stints, dealing with that knee issue, I mean, those are things that happen. But for him to kind of have put together the career that he's had, and I've still been saying this even this year, the baseball field is better when Brandon Crawford is playing shortstop. He solidifies the defense on the infield and on the outfield when he's playing shortstop. And the bat's been kind of come and go. It's been a little hot and cold with kind of the IL stints and coming back and maybe him not feeling as comfortable from time to time. But he still has one of those swings where when he's running right, he lets the ball travel deep. He's got pop to left field. He's still a really complete baseball player, and it's been great to see him out there for all this time.
Yeah, it has.
It's so much fun. And the other stat is like that stat that I think analytics people don't put much stock in. That's like clutch. Like he's better in big situations, right?
Yeah, as soon as you said that, the first thing I think about is his grand slam in Pittsburgh in 2004. But I mean, the guy he just has a knack for staying in the moment, not letting the moment get too big for him. The guys who come to mind when I think of that on our teams have been Bum, Craw, and Buster, just guys who have been able to stay in the moment and just execute under the brightest of lights and then the biggest of stages.
Wow. That's really cool. I like that description. Very good. Hey, George, before we let you go, we got to see the other guy, and I know you didn't play with him, but this guy right now, they're rolling out stats like since June 1st, the top 2 OPS guys in baseball are Shohei Ohtani and Wilmer Flores.
That's my guy.
He now is, in an old-fashioned stat, batting average, he's now over 300 with his 3 knocks last night.
Smoking hot.
I mean, I guess the question would be, like, how do you play? Because, like, they'll put him on the bench.
I hate that, too.
But
I want him out
Gabe said
there.
last night after the game, I'm comfortable with him on the bench because he's such a weapon. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if you've gotten a chance to know Wilmer at all, but what you see and how the Giants should use him down the stretch.
Well, I've had some conversations with Wilmer, but we played against each other quite a bit. When I pitched against him, he's always been a really good guy to face 60 feet, 6 inches away. But, in the last couple of years, it always seems like Wilmer's always in the middle of these big moments. And before, you'd see him hit a homer or go 3 for 4 with a couple doubles and a homer, and then you look down and he was hitting 265, and you're like, how is this guy not hitting higher than this? Because it seems like every time something good happens, he's right in the middle of it. He's making big plays in big situations. And now, this year, it's very Brandon Belt-like what he's doing right now, where he's just the hottest player on the planet. And I'm with you guys. I would love to see him in the lineup every single day and ride this hot bat until it either subsides or until you continue to pull away and catch the Dodgers, because he's that guy that can change the outcome of a game every time he steps in the batter's box right now. And he's such an important piece of this team. He's a leader in the clubhouse. He's a guy who is a Latin player who can bring everybody together. I mean, this team has that kind of camaraderie and chemistry that our teams did, back a decade ago, in that it seems like everyone really likes each other and gets along well together. And you can't really say that for every single team at the major league level. Some teams that I've been on, you have little pockets of guys and clusters who hang out together. This team, because of guys like Brandon Crawford and Logan Webb's emergence as a leader, and Wilmer Flores, and a lot of the guys that they have in that clubhouse seem like they're one big unit. And that is really, really important when you talk about team chemistry and how important that stat is. That really is immeasurable, but means so much.
Yeah, guys like J.D. Davis kind of fit that mold too, and just like just likable dudes.
Yeah,
and
it's a good group.
Last one for you, now, George. We'll let you go. George Contos joins us here on the UMA guest line, and that is Patrick Bailey. I mean, I know we've been talking about him since he debuted in May, but Tuesday night he ended the game on a back pick at first from his knees. He continues to dazzle everybody. Now the bat has cooled off a little bit, but as you continue to watch him, he's framed more strikes, I think, than any catcher in the bigs this year. As you watch him as an old pitcher, what are you seeing as he continues to show up on the screen every night?
Well, his maturity level for such a young player at the major league level is just off the charts. He handles himself and the pitchers that come into game really, really well. I think he instills confidence in every guy standing on the mound 60 feet from him that, A, he's going to be able to make balls look like strikes, because we've seen it. And the reason why he does that so well is because whenever you watch him and he's got that breaking ball stance where he's a little bit wider, he starts the glove low and then he brings it high. Whenever you bring the glove down and then back up, the umpire sees that and he's automatically going to call it a ball because he sees the glove go down. What Bailey does well is he catches the ball coming up. So he makes those low pitches look like they actually caught the bottom of the zone, which is really, really hard to do. It is a very, very unique skill and talent that not everybody has, obviously, but he's just so good back there. He's a switch hitting catcher. He's handled himself very, very well with the bat. And he's just going through that kind of, peaks and valleys of the league learning you and then you learning the league. So the at-bats have still been competitive. Obviously, he's cooled off a little bit. But for me, it's just what he brings to the table behind the plate and controlling a staff is so much more important right now than a few, 20 points dropped in batting average. He's still going to go up there and not be overmatched at the plate. The hits haven't been falling as much as they were. But behind the plate for me is much more important right now.
Boy, poor Joey Bart, huh, George? He's just sitting down there. He was the number 2 pick in the draft. I think this guy just took his job, right?
Hey, you know what? This is the game, right? We say it all the time. There's always somebody who wants to come and take your job, and the accolades of being whatever pick you were or having whatever success you had last year, all that stuff kind of goes out the window. It's what have you done for me now? And lately, Patrick Bailey has come up and done a very, very good job. And I by no means think that Joey Bart's major league career or career with the Giants is over. I think that the guy has a lot of talent and he does have a really good tools that are major league tools. But I don't see how you can put anybody besides Patrick Bailey behind home plate right now.
It's going to be really interesting to see what happens with him. All right, good wide-ranging conversation. We appreciate it. Hey, when are we going to get you back on the TV? When are you back in town?
I have the Rays and Braves series.
Ooh, so, wow. Those will be juicy.
Another week now. Yeah, I got the big guys.
Yeah,
okay,
you get to see some varsity games for sure. All right, George, we appreciate the hit.
Always
Thanks for
good,
coming on
George.
Murph & Mac, man.
Thanks, bro.
Thanks for having me, guys. Talk to you soon.
Yeah, that was enjoyable in a number of ways. The Crawford memories. I love what he said, that the only guys he's seen who can stay in the moment like that were Buster and Bum and Crawford. That's what,
what's interesting too is you look at those.
That's that thing you can't coach, baby.
No, that's that intangible, that X factor. And look at the personality types of all three of those guys. They're all they avoid the spotlight. They're all low key. They're all totally centered and within themselves. Isn't that interesting too? They're not the Deion Sanders types.
Who Reggie Jackson. I'm just thinking who's a loudmouth who performs well in big moments?
Deion, Reggie. There's plenty of guys that do, but that's an interesting trio you mentioned because all three of those guys are totally low key.
Baseball is that sport.
Yeah,
you can't. It's not a hype sport.
Give me
you can't
guys
run through a wall in baseball.
Biggest trash talkers in baseball. You don't get a lot of trash.
We had the great Niger Morgan, who was a former Tam High kid who came on our show, cussed out somebody, and we had to drop him. And remember, he got upset with us for dropping him.
Yes, man.
But Niger, we can't do the swear words, man. He's like, then I'm out.
Yeah, then I got to go. Yeah, that's right. Forgot about Niger Morgan. That's incredible. I asked, you answered.
There's one.
Yeah.
Shout out Tam High, too.
Yeah.
All right.
Although Marcus Boucher probably in his day talked some mess, I bet.
Yeah, you did.
The
problem is you were talking to your Little League coach who happened to be your dad.
That's the big thing, Murph. That's the thing to remember.
And then it was right back to your parole officer.
But it's true, Waterboy. The best baseball players are the most stoic, right?
Well, especially in baseball, too, it's a game of failure. Yeah. How many times do we bring up the stat, if you succeed 3 out of 10 times, if you fail 7 times, you're a Hall of Famer. And that's why people for the longest time had a problem with guys doing bat flips and celebrating home runs because the game is so humbling.
It'll humble you, yeah.
7 other times they're going to strike out.
Yeah. It's all interesting. All right. Enjoy George. Hey, more of that with Sean Estes coming up. But I'm on this Brock Purdy kick. Well, I wanted to revisit the interview from a couple days ago, and I know yesterday was trade deadline day. But we have more of that stuff coming up for you, and we can reflect on some of the cool stuff.
I like to reflect.
Brock Purdy had to say it. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
You, Tony!
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT.
San Francisco, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Francisco's sports leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
He seems like Brock. Brock is got a rock-solid mental. He's doesn't get flustered very easy. So he took the whole process like a champ. Nobody could tell if he was going through anything. We couldn't tell. I couldn't tell personally.
There is Trent Williams. You got to recognize your Niner voices talking about Brock Purdy as the 49ers had an off day yesterday, but we got to thank Niner football because a week from Saturday, baby, they're playing in Vegas, and the NFL is back in your life tonight.
Yeah.
Tonight.
Hall of Fame game. Sands, Rodgers,
How much will Paulie Mack catch? There's no Giants game on.
Oh, that's right.
Day game today, 12:45.
Maybe
Alexander.
a few snaps, dude. I'm not going to spend too much time over there. No Rodgers, no Watson, maybe no Dice on that.
Any fantasy scouting, Waterboy, for maybe that third wide receiver?
I'll be tuned in. I'm going to watch at least the first half of football tonight. At least.
How about you? Same question, Murph. How about you?
I think given that the status of my 15-year-old kid who's achieved just peak sports lunacy, it'll have to be on.
How old is he right now?
15.
Yeah, that's the sweet spot.
Out of his mind.
That's the sweet spot.
Takes everywhere, the whole deal.
GMing his way through another day.
Yeah,
they make deals all the time.
The whole deal. By the way, just want to check in real quick before we get to Purdy, and I want to. 510 says, "Hey, I'm a new fan," which is great.
Hey,
Thank you. Welcome. He
Love
says, "So I need to know what's the story behind blank you, Tony." And so thank you for asking, 510. So in 2021, Brandon Crawford was having this incredible year. And for some reason, our great friend, our soul brother, Creative Tony, who's won an Irving G. Thalberg Lifetime Achievement Award.
Some people would say he has more soul than the band U2. Murph and I riffing on U2 during the break.
By the way, I just changed Paulie's life. I showed him Sinead O'Connor singing The Foggy Dew with the Chieftains. I swear to God, I was freaking crying in here. I really was.
See, somewhere in your DNA, there's a singer in there that's going to come out.
Did you see her?
Did you see her? No, I know, man. I know.
You want to tell me about you? I mean, you know what I mean?
She's a gifted singer. She's really gifted. And you see how effortless it is? See, with me, everything I do is like, I got to strain. She just like flows
that
out.
Song, too, is about the 1916 Easter Rebellion. It means everything to the Irish, and she just poured it out like soulful butter.
And I was like, Murph, how would U2's version of this be? Murph goes, they don't even know the track. That's what he said. He goes, they don't even know the track.
That was my riff. I was proud of that line.
Yeah.
That's an inside Ireland humor there. Anyway, so Tony is part of the very successful Paulie's podcast.
We're going to cut one today, yeah.
And for some reason, for lack of a better word, he's got it out for Brandon Crawford.
He had a problem with him almost, and he kept saying this.
He said he's over. Oh, you know when it all started?
I remember when
it started when Crawford hit his 100th career homer, and we all said, "Hey, that we propped him up on the show," and he's like, "Oh, great." Congratulations.
That's right. That was like ground
what
zero.
What do you mean? He's like, guy's an underachiever. He's an out. He's an automatic out. He's a soggy bat. He's weak. We're like, what are you doing? Are you talking smack about Brandon Crawford? He's like, yeah, they need a more productive shortstop. We're like, dude,
you wouldn't back down.
Then in 2021, Crawford took off.
Well, that was the MVP votes here.
Every time Crawford did something, we were like, take that, Tony. And then some listener said, it was at the same time there was a viral video thing of that animal.
The two dogs.
The two dogs
yelling
meeting
at each other
going, hey, what's your name? Yeah. What's your name? Tony. What's your name? Tony. And then the dog inexplicably yells, blank you, Tony! You, Tony! And we decided to adopt that as our slogan.
That's like our rally cry for
to
Crawford.
To come at Tony every time Crawford does it. So Crawford homered on Tuesday night. You, Tony!
Totally.
Crawford made this great play on Corbin Carroll in the first inning last night. You, Tony! And then Crawford tripled in a critical moment in the game last night. So there it is.
Well, like Murph said,
There's your
too,
story, 5-1.
Brandon Crawford is a big moment hitter, too. He'll come through in those big moments. Now, Murph, the other thing is I used to text Tony when Crawford would do something great that year when he got the MVP votes. And I'd be like, dude, how could you be hating on this? You see, the RBI double Crawford just hit, and this is what Tony would keep saying. He would go, "Oh, it's just a power surge."
That's what he said.
He's having a power surge. That was like his phrase. He used that all year, a power surge. Yeah.
Unbelievable. By the way, I probably am going to see this. I'm playing in the Mike Crawford ALS golf tournament tomorrow at Presidio.
Will you play as well as Marcus did?
I think. Oh, no.
I don't think you will.
I played my whole life. I'm not good.
Based on what I'm hearing about this kid, he grabbed a spare set of clubs and shot it.
I don't have the mentals or the physicals to succeed at golf, particularly the mentals. Anyway, I think Crawford's going to be out there.
Nice.
Go ahead and hang with him.
Yeah, man.
Because they have an off day tomorrow.
If that's okay with Creative Tony.
So anyway, back to Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
We teased it, and we really enjoyed our conversation with him. And I really felt like he doesn't do a lot of media, so he saw it as his chance to kind of share himself with the Bay Area. Because he doesn't do a lot. He does those scheduled hits where every reporter's throwing a different question at him, and they can never have a conversation. So when they come on the radio, we can have a conversation.
He strikes me as the kind of guy who's probably would rather avoid those scenarios if possible. No, with us it was great. I mean, like a room full of reporters when he's looking around like that.
He's cool. I think he's cool with it.
Yeah.
And so anyway, one of the questions was, think back to your life 1 year ago, and your life 1 year later. How much has changed?
I was getting a couple reps at the end of each period, so not much. And so for myself, it was like, hey, I'm trying to learn the playbook, I'm trying to compete, and I'm trying to make the team, you know? And so that's where my mind was at. And I thought I did well last year, but I didn't really grasp the offense. Obviously, it took, I think a year. Even when I was playing, I'm still learning and developing. And so just from last year till now, it's like just a huge jump in terms of knowing the playbook and where my answers are, where I got to go with the ball and stuff like that. So I'm still learning and growing. I got to, get back, knock off all that rust too, being back now. But mentally, feel like I'm in a great spot.
I mean, if this guy's going to be their guy for the next, 5 to 10 years? I mean, he's going to get better every year, right?
Totally. I would hope so. I would think so, yeah.
Are you ready for him to be your guy for the next 5 to 10 years?
Absolutely. Stay healthy, keep winning ball games, man. Yeah, because I expect him to actually progress and get better this year, too. I mean, we got a very small sample size. You kind of mentioned that yesterday. The 5 games in the regular season and the 2 playoff wins before the Philly game. The guy, listen, what I like about him is he's not mistake prone. Like, he stays, within his own limitations. Like, he doesn't force the ball. Like, Jimmy G, he would throw a couple of errant passes a game. Like, one would be,
get ready, Waterboy.
Yeah.
Get ready.
Oh, you're going to be, yeah.
Anyway.
But with Brock Purdy, you didn't get as much of that. So I like his decision-making.
We talked about that processing, and that's another cut Triple E we should get for later in the show is the one on processing information.
Yeah.
Where he took that test. Look at I just said something to Triple E. He's just looking at his phone.
No, he's posting something.
What's he doing right there?
I don't know.
Anyway, the big thing was there's a story in The Athletic about these 2 trainers he worked with, Dr. Tom Gormley and Will Hewlett, and he's these biomechanic, whatever the hell you want to call it, the skeletons with the different colors on the bones.
Yeah, that thing gave me the creeps.
And the slow motion and all that.
It was like Arnold Schwarzenegger Running Man or something, like the skeletal.
He's saying these guys changed his career. Check it out.
Yeah, I mean, just after I'd say college, I went down to Florida, Jacksonville, and started training with them. And they just broke down my mechanics, and they understand how to throw and using your hips and your shoulder separation, everything to get the most out of your throw and the velocity. So I feel like they gave me a base last year going into the NFL, and honestly, it helped me with my game, man. From my last game in college to how I was throwing going into the preseason last year, it was it was a night and day difference. And so went back with those guys this offseason. Once I was able to throw, my arm was getting better and stuff, and they just helped me clean up mechanics, being efficient. And, obviously I've taken that and applied it to my day-to-day stuff here, and I'm continuing to just grow in my mechanics and efficiency. But those guys, all of the credit to them, man. They've helped me grow.
Yeah, so remember there was a point last year, everybody asked John Lynch, how'd this guy go from the 262nd pick to a starter in the playoffs? And he's like, he put in so much work to change his throwing mechanics. He got better. We talk about this with the Giants and everything, like Blake Sable or whatever. The guys develop, guys change.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's why I think Brock is actually going to get better. I think he'll take another step forward.
So, hey, can we jump down to the Brady one? Because remember, his first start, he came in the Miami game after Jimmy G broke his foot.
Glad you brought that up that day, because I was not thinking about that. But talk about a baptism into the NFL. Hey, kid, don't get thrown or anything, but Tom Brady's over there. It's like, what? That's his first start.
It was crazy. At the time, I wasn't trying to think, oh, my gosh, Tom Brady, I'm playing against him, this and that. It was more like, hey, man, I got to scheme up their defense, Tampa Bay's defense, Levante David, and all those guys. And so that's what I was focused on. But going into the offseason, going through rehab and all that stuff, and then being able to, sit on the couch with my family and then start talking and reflecting, I was like, man, that is crazy. That's the GOAT, man. And to be able to go in and I can really say, the rest of my life for my first start, I was able to, beat the Bucs and Tom Brady, man. It was crazy.
Incredible.
So, but very thankful for that. I don't, want to sit on that and be like, man, that was the highlight of my life or anything. But yeah, what a blessing.
And then the next week, he went to Seattle with the broken ribs. And I don't know, we can make time for that cut before Sean Estes, maybe.
That was somewhat of a revelation, too.
That was news. Yeah, that was news. That,
we never really knew that.
Here it was. So they won that game on a Sunday, and then they had to play at Seattle Thursday, and now he can tell this. Yeah,
I had a broken rib. I actually broke my rib, I think, like the second or third drive in that Tampa game. So that whole first half, man, I'm throwing, and I'm like, this isn't good. We're doing so well. My rib's broken. Still trying to make plays. And then, when you end the game, that's when it really starts hurting.
Yeah.
And so we had 4 days to get ready from that game till Thursday
4
night.
days?
Yeah.
That's not a lot of time.
Yeah.
So,
and then you get to the game, and you just got to tough it out. Obviously, they do everything they can in the training room to get you right. And then, we're playing Thursday night, so all the adrenaline and stuff kicked in, and I was like, I just gutted it out, and we made it happen. We won.
Murph, shout out playing football with a broken rib. I can't help but think about Steve Young in Green Bay in '96, the playoff game. One of my least favorite games of all time, 35-14.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Well, he had the broken rib. He couldn't go. How about Brock Purdy out there with a broken rib? And Murph, and it's not like in a week that thing got better. He was probably in a tremendous amount of pain the entire season, all the ball games he started.
Stan Tim says, can you finish this segment by playing a little musical tribute for Purdy then?
Oh, you guys want to do the sure we
got to
can.
go. We got Estes coming.
How much time do we have?
30 seconds.
All right, hold on. Let me
seconds?
give it to you real quick.
I want to Brock.
Come on.
I don't think he would know this, would he?
Maybe, because there's like an 80s renaissance going on. He might. Like this song's,
The kids behind the glass say he doesn't.
No, they don't. Okay. Do you guys? You guys know.
So I can see the red and gold, so let's go. Red and gold. So if you ask me why I like the way he slays it, there's only one thing I can say to you. I want to Brock. I want to Brock. I want to Brock.
John Lynch, backup vocals.
I want to Brock. I want to Brock.
By the way, in your absence, Murph, we were shouting out JJ French. Just a couple days ago, we were Tripoli and I were talking JJ French on your behalf. Yeah,
fantastic. All right, guys, there you go. Just a little. We didn't have a chance to reflect on Purdy since we talked to him on Tuesday because we went right into the Giants, which we're going to do right now. Sean Estes kicks off our tradition on Thursdays. Next on the Sports Leader.
I love it. I want a Brock.
Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see your Giants take on the Tampa Bay Rays Monday, August 14th. First pitch, 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
morning Bay Area.
Good morning. Good Lord.
Brace yourselves for KNBR's Power Surge. The sports leader welcomes you to Murph and Max Power Hour. On the mound, he broke hitters down.
And this one secures the shutout for Sean Estes.
And now on the mic, he breaks down the Giants. It's former All-Star lefty Sean Estes with Murph and Mac.
Sponsored by River Islands. Come home to River Islands in Lathrop and discover the San Joaquin River lifestyle with its lakes, parks, and schools. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. And by Dolan Law Firm, the best lawyers we hope you never need. DolanLawFirm.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
All right, you saw him on your TV last night. Now you hear him on your radio this morning. Sean Estes, our Thursday tradition. He's not diving into a lake in Michigan fighting off mosquitoes. He's back working.
Yeah.
Good morning, Sean. How are you, man?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, good morning, fellas.
Welcome back. Welcome back.
Thank you. Good to be back.
You dropped about 30 degrees walking outside in that San Francisco fog, huh?
Oh, it must feel good.
30. Probably about 50. That's good.
How about that? That's insane.
Well, that heat wave gripping the nation, they're talking like...
San Francisco was the only little oasis in the whole country that wasn't sweltering last weekend. I mean, it was like 90 and up everywhere except the Bay Area. Well, except the city proper.
Maybe even 100 and up.
Yeah, yeah. Good to be home, Sean.
No, yeah, right? No, it feels good. It feels good. Yeah. Love it.
All right, man. So you said it on TV the other night, and I agreed with you, and yet we're going to deal with it. Surprising, Farhan, the McCovey Cove Mensa. I thought he would do something, man, and he lives for this. He lives to take advantage of other teams and use his big brain and find little dudes that nobody else could find. And the only guy he found was A.J. Pollock. What are you thinking now, 2 days later after the trade deadline?
Well, I'm thinking they just won 2 games, so it makes
right. Seriously,
it makes it a lot easier to swallow. When you continue to win games. Well, I just hope obviously that they can sustain what they've been doing. I mean, they're really in control of their own destiny now because they put themselves in a good position. But the thing that concerns me, I guess, the most about not improving your team, or at least improving your rotation. I mean, to me, that was the biggest thing. You're getting Tyro back, which is huge, right? Because second base has been a black hole since he's been out. They've got zero production offensively from second base, so that's going to improve. That's almost like getting a trade, right? You're getting Tyro back. Haniger coming back hopefully sooner than later, and hopefully you get the best of Haniger, for the last month and a half of the season. So that's almost like, making a trade right there, improving your offense. Because really it's just been about the offense. The pitching's been solid. The defense has been solid. The bullpen obviously been solid. Obviously we'd like to have seen another guy in the rotation. But, the silver lining is that, Harrison's probably a couple starts away from being a big leaguer. And maybe he's that guy to solidify, the rotation. And now you're not looking at, 2 guys in the rotation that you have to, or 2 spots in the rotation where you have to use an opener. Now you're looking at just one. So that'll help. I think the biggest thing is that you didn't do a ton to improve your team in the short term before you get your reinforcements back, and you have a really tough schedule coming up. Don't look at the schedule because it'll give you anxiety for the next month. I mean, it is as tough as it gets. I mean, you're facing teams, outside of the A's this weekend, and you're facing teams that every single team the Giants are going to face in the month of August are playoff teams or playoff contending teams. You can make an argument for the Angels, but they went out and they did a lot to improve their team. They got to face the Braves 6 times. You got to face the Rays. You're facing the Reds. You're facing the Rangers. I mean, all these teams are either leading their division or top of the wild card hunt. So the schedule is going to be very difficult in the month of August, and you feel like that you have to have your best team on the field. You have to have your best players on the field in order to win. this team surprised me this year. I mean, a lot of times you think this team's down and out, and they show some resilience, and they'll lose 5 in a row, but then they'll turn around and win 5 in a row. So I can't really. I don't think that we can really assess what happened over the trade deadline. Yeah, I'm sure they're disappointed. I'm sure there's probably some guys in the clubhouse that are disappointed that Farhan didn't go out and make some moves to help the club. But on the flip side of that, you kept all your guys. You kept all the guys you feel good about. You didn't have to give up any of your studs. You didn't have to give up any of your young players that have actually really helped. And I guarantee you they were going to have to give up a guy or two on their roster right now. Some of the young guys that have made a difference on this club. So you win with the team that you started with. Really, you win with the guys in the organization, and that always feels better at the end of the day if you can do that. With that being said, I mean we'll have to assess the non-moves that Farhan made when it's all said and done. And if this team's a playoff team, then I guess we can forget about it.
Well, it's true that winning the 2 games sure made it, because if they lost the 2, it'd be like, man, what are they doing? But you're right, winning the 2. And it seems like to me, Sean, a couple of things. One, they're like you said, the real positive thing is the young kids. They're like, we love these guys so much, we're not shipping any of them out. From even the guys who aren't even up yet, Carson Wisenhunt, Mason Black, Vaughn Brown, Grant McCrae, Kyle Harrison, who you mentioned. The other thing is they seem to be just like doubling and tripling down on this opener thing where they're like, yeah, we're doing it. And,
we're going all the way with this, yeah.
And it's like...
No, you're going to see it again tonight.
Yep.
Murph and I are still kind of wrestling with this thing, Sean. Like, we still kind of pine for, like, a traditional rotation, and it is working, so you can't argue with the numbers, right? But
does that just make us dinosaurs?
I don't know. Does it, Sean? Like, I don't know. You tell us. Yeah.
Well, I'm a dinosaur too, then.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I think it's more just from a traditional, I think it's the traditional way of thinking. You just like to see a starting pitcher go out there and see how deep he can go into a game. But it's hard to argue. I mean, for a while it took me a while to buy in on. Where I have a little bit of hesitation is that is it gonna catch up to him? Like, you feel like it's gonna, where you need your relievers to be their best is in September, and we saw it all those years with the Giants. Those were when those guys in the back end of the bullpen, the core four, they really stepped up, and a lot of it had to do with the way that Bochy used them all year. I mean, they were fresh in September, and so you just wonder, the way they have it, the way they're doing it right now, and I mean. You can use the excuse that, they're still not using a ton of bullpen arms in these opener games because you're going with the opener and then you're going with a guy that's going to give you 3, 4, or 5 innings. And so you're only using maybe 3 at the most 4 relievers in an opener game. So you're really not taxing the bullpen all that much. Where I think that it really what really comes back, I hate to say it, but they're playing so many tight games. And that's the thing is that, even in these opener games, you're still having to use your high leverage guys late in games a lot. You're having to use Doval a lot. Both the Rogers twins, you're having to use those guys a lot. And so is that going to end up coming back to bite them in September? I mean, are these guys going to be gassed? So, I'd love to just see a starter be able to go out there and give them, like you saw the last 2 days. That's what we're used to seeing, right? Used to seeing that, in their championship years. You throw Bumgarner out there, you throw Kane out there, you throw Lincecum out there. Whoever it is, they're going to give you 6, 7 solid innings. Yeah. And now you have 2 guys that can do it with Cobb and Webb, right? And then you got to figure it out for 3 other games. So. I guess that's the biggest thing. I don't know because we haven't seen it happen to this frequency with the Giants in the past couple of years with Farhan's regime and the opener. They're using it a lot. They're 14-5 this year, so they're winning games with it. And this will be their 20th game they've done it. But I just hope that this bullpen's fresh enough come September to be able to endure this.
That's the deal. That's why we're going to wait. I mean, we can't grade it now. We're going to grade it on October 1st, and then beyond too.
Get Brevia back.
Yeah, I saw Brevia in the dugout last night. Yeah.
That'll help too. I mean, Jackson just came back, so that's going to help. But But we'll have to see.
Let me ask you a question. Is Farhan's goal to win the World Series this year, do you think?
I think it's everybody's goal, you know. I mean, it has to be.
But, I mean, like, does he really think that rotation can win the World Series? That's my thing.
Yeah, well, it's funny because, you know, he said a couple different things. He says we don't want to be kind of the poster child of the opener, and we would love to get back to more of a traditional rotation. And then, you know, this is prior to the trade deadline, and then there isn't any additional starters that are added. And then he says that, you know, well, the opener's been working for us. So it's like we think we can win with the team we have now. So it's kind of a mixed message that he sent. But at the same time, maybe like I said, maybe Harrison comes up in a couple starts. He's got 2 more starts, probably maybe 3, barring anything happening injury-wise of Kyle Harrison. I think we'll see him in the big leagues. We'll see him in the rotation. And maybe he's that guy to just solidify the rotation. Now you got 3 striplings throwing the ball better, and then you got 4 starters. So, you know, when you go into the playoff series, you need 3 solid starters. I mean, period. And that's kind of why I think everybody was saying, well, let's go out and try to get an Eduardo Rodriguez or a Justin Verlander or a Jack Flaherty, you know, because then you have 3 legitimate starters that you can roll into the playoffs with and feel really good about them giving you a chance to match up against any team in any team starting rotation. So, or top 3. And now you don't really have that, right? You have 2, and then you have some question marks, and then you have, let's hope the opener works. Maybe Harrison's that guy. I mean, I'd love to see it. We saw it with Bumgarner in 2010. You know, maybe he's that guy this year, and then that's the guy that you get, right? I mean, that's the guy that locks down your rotation. But it's a lot to count on, right, for a young guy to come up, and especially a guy that this year, you know, hasn't shown yet that he can be efficient enough to take you deep in games. So, you know, is Harrison going to be a guy that comes up and gives you 5 at the most, right? So then you're really using your bullpen if he's a guy that gives you 4 or 5, right? He needs to be a guy that comes up and gives you some length, and he gives you, you know, 6, at least 6, right? He can go out there and be efficient enough to give you 6. And maybe he is that guy. Maybe the big leagues, he becomes more efficient. Maybe there's more contact, more guys putting the ball in play. You know, he deals with he has Patrick Bailey behind the plate. He has better defense behind him. He's playing in the ballpark where he's playing in yards that you know aren't the PCL ballparks where you have to throw a lot more pitches because of the atmosphere, because of the circumstances. But you know, maybe all those play into him being more efficient, and he's your guy to kind of. You know, he's their Bumgarner of 2010.
That's the Pat Bailey rule where you're better in the bigs than you are in the minors, right? It's like, wait, how'd that happen?
No,
you know?
Yeah. Well, I made that argument to Kapler a month ago. You know, when Harrison was throwing the ball, or probably 2 months ago. You know, and they I asked him about Harrison, and I said, is he going to get a shot soon? And he's like, well, he just hasn't shown enough consistency with his command and efficiency. He's throwing a lot of pitches, and we got to see a little bit more, right? And my argument is that well, maybe the big leagues, he'll be better in the big leagues, you know, because of all the things I just mentioned. You know, obviously you're not pitching in the PCL, you're not dealing with the automatic strike zone, you're playing with a better defense. And you're playing with, and now he's playing with the best. He's pitching to the best catcher in the big leagues. So you know, all those factors I think will lend to being better as long as he can throw strikes consistently. I think that's the biggest thing. So hopefully they'll see that in the next couple of games of Harrison, and we'll get a chance to see him mid-August.
Sean Estes, every Thursday, man. You see him on the TV, too. Today, day game today, 12:45. Giants doing another opener, as Sean said, for the 20th time. Scott Alexander, shout out Cardinal Newman in Sonoma State. He gets the start tonight, or this afternoon, 12:45 against Brandon Pfaadt. Is that his name? P-F-A-A-D-T.
Yeah,
he's like a big prospect. I know. It's a big prospect who's not performing well.
Yeah.
This has been, just going big picture here, Sean, away from individuals, like a big series for the Giants. In, like, if you're starting to jockey a little bit, you could kind of put a knife in, well, not a knife, but you could really hurt the Diamondbacks. if you win this game, because they're now 3 up on them. And, you make your home down there in Arizona, and you called out this team as maybe not all together. And if the Giants win this game today now, they've put some distance, a little bit of distance between them and Arizona. So sort of a big game. I know it's only 1-162.
Be nice to get it, though.
Yeah.
No, you're right. No, you're absolutely right. And that's why I thought, coming into this series, taking 3 out of 4, it wasn't a must. I mean, obviously you'd be okay with the split, but taking 3 out of 4 would definitely put create some distance between the Diamondbacks and the Giants. And with that, more important, you're playing a good team in your division that really had a lot of confidence for most of the year. And not that you could bury them, but you could make a statement not just to them, but obviously your own team. You start to play better baseball, and you have to start playing better baseball, because you got the schedule coming up that's very daunting. And then you can play the A's this weekend and hopefully clean up on them as well, right? So, you could actually get some momentum going into these big series against the Angels and the Braves and the Rays and the Rangers. So, I mean, the bottom line is that you want to be playing your best baseball, playing the best teams. And the Giants this year, to their defense, I know, they haven't played great against lesser teams, but they've really been good against teams above 500 this year. So in other words, the better teams in the league, they've been able to step up and win a lot of those games. So that's also the silver lining about the schedule coming up. But, you want to be playing your best baseball. And more important, you want to start scoring some runs. You want to have some games, and all their wins. And we look back to when they beat the Dodgers. I think it was June 16th or 17th. They beat them 15-0. Since that game, all their wins have been high-stress games, every single one of them, where they've had to use high-leverage reliever. Every game's been a grind to the end. They had to come back. They've had to hold leads. The opposing teams have the tying run come to the plate late in games. You've had to use Camilo a lot. Every once in a while, you need a game where you can get some of the guys off their feet. You can use a guy along a bulk inning guy, to finish a game, where you rest your relievers. They've all been high stress, so, and that's just because the offense just hasn't showed up here in the last month. So they need to start scoring some runs. And really more important, they've created opportunities, but they need to start getting some hits. Like even last night, they scored 4 runs, but I mean, how many opportunities did they have, to really just put that game away last night and weren't able to do it? And because of that, you have to use Doval in the 9th inning again. Logan pitched his butt off. They give him 4 runs, which I'm sure he was elated to get 4 runs because they haven't got him a lot of run support. But that's a game where that team should have scored 6, 7, maybe 8 runs last night, and they weren't able to do it. So every once in a while you need some of those games, where you can just kind of relax.
Yeah, by the way, the Padres making a little bit of noise. See, they swept the Rangers over the weekend. They won again last night. They're playing the Rockies. They're 1 under 500. Just you keeping half an eye on those guys?
Got to keep an eye on them.
Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's the other team that the Giants are going to face at the end of August, rolling into September. So I didn't even mention them. But, yeah, I mean, and they made some moves, to improve their team at the deadline. I think they made 4 trades. They weren't huge names, but they're players that will help their team. They make them a deeper 26-man roster, and guys that in addition to their superstars, they think are complementary pieces that can help them. So, they're still trying to win, in San Diego, and and I wouldn't count them out. They're 4 games out of the wild card right now. That's nothing to make up in the last 2 months of the season. So, yeah, you got to keep an eye on the Padres because, just the way their roster, their starting pitching has been the one positive. I mean, they've been the one consistent all season long. They got a really good starting rotation. Their bullpen's been up and down, and it's really their offense hasn't been able to score. And you're like, wait a second. You look at that team on paper and like, how are they not scoring runs? Kind of like you saw with the Mets. Well, the Mets dissembled, and the Padres tried to get better. So they're trying to win, which gives that club confidence in management that, hey, we're still in this. All right, let's go out and play hard for the last couple months of the season, see if we can turn this thing around, see if we can do what we set out to do. And a lot of teams picked us to win our division, and let's go out and prove everybody right. So, yeah, they still have something to play for. So, yeah, that's definitely a team to keep your eye on.
I'm telling you, man, it's going to be fun. They're in it. That's all we can ask. Giants are in it. Hey, we get it. Before I let you go, we got to pay homage to, talk about dinosaurs, Brandon Crawford. And just love seeing him out there. You know, this whole story of all the young kids. Pat Bailey, Luis Matos, Casey Schmidt, Ryan Walker, whatever. You name all the rookies the Giants have debuted. Blake Sable. And here he is, man. Old man Crawford. 36. Goes back to the 2011 season, I believe. And then last night, the triple that puts him only one behind McCovey. Most triples in Oracle Park history. Passed Matt Williams on the RBI list this week. All-time Giants RBI. Look at
Pretty
this
impressive,
guy.
man. It really is. What a career.
I mean, he's had the balky knees. The knees are worrisome, and he looks, I don't know, does he look fresh to you?
He looks pretty good, yeah.
What are you seeing?
He does, and I think that, I think the Giants have done a pretty good job with him, from a physical standpoint of, if that knee starts to get cranky, because they know, the last few years that's been the case, or at least the last couple of years, where if it starts to bother him a little bit, they're not going to let him push it, right? Because that's just going to lead to a longer stay on the IL, right? So I think I think Brandon's honest with them, and I think they understand, like, okay, this is the time we need to get him off his feet. But like you said, he's 36. I mean, not getting any younger. He's not going to it's not going to have this. It's not just a little thing that's going to go away. It's there. It's a chronic thing, and so you get him off his feet. It seems like every time he comes back off the IL. He does. He looks fresh. He moves around much better in the infield. He looks better at the plate. And that's a combination of things. One, you give your legs a rest, your knee feels better, but also you give your whole body a rest. So if he kind of feel rejuvenated when you come back, and he just brings that calm, man. You know what you're going to get. He's just so consistent, and they're a better team with him on the field. Period. I mean, I know that Casey Schmidt and Luciano, the young guys, they may move a little bit better out there, and their range may just be a step better. But Brandon Crawford just makes all the plays, man. He just does. He just brings this calm to your defense out there. He's the leader out there. He makes the team better. I mean, he makes the second basemen better. He's the guy you can lean on, right? And then at the plate, he gets big hits. He's been getting big hits all year. I mean, I know the average doesn't speak to it on a consistent basis, but when you get someone in scoring position, you get a runner in scoring position, he's the guy you want up right now. I mean, he's sitting 360 with runners in scoring position this year.
Yeah, and I think best on the team, right?
He's best on the team. Yeah. I mean, and he just, Wilmer's another guy too that you just feel like, okay, he's going to get it done. Like it's those veteran guys that have been through the grind that they've seen everything. There's nothing that's going to surprise them. There's no pitcher that's going to overwhelm them. They're going to go up there and they're going to be able to slow the game down. And Wilmer said it last night on the post-game show. He said that he's like, I always try to slow the game down. And based on my experience, I've played a long time in the league and I'm able to do that. And it doesn't always mean I'm going to get a hit, but I'm going to put myself in a really good position to hit mentally because I know how to do it. And that's the learning. That's where experience comes into play. And especially it comes into play, when the games start to really matter and your team's in a playoff run. And that's what's going to happen. I believe with this team in September, your veterans are the guys that are going to have to step up. Your rookies get you here. Your youth gets you here, and maybe you get a big hit or big play from your rookie, but it's the veterans that are going to have to step up and really make the difference.
By the way, speaking of last night's game before I let you go, what if I said to you, I'm going to come at this with a weird angle, Sean, so get ready. So let's take me back to September 16, 1995. And do you remember a guy named Jacob Brumfield in the bottom of the first in Pittsburgh?
Yeah, I think I struck him out.
Okay.
Nice.
Pause right there. Right there. That was Sean Estes' first career strikeout.
Very nice.
Which leads me to asking you about Diamondbacks pitcher Slade Chaconi's
never seen anything like
first
that.
Career strikeout.
We had a lot of action on that K, Sean. There were some repercussions.
Never seen that one before.
Nope.
Ever.
Oh, my.
Ever.
Nope. Talk about connecting the dots.
And you're not going to see it again.
No. That's a one and done. Yeah.
That's crazy. And well, what's funny, guys, is that the MLB app, which I pay attention to during the games, he ended up striking out, I think, Wilmer, in the third at bat of the first inning. And MLB app they'll show videos of significant plays in the game as they're going on or right after they happen. And it showed on Wilmer's thing underneath the headline, Cicconi's first big league strikeout. And it said it about Wilmer. And I was like, what are they talking? No. He already struck out a guy. He struck out Lamont Wade Jr.
Totally.
They got it wrong.
Yeah.
Even the MLB app wasn't able to, understand what happened in that Lamont Wade Jr. bat. They thought Wilmer was Cicconi's first big league strikeout, but no. It was Lamont Wade
I like
Jr.
that they disabled the MLB app with that one.
Because it started as it looked like a hit by pitch.
Yeah.
Starts with that.
In real time, it did. It looked like he got hit on the hands.
First ever hit by pitch turned foul ball strikeout turned
to the Nards.
Nards strikeout.
Boom. And striking the Nards, yeah.
Were you guys watching the game last night?
Watching it when it happened.
Okay. Yeah, well, so the funny part is that, so Lamont goes to first.
Yeah.
Then he starts to walk back and grab his bat. And then he realizes, I struck out. And so he's in the dugout.
So weird. It's like
the whole
went
sequence.
From home plate to first base to home plate to the dugout within 3 minutes.
And Gabe was just hanging on the rail, just all calm and everything. It's and then he goes out for an explanation. You could just hear him was that thing, did he catch that in his
nuts?
Let's
talk about what just happened. Yeah.
He got that in his crotch. He was like, I've never seen that one.
Well, Cicconi's got to buy. What was the name of the catcher for Arizona? I forget last night who the catcher was. But anyway.
Was it not Herrera? Was
that who it was?
Herrera?
Anyway.
Yeah, I think.
Cicconi's got to buy him a little. He's got to buy him a little dinner or something for that.
Kelly was behind the plate. Yeah,
right. Well, I don't think Herrera had a clue where the ball was. I don't think it was a skill thing. You know what I mean? I think it just found him. And he didn't know where it was.
I don't think the ump knew what to do either. The ump didn't know what to do. The ump was like, "What the hell just happened?"
No.
Herrera was like, "Wow, that hurt." So he rolls over, out.
I can't blame him.
I got to give him credit for hanging on to it because
the ball's in there. Yeah,
he kind of obviously the pain was jolting through his body, and yet he had the presence of mind to kind of cup down there and keep the ball down there.
Got to hang on to the pill. Yeah,
yeah.
So when Slade Ciccone
was going in there, that was wedged in there.
Oh my God! Yeah, maybe he didn't even do it. It just stayed. Yeah. So when Slade Ciccone has a Sean Estes-like career. And then, 28 years from now, when he's doing Arizona radio as the veteran analyst, they're going to say, "Hey, Slade, what was your first strikeout?" You're talking about striking out Brumfield. Not nearly as exciting.
She's like, I got a good first strikeout story. Mine not so good. It was a traditional. I can't even remember.
Get him looking or swinging. Do you remember?
Yeah, was he swinging?
Let's guess swinging.
Okay,
yeah,
good.
Yeah, let's just swinging. He was overmatched, Sean, by your stuff.
Right. I'm gonna say a curveball.
Actually, you know what? Thank God to Baseball Reference. Looking, you got him looking.
Oh, he's looked at. Okay,
on a full count pitch too. You came, but you delivered with the butterflies.
Oh yeah, there are a lot of butterflies.
You don't want to walk the first guy you face. No.
No. But I walked plenty after that.
Well, no, you got Jay Bell looking the next batter. You went the first two guys. You punched out looking.
Oh, Jay Bell was looking.
Yeah,
okay. Yeah. I knew I struck out the first two guys, and then
Orlando Merced with a can of corn to center, and you walked off the mound thinking this is easy, huh?
Yeah, I did. I didn't think it was easy, but I was like, that wasn't so bad, right? And then it didn't go that well after that, but
it's all right. Look at you now, buddy. Look at you now.
Yeah. Look at me now. Talking to you guys.
Look at all of us now. I know.
Living the dream. Talking to Murph and Mac.
Yeah.
All right, man.
Get any better.
No, that's it. This is as high as it goes.
It's not as good as striking out Brumfield, but it counts. All right, buddy. Always good. Take care.
Thank you, Sean.
We'll talk next week.
Cool, man.
Okay, guys. Sounds good. Have a good week.
Yeah, very enjoyable as always.
So you've heard of the ugly finder, right? When the ball's goes a foul ball to the dugout, an ugly finder. I guess we saw the first ever Nards finder.
Nut finder.
Yeah, nut finder.
Yeah.
Cut right to the bone. Nut finder.
Yeah, that ball's moving at a high level.
Oh, you don't need any part of that one. You don't want it.
He's wearing a cup, obviously, but still.
You know what got me when Sean said, he goes, yeah, you really look, the ball was really wedged in there. I was like, damn, that's graphic. But it was. It's held its spot.
By the way, the McCovey Cove Mensa himself, Farhan Zaidi, joins Tolbert and Copes today at 4:50.
Does he?
Will they grill him about A.J. Pollock? Yes. All right, Paulie, here's the deal. That was very enjoyable. And now we do the big hit. So the big hit, what is the big hit today? What is it? Is it the Niners had a day off yesterday? Is it the Pac-12 in an existential crisis? Is it,
Is it hanging out with Trixie Garcia last night at the Grateful Dead tribute night? For me, that's the big hit.
I posted that on X, Paulie.
Oh, yeah,
Twitter,
shout out
Twitter.
to X.
That's getting some love, by the way.
Well, Trixie Garcia is such a special woman. I mean, that's Jerry's daughter.
That's getting some love. People liking this.
So if you're asking me what the big hit is, I say it's Paulie and Trixie getting it done at the Dead tribute last night at the Giant game.
Dan says that's the best Giant Steal Your Face shirt ever.
Thanks, man.
Nothing like it says awesome. Mark says I love this. Jackie says nice, Paulie Mac. So people,
I appreciate that.
It's really love this picture. Go to my at KNBR Murph, as KC would tell you, and there's just a great picture of Paulie and Trixie Garcia.
She's a real sweetheart.
At last night's Grateful Dead event in Triples Alley.
She's a real sweetheart.
And by the way, you being in Triples Alley was a little foreshadowing for Brandon Crawford's triple, which leads us to the big hit. Triple E and I decided, you know what? Given our relationship with Brandon Crawford, and given I'm holding this up to the screen now. Everybody go
is
to
that
your
the one with
YouTube,
Tony's mug?
Go to your YouTube and your KNBR app for Twitch. There he is, the man who, despite his lifelong fandom of the Giants, despite he wears like the Stadium Club T-shirt to rep what a candlestick guy he is.
Right.
Guy just denigrates the career of one of the great San Francisco Giants of all time, Brandon Crawford.
Yep, don't like him.
So the big hit is Brandon Crawford's resurgent week and big day yesterday. It's a blank you, Tony, big hit. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
You, Tony! You're listening to Murph and Max Power Hour. Now on 104.5 FM and 680. This is KNBR, the sports leader. Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Patty Ballgame, a.k.a. Patrick Bailey, stopped by the Papa and Lynch show yesterday morning to talk about his walk-off back pick at first base against the Arizona Diamondbacks. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
This is Murph and Max. Big hit.
I'll take a hit.
Hit me. Hit me. A hit is a hit, you pathetic schlepper.
Fly ball into left field. Nice hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
0-2 pitch. Swinging a bouncer up the middle. Diving is Crawford to his left. He's got it from his knees. He throws out Carroll at first. 0-1 the count to Crawford. Left-handed hitter. Now he's swinging. It's a high drive out into Death Valley. Deep right center toward the 415 side. And it's one hop up against the pillar to the right of the 415 side. Davis was running hard all the way. He'll score. Here comes the throw to third. Crawford slides. Swing! It's a triple for Brandon Crawford. The Giants have won for the 6th time in 8 games on this homestand. The Giants now have taken 2 out of 3 from the D-backs with one big one still to play.
All right, the Giants get the win, and so big hit can be anything, right? It can be, Brock Purdy's elbow. It can be Steph Curry's first comments on Chris Paul. By the way, Steve Kerr. Did he make the Cooler of Content, Triple E? He did. Steve Kerr commenting on Chris Paul for the very first time. Stay tuned on that.
Okay.
But last night, Brandon Crawford tripled, and I was just like, look at this guy. Look at this guy. There's something about Brandon Crawford that just gives you the warm fuzzies. He homered, huge home run Tuesday night, right? Huge home run Tuesday night. Big triple yesterday. Makes a big defensive play. And as we sit here about this trade deadline and how the Giants did not pick up a middle infielder, I was like, go get a middle infielder. Go get a middle infielder. And Brandon Crawford's like, blank you, Murph. I'm right here. So here he is. It is in honor of Brandon Crawford hitting smacking a big old triple last night that put him only one behind Willie McCovey on the all-time San Francisco list. By the way, shout out Willie McCovey's 45 triples. What? That's a big man lumbering around second base.
I got to be honest, Murph and I would probably be hard-pressed to find a couple of guys that love Willie Mack more than the two of us do, because we grew up under the shadow of Willie Mack when we were little kids. I think all of those triples you're talking about came before we ever started going. I don't remember a single Willie Mack triple.
Hey, Triple E, can you look up to see from 77 onward, did McCovey hit a triple?
Got to be no.
I bet he didn't.
Because he couldn't have made it over there. He really couldn't move that well near the end.
He was too busy doing that beautiful practice swing. Where
How about the ball coming off Willie McCovey's bat?
How about the elbow hanging in the air after the swing, which you can see in the statue out at McCovey Cove?
Marcus, we're talking old school.
Did they move that? Is that still gone for the Lot A construction?
Oh, dude, I haven't seen it made its return yet. Like, I was just out there doing the Terry Francois two-step last year, and there was no Willie McCovey statue.
Well, I mean, Larry.
we got to correct that ASAP. Come on, Larry.
Put
You
down
know.
your coffee out in Seacliff and give me the statue. Buddy,
Now, again,
all right?
there's always been that kind of quiet discussion amongst Giant fans. Like, is it? Listen.
Oh my
it's
God!
It's so touchy.
Can I get a? Sorry, Paul, to interrupt. Can I get a Fox News check? In 1978, yours and mine favorite year, 2 triples.
What?
2 triples.
That you know what? Let me give you a Pesci.
What?
And then let me give you some applause
because
that's
Simmons going McCovey around second. Into
Here comes McCovey.
Oh man!
Yeah.
Anyway, the Crawford big hit.
By the way,
and
the
it's a
Willie
blank-
McCovey statue, though, real quick, Murph. When are we going to get it back?
Like in the
you're
next
gonna have to make
hour,
some phone
I
calls.
hope, you know what I mean?
You're gonna have to talk to some people.
So the big hit is a blank you Tony. People want to know what the blank you Tony is all about. Do we have the whole bit of that or no? So
What's
again,
your name?
Just for everybody knows, Creative Tony. We love him so much. He's like a family member because we gave him an Irving G. Thalberg. He does the Pauly's podcast. We had to make videos for his 50th birthday.
Very labor intensive.
I know.
We're like
I did production value too.
They're making demands. I know.
And yet he decides to denigrate which Brandon Crawford did his 100th career home run a couple years ago, and we were like, what a moment, what a giant. He's like, yeah, some giant. We're like, what are you talking about? He's like, guy's overrated. He can't hit. He's a weak hitting shortstop. We're like, what is this? What is this blasphemy? What is this?
Tony's saying, no, it's just
like
a power
he lost
surge.
his mind.
Yeah.
And then in 2021, Crawford answered Tony's hatred by going on an MVP-like run.
Truly.
And he was, it's a little power surge or whatever.
Power surge.
We found right around that time, there was an internet meme of these 2 dogs meeting at a park. And some guy did a hilarious voiceover of the dogs meeting saying, what's your name?
Really funny.
What's your name? And the one dog says, Tony. And then the other dog inexplicably says, blank you, Tony. And we used it as our rally cry to denigrate Creative Tony whenever Brandon Crawford does anything. So that's our blank you, Tony story.
Right. So, for example, like you watch a Giants game, we're on these text threads. Every time Crawford does something at the plate, immediately one of these 6 or 7 people on the thread will just blast out a blank you, Tony, to the group. Yeah.
And by the way, somebody sent us a shirt, didn't they?
Yeah, we do have blank you, Tony shirts. We do.
Anyway, so that's the dedication here.
And I asked Triple E, I go, where'd you get the actual photograph of Creative Tony? And you know what he said? He goes, I just Googled his name, and that's what came up.
And by the way, in the big hit, Tony, if you look at Creative, or Triple E does these creative art designs. He has one of Brandon Crawford pitching. That's pretty good.
Very good, Triple E. Nice pull, buddy.
That pitching performance was one of the highlights of the season.
Mm-hmm.
Remember that?
Look at that right leg pushing off, Murph.
Yeah. There it is. All your strengths from the back leg. So, Waterboy, we go into the big hit, and it starts with Logan Webb saying, oh, look at Brandon Crawford, giving him that run support that he needed from Brandon Crawford.
Yeah, Brandon's always Brandon, right? He's gonna, you know exactly what you're gonna get every time he comes out there, and I think he, to be honest with you, I think sometimes he puts a little too much pressure on himself to always try to be perfect. Which I mean, a lot of us like that in here. It's why we're good at what we do, but also it can hurt us sometimes. And I think he's amazing to watch day in and day out. And I'm lucky to I get to have him back there every time I throw.
It's true, man. It's true. But that's interesting that he said he puts too much pressure on himself. I didn't know that about, but he's so chill. You wouldn't think he does, but obviously the standard he's reached. You know,
look at the career he's carved out for himself too. I mean, he came up as a his reputation as a great defensive shortstop was like already with him when he came up, and he's had some really good. And again, speaking to his the RBI list in San Francisco Giant history, that he's 4th all time behind Mays, Bonds, and
but
McCovey.
Pauly, RBIs are just contextually dependent and do not indicate the quality of a hitter.
Again,
that's what I've been told by the nerds.
I'm going to simplify this for my own benefit, as I am a simple man, Murph. But I'm going to say I believe every time a runner touches the plate, that's a run. You want to score runs to win ball games, right? So I think that's good.
Yeah.
So I think I'm going to go ahead and support an RBI.
Let you know. By the way, so Brandon Crawford's career started in 2011. He's 13 years now. He's won 4 Gold Gloves. He's been an All-Star 3 times. He finished in the top 5 in the MVP voting in 2021, 4th. He finished 12th in the MVP voting in 2016, pardon me. And he won the Silver Slugger in 2015. He has 1,383 career hits. He's a career 251 hitter, a career 718 OPS, and he has 145 career bombs and 736 career RBIs. So there you go. Here's more Logan Webb on the triple. The triple. Shocking.
The hustle in the third and the slide.
Yeah, it was great. I told him he was fast as. I might have said a bad word, but he looked good. You know, he was a little pissed that it wasn't a home run. It's a home run everywhere else, right? And I said, well, he looked good, at least getting a triple. I said, that's a little cooler, right? It was a cool slide. I mean, yeah, it's just, that's an old guy doing some young guy things, right? He's gonna get but yeah, obviously, he's an exciting player all the time.
How's that?
It doesn't shock me or surprise me.
I hope our listeners can even hear those cuts, because Logan Webb, you talk about the king of the hushed tones, and they got a rave party in the background. Could you guys hear? By the way, look at Marcus.
Incredible.
That's where you want to watch the stream right there. Marcus breaking off his rave
That's
stuff.
an old guy doing young guy things.
Yeah,
is what he said
I like
there.
that.
Meanwhile, Kapler, with his arms draped over the couch, and his arms and his legs folded Euro style,
Come on in, everybody.
About Brandon Crawford this last night.
Right.
We've seen when Brandon is at his healthiest and his freshest, he's a really good shortstop and comes up with big clutch hits for us. We've seen that pretty consistently over the last several years. So the trick is obviously keeping that and trying to not overdo it. And at times we're going to need to ride Brandon and really lean on him. But when we can, we need to also get him a break and give some other guys a chance to play as well.
Okay, man. By the way, couple of things. One, Waterboy brought this up this morning. Don't forget.
What do you need?
December. He was told, you're no longer our shortstop.
Yeah.
Carlos Correa is our shortstop.
Yeah, step aside, yeah.
And he started studying third base film. And so, he endured that indignity. And then, correct me if I'm wrong, but when Kapler got here, wasn't there a little call-out of Crawford? And there was a little bit of tension in the air between Crawford and Kapler?
I think you're right. I think you're right, because, yes, there was.
He was like, I think Brandon can do this better and that better. And then Crawford's like, oh, really? Yeah, who are you again?
My first thing with Brandon is, what's he ever done? No, I'm kidding. That's a joke. Yeah.
Meanwhile, we had George Contos on this morning, and he talked about this 13-year Crawford.
Okay.
Like you mentioned, he's the biggest shortstop at the major league level in his 36-year-old season. And the fact that he's been able to just kind of need a little bit of a getting off his feet on a few IL stints, dealing with that knee issue, I mean, those are things that happen. But for him to kind of have put together the career that he's had, and I've still been saying this even this year, the baseball field is better when Brandon Crawford is playing shortstop. He solidifies the defense on the infield and on the outfield when he's playing shortstop. And the bat's been kind of come and go. It's been a little hot and cold with kind of the IL stints and coming back and maybe him not feeling as comfortable from time to time. But he still has one of those swings where when he's running right, he lets the ball travel deep. He's got pop to left field. He's still a really complete baseball player, and it's been great to see him out there for all this time.
And a pitcher, too, I might add, too, as he did. Is he playing with the Giants next year? That's
Crawford?
my question, yeah. I mean, he has no contract.
No.
And there is Slusser, I think, wrote about it, Bagley, saying, is there a scenario where he stays around to mentor? Is there a roster spot for him to mentor?
As selfishly as a fan of the Giants, I would very much like to see him come in and go out as a Giant. I really would. That's meaningful.
I think that's his full intention.
And it doesn't happen that often. Buster, Matt Cain.
He ain't going to another team. My question is, will he be playing? Will the Giants offer him a spot next year?
Great question.
Or will they say it's Isan Diaz's job now? Yes.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. We've seen this before with Madison Bumgarner, him leaving to the Diamondbacks. We saw it this offseason with Brandon Bell going to the Blue Jays. I know we're all invested to these guys that won the World Series, but this current front office does not have ties to those World Series
there's
teams.
no sentimentality.
I think my guess is he would retire. That's my guess.
I think you're probably right.
He might. I don't know if he's going to stick around next year. I mean, anyway,
playing good baseball right now. I mean, it really is.
It's something to think about. More on Crawford. And we talked about. Do you realize with runners in scoring position, he's hitting 357. Okay, he's runners in scoring position. He's hitting 357. That's not a fluke, baby. That's not an analytic you can dismiss.
Right.
And here's George Contos on the slow heartbeat of a Brandon Crawford.
Yeah, as soon as you said that, the first thing I think about is his grand slam in Pittsburgh in 2014. But I mean, the guy he just has a knack for staying in the moment, not letting the moment get too big for him. The guys who come to mind when I think of that on our teams have been Bum, Craw, and Buster. Just guys who have been able to stay in the moment and just execute under the brightest of lights and then the biggest of stages.
Yeah, the Bum, Craw, and Buster. That is really cool, I think, that he says there's 3 guys that he played with that make him think of like, wow, these guys were built for the moment. Bumgarner, obviously, 2014. Buster, what are you going to say, right? Buster Posey, probably Cooperstown bound. And Brandon Crawford's in that same list.
Yeah.
So anyway, I wanted to do the big hit on that. He was on yesterday with Tolbert and Copes, by the way.
Yeah, totally. Yep.
Just doing his chill, droll thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I guess he joked about shift cards, where he, those things, those stupid packets.
Yeah, you got to check the card.
He says he doesn't like him, and he said he lost his yesterday.
Nice.
He's like, yeah, I lost mine.
That's like me in school. Where's your work? I had it. It was in my pocket. I don't know.
Exactly. Yeah. Hey, 510 says, can Crawford come back and be the Giants' Andre Iguodala? Hopefully he'd play.
Which is chill on the bench and look good.
He's going to be wearing
some sweaters.
He's going to be wearing those sweaters and a dugout ball.
He's got a strong sweater game.
Oh, man. Very, very good. Yeah. Anyway, that's your big hit for today. A little appreciation for the situation going on with Brandon Crawford doing his thing. All right, guys. Hey, cooler content.
Okay.
Is next on KNBR 104.5 and 680. These parts later.
You're listening to Murph and Max Power Hour. Now on 104.5 FM and 680. This is KNBR, the sports leader. Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
Brandon Crawford stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Copes to talk about his game-tying home run against the Arizona Diamondbacks and where the Giants currently stand at this year's MLB trade deadline. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Crank up Murph and Max Power Hour.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the cooler.
You are not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Murph and Max Cooler of Content is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, cooler of content style. How about if it starts with Steph Curry? I told you he and Aisha, just celebrated a wedding anniversary with some loving pictures, Paulie.
I bet you Aisha cooked him a great dinner too. She's
they're naked. They're like in their bathing suits.
Oh yeah. Well, listen, that's another good way to go.
And they're like on a yacht.
Yeah. That's not something I can do at this point. No. I'm not throwing on a bathing suit and more because there's no yacht involved.
Candace took pictures at the beach in Del Mar. Did you see? If you Google dad bod, you'll see the pictures of me from Del Mar.
Well, see, not sometimes, but slow your roll on that though, because some of these ladies out here apparently are fond of the dad bod.
Not this one. Who's your daddy? Not this one. So bad dad bod.
That was funny, man.
That's what daddy does to pay the bills. How about bad dad
They
bod?
say that Don Draper is like Exhibit A for the right.
John Hamm. Yeah.
But he's not a workout guy.
Looking like John Hamm.
He's like a dad bod guy.
Wasn't looking like John Hamm.
Okay,
anyway,
nor do I.
Steph Curry.
It's unfortunate.
Steph Curry is in the news because he has a new rap single. I said it. I'll say it again. A new rap single.
Time out, Murph. Wait a minute. So this guy's hitting hole-in-ones. He's got documentaries on Apple TV. He's got 4 titles, greatest shooter we've ever seen on the face of the earth, and now he's doing rap singles.
And with a hip-hop lyricist named Toby Wigway or N. Wigway.
Okay, I don't know him.
I apologize if I don't know the gentleman. I'm sure he's great.
Uh-huh.
I'm the idiot for not knowing him, but he and Steph did a video together. Check it out. These are Steph's bars. Listen.
Okay. Little fish, big pond, big splash, big bag. Little fish, big pond, big splash, big bag. Look like the little fish in the big pond, made the big splash, got the big bag. Look like the little fish in the big pond, made the big splash, and got the big bag. Oh, my, look how things have changed. They know I'm the one. Daddy taught me how to flip my wrist. I'm my father's son. Think I'm pistol packing, how that ratchet on me like a gun. They should put the basket in the casket after I am done. Please don't think it's sweet when I speak. I am not to play with all these folk I meet. No, I keep it brief to dodge the cases. Most days out the week, I pack heat that'll leave your faces out the mud. I had to use my cleats to see where I could take it. Oh, and I took it to the tip. You know the ones that didn't pick me miss me when they go against me. Word that Clayton Bigsby, they probably hate everything within me, but I'm still gonna leave them pissy and let it fly like a frisbee. I'm the little fish in the big pond, make the big splash, got the big bag. Look like the little fish in the big pond, make the big splash, and got the big bag. Oh, little fish, big pond, big splash, big bag. Come on. Little fish, big pond, little fish, big splash, big bag.
Okay, there it is.
Thank you, Steph. I'm down. I gotta have
As
to
the
look
great
for that.
Jim Harbaugh would say, a real toe tapper.
Yeah.
A real toe tapper, yeah.
Good phrasing.
Triple E says, as a representative of the younger generation, the line, put the basket in the casket when I'm done.
That was a good
is
line.
Ice cold.
Well,
These lyrics were written by Toby and Wigway, not by Steph.
Oh, I was going to say, because Steph has improved his bars, because this was something we were talking about when I filled in for you, Murph, when we were talking about the Steph underrated documentary. And they showed this footage of Steph Curry rapping in college, Paulie Mac.
The outpost might be open later, but Allison cannot flavor your tater. Chester's D-Shore is all I'm here for. Skip rest today, and all I could say is
awesome, man.
That comments last night.
Hey, Murph.
Yeah, that sounds,
You gotta tell Murph
sounds like me. Sounds like DJ. Although I think maybe DJ 1% was even better than that.
So we watched the movie last week when you were gone, and actually I still haven't finished it, Marcus. I watched about a little more than half. I still haven't gone the back end of that, but I did see that scene. So when he's at Davidson, because most of the movie's about his Davidson time, you got to see his look too. He's like on campus with the glasses. I mean, he looks, if I may, like a 5-star kind of nerd.
Yeah.
And he's out there rapping like in the camera. He's dropping that kind of stuff. Marcus is right. His mic technique has really grown.
You guys like, well, as the rap generation, you guys approve of the Little Fish, Big Pond?
Little fish, big pond.
Okay, keep that around.
Big splash.
Yeah.
Big bag.
I like it. I like it. I like it too. I liked it too.
Yeah.
All right, on to Steve Kerr. He did ESPN yesterday, and they asked him, dude, Chris Paul dissed you once on the court.
Here we go.
He pretended to laugh at your joke, and
We
then
don't like that.
Then he turned away, not laughing.
Yeah.
So this enemy, Steve Kerr. What do you say?
Well, I didn't know. I think we were joking about traveling, and but he was not joking. I was joking about traveling. He didn't want any part of it. One of the funny things about this league is that you compete against people, and especially if you see someone in the playoffs over and over again, like we did with Chris in Houston. And then all of a sudden your teammates or you're coaching someone and you laugh at moments like this where, you're at each other's throats for much of your career. Reminded me a little bit, when I played, Reggie Miller and I played against each other in college and then the pros as well. And I used to hate Reggie. Oh man, like he was, and then we became broadcast partners and he became a great friend. And so I feel like that's kind of how it's going to be with Chris. We've all hated him, because we were competing and he was so good, and now that's our guy, and we love him.
There it is. We all hated him, and now that's our guy. He just dropped the slogan for 2023-24. We all hated him, and now that's our guy.
I found it funny when I've asked people about Reggie Miller because I really like him on the mic. I know you got a whole different thing, but I dig Reggie on the mic. There's a lot of people apparently that don't like Reggie Miller calling games. I don't get it because I think he's great.
Reggie Miller?
Yeah, I got no problem with him.
Yeah, a lot of people do,
Besides
apparently.
that whole comeback against the Knicks in like 18 seconds.
Well, that's what Spike Lee's fault, though. Spike Lee engaged him. Yeah, exactly.
Well,
don't do that to Reggie.
I walked the campus with Reggie. I got love for Reggie, and I thought he was always a really likable dude.
You have any classes with Reggie Miller?
No.
Yeah.
He was 2 years older than me.
Right.
So, but anyway, he got taunted mercilessly because he was so skinny and he had the big ears, and his sister Cheryl. Cheryl's better. And Arizona and UCLA had the huge rivalry. That's why Kurt talks about it.
He's like, Cheryl's better. Let me just go out here, Barry Marcus's Knicks real quick. Yeah.
Paul George has a podcast, and he's telling stories about Steph. God, Steph gets people talking. So here's Paul George podcast about Steph destroying NBA players.
Steph went crazy when I was with the Knicks on us. Listen, yo.
Oh, yeah.
I just got, I was over there like, yo. It's my first time seeing him live.
Yeah, this different.
Like, yo, this is, man, he in and out, behind the back, in front of our bench, man, and let that thing scream.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, wow. Big fan.
It is a spectacle, man, to see him do that from that range, the difficulty of shots. Like, it is. Like, even when you're playing against him, it's like, God.
These are NBA players, like, talking about this guy like we talk about Shohei Ohtani.
That's why, like, I think there was that initial part of Steph's career where a lot of these guys were very reluctant to give Steph his due or his love, or Murph, if I may, his flowers. But now I think he's done it so many times to so many people. You've seen it over and over with the 4 titles where people now just are happy to give Steph his love. And I think that's awesome. Because
you know what I say about that? 4 words, baby. Little fish, big pond.
Totally.
That's what I would say.
And don't forget big bag.
Wait, was that
big
again?
Bag.
What was that again?
Little fish, big pond.
There it is.
Big splash.
Yeah.
Big bag.
Come on.
Big bag.
Big bag.
Talking about that catch.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, just in honor of time, can we skip over the second Paul George one and go down to Bill Belichick on Barbie and Oppenheimer? Have you seen either?
Not yet. But you missed John Miller talking about it when we had John on pregame last week. He goes, I would like to speak with you about my Barbenheimer weekend. And then he just offered it up. We were talking ball. All of a sudden he took a detour.
Saw them both.
Saw them both. I found he enjoyed both of them. He gave them both positive reviews, yeah.
I told this story. I put this on Twitter when we were gone in the week. I was down in Santee.
Barbenheimer.
And so this is probably too long of a digression. We'll get into it on the other side. But rated R movies and when you're underage. We need to get into that. But let's get into Belichick doing an interview on NFL Network. Here it is.
So training camp. Another thing that happens is sometimes you have speakers. Sometimes you have movies. You know, back in the day, we had Bill Russell, which was absolutely incredible.
Fantastic.
And then I think the first movie we saw was Shackleton, right? Mm-hmm. That was the first down in the old Providence IMAX. And I think you had The Fighter, a couple of other movies that you've had the guys see. This summer's 2 big movies. I don't know if you're having a speaker or a movie. This summer's 2 big movies. Barbie.
That wouldn't be one of them.
Wouldn't be one of them. Okay, Oppenheimer's out.
I haven't seen that. That'd be interesting.
Yeah.
And that's it. That's the take.
Well, that's my guy right there.
Bill Belichick.
I would think you would like Oppenheimer. I would think.
Yeah, I like Oppenheimer. It's on to the next movie.
Just had to get in Belichick because we have to here.
Yeah, Barbie?
That wouldn't be one of them.
That's a good one. That's a good one there. Josie McFly is from John Boy.
Oh.
He's speaking for everybody whose team didn't do anything, but Yankee fans, Waterboy, tell me, is this guy speaking for Yankee fans at the trade deadline?
Doing nothing is crazy. I swear doing nothing is crazy. I am losing my mind right now.
These are Yankee fans, Paulie.
Well,
Yankee fans.
I don't feel sorry for you guys.
Does he speak for you?
Yeah.
He does, actually, because the Yankees have a prime Aaron Judge, a prime Garrett Cole. They should be in the window of winning championships right now, and there they are, sitting on their hands at the trade deadline.
Doing nothing is crazy.
Remember yesterday we talked about how many of us in this room here have had an existential crisis in our life? I think this is his existential crisis right now. It's a Yankee crisis.
Doing nothing is crazy.
Cray.
Speaking of which, I'll end it with the 2 Yankee cuts here. So John Boy Media, that guy's done a great job building his little empire. And I guess Aaron Boone does a hit with him. Is it a weekly thing, Waterboy?
Dude, they have a weekly hit with Aaron Boone.
That shows you the power, man.
Yeah.
The power of new media. New media, as Draymond Green says. And Aaron Boone, as you know, he'll get the ass. He gets tossed from games a lot.
All the time.
Oh, I think he leads major leagues.
He does lead the league
by a manager.
He got thrown out.
Yeah.
He doesn't want John Boy coming at him about the trade deadline.
Okay.
Check it out here.
Yeah, the scariest part to me is that you guys truly think that this is the team and, next year's the same thing as this year because it's beyond poor.
What do you mean think? That's a very passive-aggressive little comment you made there. Like, what do you mean think? This is what we have.
Well, because you're not,
We're not going to roll over.
I know you're not going to roll over, but I mean, the Mets did, and they're probably going to be better than the Yankees in 2 years because of that. They completely rebuilt.
They're in a completely different situation, and there's a lot of
5 less wins. If they wanted to really go for it, they had more to sell at the deadline.
A lot goes into those kind of things. So
Okay, so a little tension there, and then I guess they get to Boone about. He asked him about his laughing at his own comments. Is that what's next here? Here it is. Yeah.
You chuckle about some of the things when you read your quotes back, like you saying, besides the strikeouts, we had a lot of good at bats when there were 18 strikeouts.
I even felt that in the moment, and
but you could laugh at that sentence, right?
Yes. But I think if you watch me saying, you can see me searching for that and trying to acknowledge 18's not good enough.
I mean, besides Sevy's 3 terrible starts, he's had, one good one.
Yeah, look.
I'm just saying, it's funny. I hope that maybe in the offseason you can look back and laugh at that sentence.
It's a sentence within a
lot of context around it. And then people just read the sentence. I understand.
Correct. And then you repeat it.
Yeah. Well.
All right. So, by the way, this is something Gabe Kapler would not do, would he? Would he do this? Would he do it?
I don't know.
Would he just go on a local guy and just riff away?
That's a great question.
Let me have my team over at the Polymac podcast make some calls. Maybe we can get them on.
Yeah. The last one is the one where he gets a little testy about them not playing Aaron Judge against the Orioles, I believe.
Here we go.
Here it is.
Judge doesn't get the start, and it's crazy easy for us as fans to say, why isn't the guy I like playing? Sunday night against the team that's leading the division, from a fan perspective, it feels like a white flag. If it's not now, when? Is there going to be more of a sense of urgency?
I'm going to protect Aaron Judge. You, of all people, I would think would be a little more unemotional than that. The guy did not play in a rehab game. And one of the calculuses for that was, we are going to get him here so we could get some games with him in the big leagues in a rehab situation when a guy has torn ligaments in his toe, hasn't been built up even a little bit. Stop. Be better than that. And I understand how big of a game it is on Sunday against the Orioles. How big are these games against Tampa? How big are the weekend games on Houston? Do you think he's going to go out there and play every day? Right out of the chute, he's not in that position to do that.
I love it, man. Aaron Boone getting
good spirited back and forth.
Yeah. Boy, Yankees, that pressure cooker back there.
It's not for everybody,
it ain't
man.
the West Coast, buddy.
No, not even close. And it's hilarious how Jake from Jumbo Media asked him this question, and then Aaron Boone tells him that he's getting too emotional, all while Aaron Boone is getting emotional.
You're getting very emotional. Yeah.
I'm not defensive. You're being defensive,
totally.
Polymac.
By the way, I think your squad won last night, didn't they?
They did.
But that's not enough.
Cole on the bump.
They're still pissed.
Stop the streak. They were losing a bunch of games.
The streak.
10-2 with a 2.64. What a bum.
He's balling, Murph.
What a bum.
He's balling.
7-2. You guys are 56 and 52. You beat the Rays. You guys are still alive. You're 10 out in the East, but only 3.5 out in the wild card. It'll be interesting to follow this whole insanity. All right, that was fun. Good. Gigantic cooler of content sprawling into the 8:39 segment. My gosh, why not? Hey, Matt Mayoko is next on our docket at 9:15 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Little fish, big pond, big splash, big bag.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, guys. Hey, Matty Moko's going to join us at 9:15. Got to talk Niners, getting ready. By the way, I thought the game was Saturday.
What game?
It's Sunday.
Oh, the Niner game. Yeah, I had the same thing.
It took a listener to correct me.
I had the same experience.
And he said, dude, not only is it Sunday, but I listened to your show. Thank you, 707. And he said, and dude, you'll be at the Giants-Bochy game at the exact time. I was like, oh, no.
Oh, that's right.
Well,
yeah.
DVR, baby. DVR.
Yeah.
That's what it is. But it's never the same as watching it live. You know what I mean? Okay, I have two non-sports things for you here,
What's
Paulie.
that?
Okay. Number one had to do with me just borrowing this cord from you right now.
What,
this
the
is
power
very nice
cord?
of you.
You got to give Murph a cord.
I had just so at home when I'm using my laptop and it runs low, I got to take it out of my bag and I charge up, and I always have to remember to put it back in my bag.
But then you leave it in the outlet.
I left it in the outlet, so it's just sitting in the outlet right now. In our
I think
living
I
room.
can cure that. You want me to help you out with that?
Get you another one?
Since you're such a routine guy, I can't believe I'm going to give Murph a page out of my routine book, but this is what works for me because I've done that in the past too. Now, there's like a little table in the bedroom. It's like I don't know how to describe it. It's like an end table or whatever. And in the morning or every night, I put my laptop and the cord right on that table, which is right next to my backpack. So I go,
That
okay.
ain't gonna help me.
Because then I know I won't
No,
forget.
that's
It's
not gonna
right
help
next to my backpack. I go, they both go in.
No,
that's not good enough.
Not
Okay,
gonna
I don't know. Maybe give him like one of those
I think
bracelets.
I have two.
Yeah.
I have three options. One, remember the blanking thing.
That's
Two, get a second one and just leave it here all the time.
Well, then somebody would rip it off like
And then
they stole
three,
Triple E's
it's
headphones.
As the great Tennessee Williams once said, rely on the kindness of strangers, Paulie Mac, like you. And this leads to my etiquette question.
Strangers.
So I'm in Lakeside, California. By the way, shout out Lakeside, California.
Which sounds like a good place to be.
Well, no, it's inland and it's not lakeside. I guess there is a dry lake out there. Dude, I was in old California, man. It was dusty old horse ranches and an old main street that had some interesting characters drifting in and out.
You got a lot of drifters.
Dude, it
Yeah.
was inland San Diego County, not Del Mar. Anyway, I was at a travel ball game, and I'm the game changer. I'm the guy who does you can now do on an app, Waterboy, you track, people are watching this all over the world. You got grandparents in Japan watching this stuff.
So what you're saying, Murph, is you're the head of analytics.
I am the head of analytics.
A little bit, yeah.
But here's the problem with being a game changer at an all-day tournament is your phone runs out of battery. So the most important thing now are those little portable chargers, right? And they're getting better.
Yep.
Candace got some really good ones. So she brought them, and so I'm charging it up, and here comes the guy from the other team, from the San Diego Hawks or whatever.
Wow. If this is going where I think
goes,
it's
hey,
going.
man, he goes, are you a good neighbor? That's what he said to me. Are you a good neighbor? How do you answer that?
In my case, the answer is no.
Okay.
Yeah. But I didn't start it. I'll tell you that much. They started it. I'll finish it. Yeah, I can promise you that.
Still on, by the way?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
No,
all right.
but this is not like.
Anyway.
Yeah. But I didn't
So
start
if you're
it.
at a travel baseball game
Yeah,
in
true story.
in Lakeside, California, and the dusty horse ranches and the tumbleweed blowing around, and a guy asks you, are you a good neighbor? What's your answer? My answer was to try to be a nice guy. I said, yeah, sure. He goes, then can I borrow some of that juice?
Ooh, I don't even know you like that, though, guy.
So that's the question.
I don't even know you.
KNBR, what do you do?
You need a more intimate kind
And
of
the
connection.
juice was down to 45%.
Nah,
listen.
listen.
On the charger. The charger was down to 45.
So now you're asking me to expend the rest of my charging abilities to some dude I don't know. I'm afraid I can't help you. You know where the Radio Shack is, right? You go right down there,
it
grab
is.
yourself
Paulie
a
put his
cord.
foot down.
I'm sorry, I don't know you, man.
I'm a patsy.
But I don't know this guy.
I said to the guy, sure. And then I just couldn't help myself. I said, I can give you a half inning.
I would say that's about right. I'll give you a couple outs maybe.
Well, guess what? When I gave him, I did it, and he came over and he was very thankful. And it was a long half inning. It was like 8 runs scored. And he came back, he goes, sorry, I used up most of your juice.
I told you. I knew he was going to do that.
Okay, that's his story number one. I'm just letting the people out there decide, what do you do in that situation?
I would have been like, listen, man, I'm not going to give you my cord because I don't know you like
You'd
that.
say no.
That's way too intimate.
say no.
But I will take you to my car and burn one with you. If that's yeah, I will do that.
And I got to say, Murph, I think I'm with Paulie Mac, too, because he comes up to you and asks, are you a good neighbor? But yeah, bud, you're not my neighbor. You're just some stranger
You're some
who walked
guy.
up to me at a Little League game.
I don't know what your intentions
am I my
are.
brother's keeper? That's the question, my friend. We've been asking that since time immemorial.
Shout out Wesley Snipes.
Book.
New
all right?
Jack City. That was their whole phrase in New Jack City. Am I my brother's keeper? Yes, I am.
So that happened,
Wesley
number
Snipes.
one, and I'm going to let you know that it happy ending. Not only did my phone last, but we won the game. So how's that?
Okay, man.
Number two.
Yes.
The older siblings were there. Little Rory and Jacob were on the team. Their older brothers, Declan and Lucas, were there, and they got things to do. They don't want to see their little brothers throwing balls all over the yard. You know what I mean? They don't want to see a bunch of 11-year-olds, dropping pop-ups. You know what I mean? So they said, hey, man, we got to get out of here. We got to do something. I said, why don't you guys go see? Why don't you do the Times Summer Memorial tradition? Go see a freaking movie. All right? And I said, and he goes, Declan said, I'd like to see Oppenheimer. I said, you know what? I love the fact that you're interested in the world history.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Okay.
So we drive to a mall in Santee. Let me tell you, this mall, straight out. I mean, it was I walked in, it was 1982. It was 1982, Paulie. When's the last time you went to just a good old-fashioned mall from the 80s?
Oh.
That's still hanging on. You know what I mean? There's like a JCPenney. There's a Cinnabon. There's an Annie Ann's
Would
pretzels
you count
or whatever.
No, I don't know the longevity. You would have to give me a history lesson.
There's a hot dog on a stick.
Well, yeah, shout out Orange Julius. That was big. Do you know what about the Northgate Mall? Would
That's
that qualify?
Like, but they spruce that up.
They vamp it up. Yeah,
they'll vamp it up. It's
up.
still empty as hell. You can shoot a cannon through that place.
Yeah, it's very weird
But this
when you
one,
go in
they
there.
just decided we're going with the 82 decor. And I got a warm rush. I was like, oh, this is awesome.
That's how we used to spend our free time. Let's go to the mall.
Awesome.
Yeah,
I said, in fact, you guys, when the movie lets out and we haven't picked you up, just walk around. Just scope out what's going on with the Santee High School sophomore.
Now, you know what the best part about the mall back in the day was? You go to the mall, and there was always like that one kind of head shop with the black light posters and the water pipes.
Even in the 80s?
Yeah, there was.
That was very dangerous.
In Jersey, it was. Shout out to everybody from Jersey. If you guys remember this, you guys remember Spencer's Gifts.
Wait a minute. The mall
You guys know
Yeah,
Spencer's.
Holy Mac. I
You
grew up
guys know
going to Spencer's, yeah.
We used to go to Spencer's. It was like a big outing. Like, oh, look at the Black Sabbath poster. Ooh, look at that bong. Ooh, ooh. It was like almost like you were getting away with something.
Oh, it's so taboo, Holy Mac. Yeah.
Ooh, look at a Grateful Dead church. Wow. You were just like in there. You were just thrilled to be in Spencer's.
They got lava
Shocked.
lamps.
Do
and
you remember
everything, yeah.
Spencer's? Murph?
Triple E says there is a Spencer's in the Santa Rosa Mall.
Nice.
Is it the Larkfield or whatever they call that, the mall? The Northfield or Larkfield, that mall up there? Anyway, there's a mall.
Yeah,
I know the mall.
There's still Spencer's at the Great Mall down the street from
Okay, see, I didn't
Levi's
see.
in Milpitas.
I was the guy looking for the Foot Locker so I could go look at shoes.
Where's Paulie Mac? He's at Spencer's.
You know what the store that captured the two 15-year-olds was Lids. They were very. Declan sent me a screen. He sent me a shot. I was at the game. He goes, check out this hat. You want it? Giants hat. Patch from the 2002 World Series on the side. It's like, who's buying that?
Why do you want that?
Who's buying that?
You don't want to wear
Unless
that.
you're showing like you're a total hardo, like, yeah, I ride with the 02 series, ride or die.
You know who would wear that hat? Probably is Copes. There's probably no bigger fan of the 02 team than
He'd wear
Copes.
like the 06 one with like a Ryan Garco number on it.
Well, boys.
Lids.
I like the name. I'm not even riffing here. Copes, I believe, either has a hat or a T-shirt that has the 1989 World Series patch on it.
Well,
There's another. That's another tough moment.
Yeah, but he says it's because he's born in 89.
All right. Well, it's his birth year as opposed to the birth month we're going through here with Triple E.
And at this point in time,
so let me tell you the story.
Yeah,
Go ahead. So we go to Oppenheimer, and I'm excited. And I'm like, so I said, listen, it's rated R. This is the key critical factor in the whole thing. It's rated R.
Yeah, here we go.
So I go, nowadays, by the way, they've completely automated out. No more Ratner working the tickets, dude. Now you do it on a screen.
Yeah, no.
So sad.
I miss Ratner.
So sad.
Smoking upstairs to your left.
Your boy Murph. I used to wear the clip-on bow tie and the polyester jacket and say, Bill King bought 2 tickets to see Carmen
I love
for
that
me,
story.
not on a computer screen.
And what did he get, a Sprite and Jujubes
I got
or
a
something?
medium popcorn and a Sprite.
Yeah.
I'll never forget it.
Yeah.
I can still see it right now.
That's
I was
Bill
so
King's
excited.
order. That's pretty
I was like,
cool.
That's Bill King. They're like, the girl I work with was like, who's that?
Yeah.
That's Bill King.
That's Bill King.
The greatest play-by-play man in the history of the United States.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I go to the screen, I punch in, and up comes this prompt. You must be 17 to enter this film. I'm like, I get it. So here's the deal. I'm like, buy the tickets anyway. And then I walk up to the gate where then you do see a human, and he's waiting to the gate.
Nice.
And I said, so these two are with me. I'm their chaperone.
I'm the guardian, yeah.
They're okay. The guy goes, yeah, no, they're not.
I'm their dad. What are you talking about?
He goes, you got to go in with them. I go, what do you mean you got to go? I don't got to go in with them. He goes, yes, you do. And I said, well, I just got to walk him in? He goes, no, you got to see the whole movie.
What?
That's a 3-hour movie. I got to go to a travel wall game and lend my power charger to a guy. So I said,
yeah, right.
I said, well, no, that's not right. And he goes, yeah, it is. And then I said, can I be a Karen here? Can I speak to your manager? So I said, the guy comes over. He's like, yeah, no, this is a no-go.
Oh, my God. This is insanity. What are we doing? What is this?
I said to the guy,
what are we occupied
I said, let me
here?
tell you a little story. In 1982, I was 15. Actually, I was 14.
Did you
going on
actually
15.
say this?
Yes. I said, the movie Fast Times at Ridgemont High came out. It was rated R. I'd never seen a rated R movie in my life. I said, my buddy Robbie and I went. His mom stood at the Montecito box office in San Rafael, right by Pinky's Pizza, and said, these two are okay. And they sold us the tickets. They said, as long as you vouch for them, they're good.
Yeah.
We walked in. I said, my life was changed.
Yeah.
I got to see the movie.
Hey, man.
I said, why can't that same thing happen here?
Things were a lot looser back in those days.
Times have changed, man.
Yep.
They're not getting in.
You want to hear a crazy story like that?
I was irate.
Yeah, that's
But I wanna
insane.
say,
No, that's insane.
Has America gone backwards as a nation?
Yes, the answer is yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's it.
Here's
End of story.
So when I was a little kid, Murph, shout out to I don't know if you remember this one. It was the Coliseum movie theater on 10th and Clement, which was walking distance from my house in the 70s. So my buddy, shout out Greg Ravelli, we actually wrote, ready for this? We took a piece of paper, wrote a note like it was from our fathers, and we said, please allow Paul McCaffrey and Greg Ravelli to attend the 1 p.m. screening of The Blues Brothers. The Blues
That was
Brothers.
rated R?
Yes. So we
Why is that
walked
rated
up
R?
there, bro. You know what? Handed it to the kid, but he couldn't have cared less. He was like, yeah, whatever, man. Here's 2 tickets. Enjoy the show.
So has America gone backwards?
We walked right
the answer is yes.
I got some Belushi and Aykroyd, made me a better person.
So the kid got denied Oppenheimer.
I had a fraudulent note.
So you know what they saw instead? Barbie. They're like, we're not going to see Barbie. I'm like, yeah, you got to go. It's the cultural happening of the summer.
How'd that go? How'd they like Barbie?
Picked them up 2 hours later. It was 98 degrees in front of the mall. Picked them up. They're just, and they're like, it's pretty good. It's pretty good.
See, they like that. Yeah,
and then Lucas with the bomb. I said, what was it about? And Declan tries to describe the plot, and then there's a pause, and from the back, Lucas said, actually, it was about imperfection.
Okay.
I was like, look
Lucas
at
with
you.
the perspective.
I said, Lucas,
got that from his old man.
Dropping bombs.
That's the pip of perspective.
It's about imperfection.
Yeah.
I said, all right.
Attaboy, Lucas.
Has anybody here seen it?
No.
What'd you think?
I have, hands up.
Was it about imperfection?
It was a lot. We played some sound last week from John Miller. He was absolutely right. It's a lot about the patriarchy, and there's a lot of deeper meanings that I don't think most people thought it would be when they think about the Barbie.
It's a film
Was it
laden.
entertaining?
It was hard to get through the first half an hour, but I think Ryan Gosling actually stole the show as Ken.
Look at you.
I thought he was really good in the movie.
Look at you.
It was entertaining.
Ryan Gosling stole the show. This is crazy
More
conversation.
about Ken than Barbie.
No, it's nuts. I didn't think we'd get into this, but
All right,
here we
well,
go.
there you go,
Yeah, I
man.
dig it. I like it.
There it is there. All right, guys.
Yeah.
Here's the deal. Farhan Zaidi joins Tolbert and Copes today at 4:50. 707 says, Murph, you've never sounded so old or so entitled. How in God's name does that sound entitled? When you're just chaperoning somebody to a movie. How's that entitled?
That's a crazy interpretation. I don't know.
And using a fast touch 707, you can go blank yourself. And thanks for listening. But that entitled, I'm just trying to see a movie. And you say, hey, I'm vouching for these kids. It seems like a simple procedure.
Let me put Murph back in a better headspace. Shout out 530 who goes, hey, you know what we did? We wrote notes to go buy cigarettes at 7-Eleven. Shout them out. Here's a note. Give me a pack of Marlboro Reds. I'm 12.
Well, how did you see it? How did you see Fast Times at Ridgemont High in the theater?
I did not see that one in the theater. I actually had to wait till it came out on HBO or whatever it was. Yeah, yeah.
All right. So what was your first rated R in the theater then? Blues
I think
Brothers?
it was Blues Brothers with the fake note.
Yeah. All right, guys.
I was like 11.
And why was Blues Brothers R again?
Great question. Probably language, I guess.
510 says it was a rated R for, quote, adult themes.
Yeah. There's a couple of adult themes. Carrie Fisher's got the bazooka. She's shooting at Belushi. A lot going on, yeah.
I thought that was an entertaining. I thought the story was fun to discuss where we are as a nation and how in 82 something was cool and 23 it's not.
Yeah.
And is that the right move?
Murph has managers involved. There's discussions.
Yeah, well, I mean,
yeah, no, it's crazy.
You say your son is okay to go see a movie. Shouldn't the kid go see a movie?
100%.
All right.
100%. What are you, the kid's dad now? Like, I'd be saying that to the usher. Right. When did you come into the picture?
Right. We killed a segment. So,
okay.
And the power cord story, you're not loaning it.
Nope.
Yeah.
No.
Hey, 707 for the old and entitled. I loaned my power charger, so blank you.
Exactly.
Hey, Matt Mayoko, 9:15 on KNBR 104.5 and 680. These sports.
Yeah. Barbie?
That wouldn't be one of them.
Okay, everybody, good morning once again. It's the Murph and Mac Show. Thanks so much for listening. My good friend Steve Moskowitz joins us Every week he pops in and gives us some good free tax advice, helpful suggestions, and tips for anybody out there struggling with any given tax issue. Steve, I say good morning to you, my friend. How you doing today? And what is the topic? What's on your mind today, Steve?
Doing great. And besides enjoying that movie theater myself, I want to talk about ERC.
Okay. This
is where the government is giving away up to $26,000 for every employee you had in 2020 and 21 that qualifies. And I know some people are out there saying, oh, my CPA told me I didn't qualify because my gross revenue didn't go down enough.
Right.
That's only one of 2 tests. That's the easy test. And I've talked to a lot of CPAs now, and they're not bothering with the other test. The other test is legal analysis, facts and circumstances. They don't want to be bothered. But so many people that I've talked to, not everybody, but so many, qualify under the other test, and you get just as much money. Call us. We have a free consultation. It's quick, and in almost all cases, we can tell you right over the phone if you qualify. And if you do, let's get this free money from the government to which you're legally entitled.
And I can guarantee you, Steve will look in every nook and cranny for you as his client. He will go to work for you and find out if you are leaving any money on the table, and that'll get you back on the right track with that. It's ERC. Listen, it's a complex issue, and let Steve go to work for you with any questions you have. Give him a call at 1-888-TAX-DEAL. Have that conversation with Steve. Easy guy to talk to. And then visit Steve online as well at MoskowitzLLP.com.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. KNBR heads. Our digital team is dropping daily dimes on TikTok until it gets banned at the sports leader. We are KNBR.
2 down, nobody on. There's a ground ball. Third baseman Davis over to his left. He's got it. Jump pivot. Low throw to first. In the dirt. Scooped out by Lamont Wade Jr. And the game is over. Gurriel, he grounded that one towards shortstop. And the third baseman Davis cut across to get it. And then on the move made that low throw. And Wade took it from there. And the Giants have won for the 6th time in 8 games on this homestand. The Giants now have taken 2 out of 3 from the D-backs with one big one still to play.
Well, there it is. Is there a reason we're getting a little Aerosmith, or you just want to hear it?
No, I just felt like playing some Aerosmith this morning.
I was thinking about yesterday. We didn't give him enough love for the Steve Miller Band, Big Old Jet Airliner. That hit me right yesterday. It was funny because we were at Niner practice on, what day was that, Tuesday?
Tuesday, yeah.
And they blast hip hop the entire time. So I was Shazamming it all. Talk about sounding old and entitled. I was Shazamming hip hop, trying to figure out who it was. It was a lot of Future. And then, Paulie, a guy named Moneybag Yo.
Dude.
By the way, Moneybag Yo.
Great handle.
2 G's on that, too, by the way.
Mom, is it okay if Moneybag Yo comes over for dinner?
But anyway, Waterboy, I said, Waterboy, you digging this? He goes, yeah. He goes, Future sometimes sounds the same to me, but yeah, I'm digging it. And then he said, somehow, some way it came up, what if Waterboy was DJing the Niner practice? And I said, well, at least we'd get some Steve Miller Band.
You get some Miller, occasional ZZ Top track, a lot of hip-hop. Marcus knows a lot of underground stuff, though. You were talking about somebody on your hour today.
MF Doom.
Yeah, thank you.
Shout out to my guy Chase was just hitting me randomly with some MF Doom
and you were saying like one of the great underground.
Dude, he's your favorite rapper's favorite rapper, a guy who doesn't get respect like around the hip hop world.
Name again, sorry?
MF Doom stands for Metal Face Doom. He takes on this persona.
Sure, it stands for Metal Face.
Metal Face.
Okay, all right.
Well, here's the thing: he puts on a metal mask, and sometimes Paulie Mac, he wouldn't even show up to his concerts. He would have an imposter or a fake Doom, a Doom bot, do the concert. He's crazy.
Okay, where's he from?
I want to say, I think it might be originally be from London. Let me double check.
Nice.
I still go with Nicotina when it comes to Waterboy and his recommendations. All right, hey, just a little Giants baseball for you because you just heard him play John Miller coming back, and they're 2-0 since the trade deadline. One of the things Sean Estes said to us that was so true was, how was the trade deadline fallout? He's like, well, I'll tell you what, winning 2 games after sure helps. If they lose 2 games after making no moves, there's some bitterness.
It would have been bad. We would have been pissed, yeah.
Well, I did write about PTDR in the Jock blog, premature trade deadline rage, because you truly don't know, obviously, until the end of the season. And I used the great Salty from Clovis, rest in peace. Some listeners didn't know that he left us.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
What a good guy he was.
He's dropping takes
Baltimore
up in the sky
Dave.
now.
I did. I ended the Jock blog by saying,
nice.
Listen, whatever you think of the trade deadline, give a double tap of the chest and a point line to the phone line in the sky.
He's up there
Salty.
on hold in heaven right now, waiting to get through someone's show.
He'd be pissed at Farhan and the platoons and all that stuff. He would be.
His head would explode. He wouldn't know how to handle it.
But he said when the Dodgers got Hanley Ramirez and the Giants got Marco, he said, the Dodgers got Murderers Row and we got Scooter Row. And I thought it was a great line, but the Giants won the World Series, right? So you can't judge trade deadlines until October ends. So maybe A.J. Pollock as Cody Ross or Kyle Harrison as Madison Bumgarner.
Oh.
Rookie lefty. Anyway, but part of it all is talking about the Giants, is having Patrick Bailey in your life. And shout out Papa and Lund getting Bailey on the show. It's pretty good. We've had him once.
You hear that, Triple E?
Yeah. We got him once and he was good.
I'm kidding. That's my boy, Triple E. I'm just messing with him.
So quick releases. We talk about it whether it's Trey Lance, Jimmy Garoppolo, or Patrick Bailey.
Okay.
And it's all about getting the ball from your glove and out of your hand. And Patrick Bailey just does it better than almost anyone. I guess JT Realmuto has a quicker pop time. And Waterboy, let's help me out here now. I've been around baseball all my life. Somebody asked me to define a pop time. It's my understanding is from the moment the ball is in your glove to the moment it leaves your hand.
Yeah. No, it's the moment it's in the catcher's glove to the moment it's in the shortstop or second baseman's glove at second base.
Oh, I thought it was, okay.
No, that's pop time.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
From your glove to the other glove?
From your glove to the base you're throwing to.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's okay.
Pop time.
Awesome. Okay, well, here's Bailey on his quick release. Paulie, quick release.
Yeah, that's kind of when it started. I mean, I played shortstop till I was probably 12 or 13, and then realized I wasn't going to be fast enough or quick enough to have any type of range over there. So I knew my best bet to play in college and professional would be behind the plate. So that's kind of when I became a full-time catcher. And then kind of growing up, like I never had a great arm strength. And so my thing was like I had to get rid of it as quick as I could. And it helped me set a foundation for kind of what I do now. Thankfully my arm strength's gotten a little better, but it's still not, I still wouldn't call it elite by any means. But kind of having the average arm strength with a quick release can, kind of help with those pop times for
Pretty
sure.
good talker, man.
Yeah.
Pretty good talker.
Yep.
In terms of his release, and he downgrades himself. Oh, and called elite or that. We haven't seen anything like this, really.
No.
I mean, has anybody done a comp on his pop time to Buster's? Do we know?
I would think it's quicker. I would think Bailey's a little quicker.
I mean, that's a good call.
That's my guess.
I think just from a natural eye, just watching it, Bailey does look quicker.
I mean, obviously, Buster, resume speaks for himself, but in this one area,
Somebody pointed out, too, that Bailey was a catcher longer than Buster.
Yeah.
Like Buster didn't grow up only catching.
He played every position, yeah.
But Bailey just said he played shortstop till he was 12 or 13.
Bailey, I mean,
whatever Bailey was as a...
He might be my favorite Giant this year.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it happened real quick with him, too. I fell for this kid right
You
away.
haven't checked Rory's edit. So Rory has his own YouTube channel, and he did his top 5 baseball players, and he's still riding with Casey Schmidt, number 1.
Well, see, that's innocence. That's the innocence of a child right there. You got to enjoy that while it's there, because soon enough, he'll be wearing a GM hat making moves with Declan. You'll see.
Framing pitches. It's incredible, isn't it, how umpires can get fooled by this? You'd think the umpire would just say, where did this ball cross the plate? Instead of, the catcher moved it. I should call it where the catcher moved it. It's amazing. It's like an optical illusion.
We need like an analytic term for framing, yeah.
Well, here's Bailey on his skill of framing.
A lot of the credit just goes to Craig Auburn as our catching coach. He pretty much right when I came in with the Giants in 2020, we completely changed how I call it from college. And it's just kind of everything he preaches is how to prepare to make the best move, whether that's like pre-pitch, movement, relaxing, just always trying to make it kind of present it as a fluid move to the zone. Because as soon as something looks choppy, kind of like umpires can kind of see the exaggeration of you, I guess, trying to make a ball a strike.
Shout out to his Chris Christopherson gravelly voice too. He's like, listen, man. I just dig his whole vibe, and now I'm falling for his voice too, Marcus. The gravel tones of a Pat Bailey.
Well, Albernaz is the dude.
Yeah.
Remember, he told us. Oh, you weren't with us in Scottsdale. He had a dream to be a big league manager, and so he's going to have to climb from the bottom of the ladder of being a bullpen coach, all the way, but. Who was it? It's called The Unseen Hours with Craig Albernaz.
You know what's crazy, dude? I bet you he can make that climb. I forget who told me this. Marcus, it might have been you last week. Somebody recently put this in my head, said, hey, don't be surprised. I'm not kidding. Somebody said, don't be surprised in a couple of years if Kai isn't behind. Was it
FP?
Oh, maybe it was FP. Okay, yeah, that he could be a skipper at some point. Kai Correa.
Yeah.
So it's just an interesting thought. So
that one I believe, for sure. Because they like hiring young analytic dudes,
Mm-hmm. Stand by.
By the way, I did some quick research. It looks like the best pop time that Buster Posey ever had thrown down to second base was 2 seconds flat. The number one guy during that era was Yadier Molina with a 1.85 second pop time. Patrick Bailey clocks in at 1.87.
Damn.
So better than Buster.
Yeah. The kids, he is something else, man.
Buster here. You know what I mean?
What Buster ever really do is my question. I'm kidding, man. It's a joke.
In fact, the next cut we have, actually, go down to cut I as in indigo.
Nice.
And that is his interactions with Buster Posey since he got drafted.
Yeah, so I think the first spring training was 21. I think the first and only spring training. And obviously I was a new guy and pretty quiet, so I didn't have a ton of interaction with him, but the talks I did have with him were they were really cool for him to go out of his way to talk to me and just kind of pour his wisdom out. And it's been pretty cool this year to kind of text with him here and there and just kind of keep in touch. Has probably been one of the cooler parts about being up here.
So good. All right, man. Well, he's Paulie's favorite, number 14. We're in Vida Blue's number.
Yeah.
Because 14's on their sleeve.
Yeah.
Vida.
How about that?
Speaking of sleeve, you're going to see something new today. They have a big old patch advertising a driverless car called Cruise.
Oh, I didn't realize that was today, Murph.
I think that's what I
thought
read.
you were okay.
Yeah, I think that's what I read. It's going to be today. I'm going down there. I'm going to check out the Cruise patch in person.
And then on the other sleeve is going to be the Paulie Mac tribute day. There'll just be an orange cone. That'll be on the left sleeve.
What, are you going today?
Oh, I'll be out there.
Okay.
Nice.
Is Copes going?
Most likely. Copes is always there for day games.
Jeez, maybe I'll see you boys.
We'll hook up. We'll grab a beer, Murph.
You going to head up to the suite, Murph?
No weekday beer for you, old man.
Not even a $9 beer?
You going to head up to the suite, see what kind of royalties up there?
I don't know, Paulie. There's some warning signs.
Yeah, stay away now, too. Yeah.
All
Some
right,
warning signs.
Matt Mayoko talking Niner football next on the Sports Leader.
Dude, it's Patrick Bailey.
Livermore, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Livermore's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Patty Ballgame, a.k.a. Patrick Bailey, stopped by the Papa and Lynn show yesterday morning to talk about his walk-off back pick at first base against the Arizona Diamondbacks. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT.
Yeah, I had a broken rib. I actually broke my rib, I think, like the second or third drive in that Tampa game. So that whole first half, man, I'm throwing and I'm like, this isn't good. You know, we're doing so well. My rib's broken. I'm still trying to make plays. And then, you know, when you end the game, that's when it really starts hurting.
Yeah.
And so we had 4 days to get ready from that game till Thursday.
4
night.
days.
Yeah.
That's not a lot of time.
Yeah.
So,
and then you get to the game and you just got to tough it out. Obviously, they do everything they can in the training room to get you right. And then, you know, we're playing Thursday night, so all the adrenaline and stuff kicked in, and I was like, I just gutted it out, and we made it happen.
We now return with Murph, Mac, and Mayoko. NBC Sports Bay Area 49ers insider Mac Mayoko.
Sponsored by Golden State. Since 1954, when you succeed, they succeed. Visit them today at goldenstatelumber.com. And by UCSF Health, redefining health.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Brock Purdy with us a couple days ago talking about the broken rib in Seattle, and now on to the regular season. He is way ahead of where we thought. Remember back a few months ago we were saying, is he going to be ready for training camp? Is he ready for week 1? Well, that seems to be answered. Does he have a firm hold on the number 1 job? That and many other questions. For Matt Mayoko of NBC Sports Bay Area, it was great to see Matty down in Santa Clara. This is what he does. They're on the field now. So much to talk about. Good morning, Matty.
Hey, Matty.
Good morning. And isn't that Brock Purdy a delightful young man?
My gosh.
Indeed. He really is.
We were really surprised with how expansive he was on stuff.
Very easy to talk to, Matty.
You know what? From the moment that he stepped into the starting lineup, he was just so composed, you know, on the field. You could see it in just the way he would go through his progressions, and if nothing was there, he'd move around a little bit. But also just the way he handled himself. And I'm sure that's 4 years of, and I don't know what the media contingent is like in Iowa City. Or is that, no, Ames. I'm sorry, Ames, Iowa, at Iowa State. But I would imagine, you know, that being the only game in town, it's probably a lot of attention that you get in that town. And it just seemed like he was he just knew how to handle it. Probably better than any rookie quarterback, probably just because of the amount of experience he had. And so the thing that would strike me, too, is that he was always very thoughtful. You know, that you would ask him a question and he would consider it and he'd give you a really good answer. You know, he's not like super flamboyant or, you know, says stuff just to say stuff, but it was always very thoughtful. And so I think you guys saw that firsthand a couple of days ago.
Yeah, and I guess that goes into his whole persona as a quarterback. He's the stories about him processing information and studying the playbook. I mean, that's really what separated him, right? It wasn't that he has the strongest arm or the quickest feet. It's that he's making the right decisions.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, it's his. I guess it's his intelligence under pressure. Mm-hmm. You know, a lot of guys can sit back in a film room or whatever and tell you what they could have done or should have done, or this is the right read and this is what you're looking for. But to be able to have the answers like that on a timed test, you know, on a test that you have to make that decision, you have to give the right answer in a split second. So that, I think that's kind of what separates him. It's the processing, it's the decision making, it's the poise, and I think those are the areas where it was pretty apparent that he sees the game the way that Kyle Shanahan wants him to see the game.
And that's where he's at right now as the guy, and QB1 is his title. And that I want to talk about the guy who might be QB2 or would be QB1, and that's the guy you wrote about. That's Trey Lance. And you guys got to talk to Brian Greasy, which isn't very common, is it? They don't make him available too often, huh?
Yeah, the assistant coaches, other than the coordinators, aren't available too often. But we got the assistants in OTAs once, and then I think this is the first time we've gotten them like this in kind of a group setting. They basically bring all the offensive coaches, position coaches into the auditorium and scatter them around the room about 30 minutes. So it's kind of like you go through the car wash with those guys, and then the defensive coaches come in. But yeah, Brian Greasy, not exactly, he's not going to share any state secrets or anything. But I mean, the one thing I did ask him about Trey Lance, and he basically reiterated or said what is very obvious. Trey Lance is better right now than he has been since he's been with the 49ers. And I think a lot of that is physically, but also it's mentally too. I mean, being around the system for 3 years now, or this is his third training camp, one of the things that kind of strikes me is that it doesn't look like he's thinking. In the past, I think just, mechanically, it was like you could almost see the gears grinding in his head. Like, this is where I need to go with the ball. Now I am throwing the football over there. Right. And it just seemed mechanical. Yeah. Now it just seems, I mean, you guys were at practice a couple days ago. I don't know if you picked up on that as well, but he just looks more natural. And it's a matter of when you're NFL quarterback, the layups, you got to make those. Yep. You got to make 100% of those. And, I think in the past, this year more than ever, the easy pitches and catches, the easy throws look easy. Whereas in the past, he completed a good good number of those, but it didn't look easy and effortless. And it does look more easy and effortless this summer.
Trey Lance doing his thing, and now we ask about the third guy, Sam Darnold. The arm talent is pretty evident.
Yeah.
Is there a belief that he's pulling ahead of Trey Lance in the race?
You know what I would have said? If you had asked me the same question a week ago or 4 or 5 days ago, I would have said, I probably wouldn't have hesitated. And I would have said yes, and I would expect Sam Darnold to be the backup quarterback. And then, we'll see what happens with Trey Lance. More than likely, he would be the number 3, or if some team comes calling, you just never know what could happen when you're the number 3. Now, I mean, and again, it's what happens on the practice field is only a small part of it. How a guy looks is only a small part of it. Basically, the number 2 quarterback will come down to the quarterback who, like I said, sees the game like Kyle Shanahan wants him to see the game. It's the guy that makes the decisions in a split second on the field that Kyle Shanahan, after getting into the film room after practice, says that was the right decision. That's the guy who's going to be the number 2 quarterback. But just physically and the way he looks on the practice field, and it seems to me that the ball is coming out on time. I think Trey Lance is – I think it's really close. I think Trey Lance is playing very well. I think Darnold looks the part. So we'll see how this whole thing plays out. But right now I'd probably put it in the too close to call category.
Too close to call, man. It's really fascinating. It's all anybody ever talks about, obviously. So what's the best story other than those guys on the field? I mean, there's a number you can go with. I mean, there's obviously Brandon Ayuk's bursting, and there's a new right tackle, and there's new
slim down Javon Kinlaw,
all
right?
These things.
Yeah.
What's catching your eye the most, other than the quarterback?
Boy, that's a good question. I mean, the ones you hit on are pretty good. The fact that there is no Nick Bosa here, so they're looking at some other defensive linemen to step up. I mean, the last practice the 49ers had, they had the day off yesterday, but the last thing we saw on the practice field before yesterday's day off was Jake Moody drilling a 60-yard field goal. So, you talk about a guy that, a kicker, it's easy to, go a few weeks without talking about the kicker. But let's face this, of all the rookies that the 49ers are bringing in, and all the newcomers, maybe with the exception of Javon Hargrave, but this season could hinge on how Jake Moody does, that he could be the most impactful, he will be the most impactful rookie they have, and that's for good or for bad. When you're coming off a 6-year run where Robbie Gould was as consistent as any kicker in the league and the most accurate kicker in 49ers history, once you got to a certain point on the field, you could just chalk up the 3 points. And then it's like, okay, can they add 4 more points by getting into the end zone? So Jake Moody is definitely a story. But, Brandon Ayuk, this probably doesn't mean a lot. I doubt that he'll hang the certificate on his wall. But through 1 week, he was the MVP of training camp. He has looked fantastic. And we're talking, he looks like a top 10, top 7 wide receiver in the NFL. And what a great compliment, what a great pairing Deebo Samuel is for him. But as a route runner, as a wide receiver, Brandon Ayuk is pretty clearly the best guy the 49ers have. Deebo Samuel's value to the team is that he's a pretty good wide receiver as well, but he can do so many other things too with the football in his hands.
Yeah.
So Ayuk is just absolutely blowing up. I don't want to get ahead of myself here, but I am just for fun.
Where are you going?
We're going into next year, the salary issues.
Yeah.
Is it kind of, should we steel ourselves that they can't keep both Deebo and Ayuk next year?
See, I disagree. And the reason I disagree with that, I think they can, and I would almost be surprised if they don't, based on the relationship that Brandon Ayuk has with Kyle Shanahan and how they came to a really good understanding and Kyle Shanahan did some tough love coaching, and Brandon Ayuk certainly bought into it and didn't roll his eyes or anything else. The thing you got to remember with the 49ers and why they're able to have so many high-priced players at other positions is because, relatively speaking, they are not paying for a quarterback. Whereas a lot of the teams in the league, the Chargers are paying $54 million a year for their quarterback. You have the Chiefs, the Eagles, the Bengals will soon be paying $55 million for their quarterback. All these teams are paying $40+ million for the quarterback. And right now, when there's a 90-man roster and only the top 51 players count against the salary cap, the 49ers starting quarterback is number 61 on the team as far as salary. So they're not even they don't even count him against the cap right now.
Wow.
So they are locked in this year. Brock Purdy is not making much. Now Trey Lance and Sam Darnold are making more, taking up more space on the salary cap. But with Brock Purdy, you cannot even renegotiate a guy's contract until he has finished 3 NFL seasons. So the 49ers next year will have Brock Purdy extraordinarily cheap. And then if he ends up being the guy that they expect him to be, and that we saw at the end of last season, and he gets a big-time contract after the 2024 season, more than likely that salary and the 25 salaries will be lower. And so they have a pretty good window right now where they can go pay some guys. Now down the road, maybe a year or two down the road, they might have to make some difficult decisions on some other guys. If some other guys, and you know all the names of the guys who are paid a lot of money, if some of those guys are dropping off or underperforming or whatever, they might have to cut some ties with some guys and move in a different direction. But a guy like Brandon Ayuk, I think 49ers will make a big-time effort to retain him. And they still have him on the 5th-year option for next year. So a year from now, we could be talking about Brandon Ayuk like we're talking about Nick Bosa, that a contract extension could be on the way.
I know we got to let you go, and we got Dan Wetzel coming up talking about the Pac-12's extinction. But real quick, Nick Bosa, he ain't there.
He ain't here. And you know what, Murph? I mean, I've never been around a contract holdout situation that seems to be as lacking in acrimony as this one is.
Yeah.
Or there just doesn't seem to be anybody worried at all.
Right.
John Lynch is, he said this week, he's confident. He's not even a worry that Nick Bosa won't be on the team. Now it's a matter of just hammering out the details. And I guess the numbers, we know kind of a guideline, a framework of where the numbers will be, but I just don't sense anyone sweating. No flop sweat that John Lynch has been displaying based on Nick Bosa's contract. I think a lot of that has to do with they know the kind of work this guy puts in, and that he could basically, he could catch a plane from Fort Lauderdale to Pittsburgh on September 9th and be in the starting lineup September 10th.
There's your headline, by the way. 49er Insider, Bosa won't sign till day before season starts.
Yeah. And then he'll get 2.5 sacks.
Right, I know.
Yeah, he would, too.
All right, we'll see. I mean, it is weird.
It's a friendly holdout, though. He's right. There's
At some point, though, money gets a little,
Yeah.
It's got to be a little tug-of-war going on at some point. We'll see. We'll follow it.
Yeah.
Maddie, it was great to see you. I can't wait for your continued dispatches, and we'll talk to you next week.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys. Appreciate
All right.
You got it,
the
Maddie.
Pac-12 might be extinct. We'll hit Dan Wetzel next on the Sports Leader.
Richmond, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Richmond's sports leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Is the Pac-12 dead? What? Oh, my God. Dan Wetzel does a great job covering this stuff for Yahoo. We love talking to Dan half through the years, and he's on it, man, for Yahoo Sports. Dan, welcome back to the Murph and Mac Show out here in the Bay Area where Cal and Stanford went from total outrage that their California brothers were leaving for the Big Ten to now taking a call from the Big Ten? I don't know. Good morning, Dan. How are you, man?
Hey.
Well, hypocrisy makes strange bedfellows or something like that. I don't know. But, no, anyone throwing that lifeline, you're going to grab. So we'll see. Lots going to happen in the next 24 hours.
I know they say it's early days. So for people who are like, just they're blindsided by this, how would you kind of Wikipedia this here? Like, or just IMDb summary of like, what dominoes fell to get this going? Was it Colorado leaving for the Big 12, Arizona State, and Utah flirting, the media deal offered by the Pac? How did this happen so fast?
Well, it goes back to the Big Ten taking USC and UCLA. Okay, so they leave. They're leaving for 2024. I don't think it shocks anybody. You don't have to be a media consultant to say, gee, maybe the Pac-12's TV deal isn't going to be that great when you no longer have Los Angeles, right, as a market. So that's what set this in motion. They couldn't get a great TV deal. The Big 12 did a good job of stepping forward and grabbing a deal before the Pac-12. They kind of boxed them out. But the Pac-12 is struggling to get an equal revenue. The Big 12 is going to get like $31 million a team, and the Pac-12 we don't know. So they're going to present this. They're presented this mainly Apple Plus subscription deal. You don't know how many subscriptions you can sell, how much money you can make. It might be 20 million, might be more, but that set up a lot of uncertainty over the last few months. So Colorado bails to the Big 12. They don't even wait to see what the deal is. They take their deal. Now you have the Big 12 at 13 teams. They want at least one more. They can take one more. They're focused on the University of Arizona. If the University of Arizona says we're going to go to the Big 12 and take that move, we're going to leave the Pac-12, what happens? Do they have to take Arizona State politically? I believe they might. Can the Big 12 then take a 13th team and a 14th team, or that would be, I don't know, whatever number? Can the Big 12 take Arizona State and then Utah, right, and get that area, get Colorado, Utah, and the Arizona schools? That's what they would like. I don't know if they can get that done. But if all of that happens, so what we could have is Arizona say, we're not moving, everyone just sign this Apple deal, and they'll all sign it, and maybe everyone signs it and no one goes anywhere. Or we could have Arizona schools on the move, Utah, and then a totally uncertain, destabilized Pac-12, and then the Big Ten is saying, look, if the Pac-12 is going to fall apart anyway, we're going to come in like looking for scrap heapers off of an abandoned building. We're going to take what we can get that has value. And the two they are focused on is Oregon and Washington. There has been discussion of going 20 teams and adding Cal and Stanford. But I can tell you right now, that's believed to be on the back burner. It's less likely that Cal and Stanford get that invite. The focus seems to be on 18 right now, if they expand at all. So the good news for Cal and Stanford is the Pac-12 has not dissolved yet, and it may not. It's a better than 0% chance that this will survive and nothing happens. The bad news for Cal and Stanford is that Big Ten lifeline is a little less likely today than it was yesterday.
I mean, we're just speculating. Like you said, it all will unfold. We're talking to Dan Wetzel at Yahoo Sports. You guys should read his stuff on this conference mania. It's all going on around the country. There's a nuclear scenario, just for fun, just for sports talk radio.
All right.
There's a nuclear scenario where Arizona State, and Utah go to the Big 12, Oregon and Washington go to the Big 10, and Cal and Stanford have, Dan, nothing.
Yeah. Nowhere to go. Yeah, where do we... Can we play with you guys?
I mean, that's the nuclear scenario, right? That's
They're like the kid that comes to the playground and be like, "Hey guys, can I play?"
Well, I
Like-
mean, now they're Notre Dame Independents or whatever, right?
Yeah, maybe.
You could play the game 12 times a year. Just back and forth.
Right.
It's a two-man conference.
12 axe runs here, or 12 recreations of the band on the field. Wow. So obviously that's probably unlikely, but it's not out of the realm. Oh, my gosh.
Oh, that one's got a decent – in the terms of like anything can happen, okay?
Yeah,
That's the hard part. But that's a real scenario. That's not like a 1% chance.
That's
either.
on the grease board. Oh, my gosh.
That's on the grease board.
Oh, my
you sit
gosh.
there with then what do? Do you sit there with – you also have Oregon State and Washington State.
Oh, that's right.
Nobody wants.
Well, there's a
You
Pac
have
4.
four teams.
Pac 4.
Pac 4.
Pac 4,
And
man.
then,
That's it.
I don't know. Like, does Stanford and Cal want to be like? It's like, what is this? Are these leagues athletic or are they academic?
Yeah,
that's the problem,
right?
Like, do they want to sit there and say, "Hey, Stanford, call up Fresno State and Boise State and say, hey, we want to partner"? Like, this would be.
Have you heard the crazy one where Stanford joins the Ivy? Have you heard that? Like as the satellite school in the Ivy League?
I have not.
I did see that somewhere. It might have been a goof. I don't know. But
Their road games would be hellish.
Well, it's like UCLA going to Rutgers.
Logging a lot of miles, yeah.
Uh-huh. Oh, my
I'll tell you the funny part of all this is like everything here is designed about, we need $8 million more or $12 million more. And look, that's a lot of money, certainly to us and most businesses. Not to Stanford.
Right. I know, right? Stanford's like, what are you talking about?
Let's just look through the couch cushions.
Stanford's like, what are you children
Nice,
discussing here?
nice,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
Dan,
Dan,
does Stanford go into it? I don't know. It is panic time on those things because literally, on the list of probabilities, like the fact that Arizona just says, nah, we're sticking and the league stays together is probably second ranked. So there's a real possibility that nothing happens here. But there's also a possibility that in 24 hours you're standing there and it's the Pac-4 going, I don't know what we do. Like, what do we basically become a Mountain West Plus?
Mountain West Plus.
Go independent or, I don't know.
Wow. Dan, is there any way we can put just for blame purposes to make a villain here? Can we point some blame to disgraced Pac-12 Commissioner Larry Scott? Did he fail to see the future?
You can, leadership all over, absolutely. He obviously had a tumultuous run, wasn't able to get the Pac-12 network on enough cable channels to make that work. Didn't see the idea that they probably need to pay a lot more attention to USC. These are partnerships, but there's one lead dog in all of these leagues, or one or a couple, and not every. You got to look and say, "Geez, USC, they'd never leave." Well, so do you help them out in certain ways? I don't know. Mainly, though, it's just there's no leadership in the whole sport. It's a crazy sport. There's 130-something teams competing for one title. It's every different type of institution going. And TV networks, TV executives are running this thing, and all they care about is getting one brand playing another brand, and they don't really care about tradition or memories or anything that makes any sense. Like I said, one of these scenarios is a 20-team Big Ten with 6 teams on the West Coast. Like, what is this? Like that,
right.
What is this? The NFC has 16 teams. What are we doing? Why is Rutgers in this league? What is going on?
What is this?
Yeah, Rutgers.
You want the Rutgers Stanford volleyball game on a Tuesday night?
I know.
Scarlet Knights.
Somebody once described when the whole thing came down, and I'm a UCLA grad, so I'm like, well, we got the money, we had to do it. Somebody said, how's that UCLA Penn State tennis match in a rain delay on a Wednesday night out in College Valley, at Happy Valley? You know what I mean?
And do they really need the money? Like, they spend so much money. They have these incredibly opulent facilities, and they have huge staffs, and they hire coaches at bad contracts, and then have to buy them out for $10 million, and they spend so much money, and then they sit there and go, well, we need the money. And then you sit around and it's a game of musical chairs, and nobody's really happy with realignment. Very few schools have realigned and been happy.
You'll get your Utah that got their chance at the Power 5 and has succeeded, or a TCU, but those schools probably should have been there already. But let's take Nebraska, right? Nebraska was incredible football program for a long time, was very good in the Big 12, was still competing for championships. They moved to the Big 10, they get more money, and they haven't won since. Boston College used to have good football teams. Matt Ryan, obviously Doug Flutie, good basketball teams. They were good athletic department, right? Not superstar, but good. They took the money, went to the ACC. They've been terrible, losing seasons and everything for 20 straight years. So it's like they make these moves for the cash that I don't even know they need, or they could find somewhere else at the school, and then their success rate drops. And you go, I'm glad the athletic department's got all this money, but I kind of liked winning as a fan. Like, nobody sits around and goes, boy, I'm so proud of our NFL owner. We went 6-11, but he turned a $400 million profit this year. Isn't that great? Who cares? As a fan, you want to win. You want to play your rivals. You want to have this mean something, not just, it's good for our bottom line.
Well, I mean, this phrase late-stage capitalism has been thrown out in our country, in our society, and I would say that we're at that stage in college football right now. Late-stage capitalism. Wow.
Late-stage capitalism.
Dan, great stuff. Always love reading you. Love having you on the show. In the next 24 hours, we will stay tuned, man. Thanks for coming on, Murphy Mac.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
There he is. Dan's great. He's really good.
I enjoy Dan, too.
Well, I mean, dude, listen, bottom line.
Pack 4, Murph.
All hell has broken loose. And it's bottom line, just listen. This goes back to, to me, in the 1950s when they said Hugh McElhaney, the great Niner running back. Yeah. They said when he went from the University of Washington to the 49ers, he took a pay cut. That was the big joke, right? You know what I mean? Because, so this is, to me, the ultimate evolution of, they've always been paying players under the rug, and under the whatever.
Table. Rug.
Under the table.
I like the rug, though, too.
I don't know.
I like that.
It's hard to get it when it's
what's
under
that rug, yeah.
But anyway, and then players are getting paid, teams are cheating, schools are on probation, then TV contracts are getting big, and coaches are getting too much money, and it's all just evolves and evolves and evolves to ultimately we get to the point where it's how many different schools can go for as much money as possible all at once? And that's where we're at. There's just, as Dan said, nobody cares about the fight song and coming out of the tunnel.
No, it's big business now, man. It's all about spirit.
These are college kids.
I know. And but they're college kids that are generating literally billions of dollars.
Yeah, they're generating billions of dollars.
So they have, so it's become
that's it. And now they at least can get some of it. But in terms of the college football you knew growing up, man.
No, good. Kiss that goodbye.
And then it just comes down to Georgia and Alabama anyway.
It ain't three cheers for old Notre Dame no more. You know what I mean? With the fight song and all that.
Anyway, wild stuff. And I'm sort of chuckling at the Cal and the Cal people have been very upset at us. UCLA, you turned your back. You ruined the conference. I'm like,
they're blaming you now.
Well, we're living in the real world. You got to get paid.
They're blaming Murph.
And Cal, if they get that call from the Big Ten, they're taking the call.
Shout out to Murph's new power conference, the Pac 4.
Well, there it is.
I like that, the Pac 4.
Pack, yeah. Washington State, Oregon State, Cal, and Stanford. They play each other over and over and over again.
2 at home, 2 on the road.
All right. Hey, by the way, Tripoli walked in this cruise thing here.
I see this. This is the patch, I guess, with the car.
Shout out Tom Cruise. Shout out Mount Cruise would be Tom Cruise.
The Al Pacino movie Cruising.
The song Cruising by Smokey Robinson, and then the driverless car Cruise.
Murph, I'd like you to see Gabe modeling the new patch. Tell me your thoughts.
I see it.
Tell me your thoughts on the air.
Well, it's the bicep is rippling through the cruise patch.
I like how he's pondering. He's looking off. He's always looking off in the distance.
Remember the story that Zagaris told us that when he faked his way onto the field as a teenager and he got George Halas on the field, and he said, he got Vince Lombardi. He goes, I'm doing a book called Sunday Gladiators. He goes, Coach, I want you to look to I want you to point to the horizon and look to the future. And Vince Lombardi goes, what kind of BS is this? Get out of my blanket face. I'm trying to prepare for a blanket game.
Yeah, it's Vince Lombardi trying to win some ball games out there,
16-year-old Zagaris going, I want you to look to the future, Coach. That's what Gabe's doing.
You know what's kind of cool, though, from that story to the present day, you can still, as we speak, drive right over to the Haight. You can walk right onto that field at Kezar still, maybe run a few laps around the track or whatever. But Murph, meanwhile, you think about walking across that field. That's where Vince Lombardi stood. Yeah. Some of the all-time greats walked right across that field, still sitting right there.
Including Marlon Brando and Jerry Garcia, right? And
you ain't kidding, brother. Bob Dylan, too.
Thing, yeah.
And Francis Ford Coppola. The only problem is you cannot do that at the Stick. There ain't nothing to walk across.
I saw
no
Will
more.
Clark doing this Eric Burns show, and he asked him for his favorite ballpark all the time, and Will said, I still got to go with Candlestick, and he goes, and I miss seeing it when I drive in.
Me and you too. Me and you both, Will. I have the same feeling.
Papa and Lund coming on in next on The Sports Leader.
It's a bad fight song. It's the same one that Cal has. Get your own fight song. They share a mascot and a.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Nation, there's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the Sports Leader.
Paulie, before we get out of here, got to remind everybody we're proudly sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. Also, Papa and Lund are going to have Baggerly on at 10:30 today. Are we seeing Greg? Is he on the...
I saw Greg's orange hat. I know he's around.
Is he on the face-off? Because he's doing remote today.
Hey, G-Pop, can you hear us? No, I guess they're not hooked up yet. There he is. There's Greg. I see the visual.
There he is. He took your spot.
Yeah. No, it's better off.
Can you hear us, G-Pop?
I hear you, Murph.
Hey.
How are you, brother? How are you?
What's going on, Greg?
I was just getting ready for practice. Big crowd here today. I read into Kyle Shanahan, and he said he's been hearing and reading a lot about the openers in baseball.
True story.
He's going to play a different quarterback every quarter.
Okay, well.
He's just trying to figure out who's going to be the opener and who's going to be the closer.
So wait a minute. Brandon Allen gets a quarter then?
Yes, they all get a quarter. Well, you don't know.
Or a series, maybe.
We're going to script it out a little bit.
Who's going to be the feature guy, though, Greg? Who's the feature guy?
They're all going a quarter, according to him. So how would you do that? Trade later in the game to run the clock out?
Oh, man. Well, this is the great
Purdy to open the game to get the
great
lead.
Experiment today.
How would you handle that?
Scott Alexander today.
Scott Alexander.
Game number 20.
Alexander.
Game number 20. So we'll see how they do.
They're 14-5.
So you're down there. They were off yesterday, right?
They were off yesterday. Came in studio, saw you guys a little bit, and back on the practice field. Huge crowds here.
Gosh, they're packing them in. They're packing them in.
When are you coming out? We're going to see you on the weekend.
We saw you.
Saturday.
We were there Tuesday. You were.
Right.
Where were you? Where
I was
Greg?
here. I was in the KNBR.
You were doing your darn
studio.
job. Yeah. I drove home and listened to you pull Guy Haberman in.
Yeah,
pulled Haberman in.
Guy went birdie, par, and bogey.
Yeah, well, that was wild.
Did that make any sense to you on the quarterback breakdown?
Well, me, because I'm a golf lunatic here, yeah, but I imagine he lost a good group there of the crowd. If I talk golf, these two guys, the guys I work with, their eyes glaze over.
Right.
Like if I talked to them about Justin Thomas in danger of missing the FedEx Cup, they would be...
yeah, you lost me there.
They would have no takes.
I shrug. I don't know. Yeah.
Paul, are you able to hang there when he goes
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Hey, Greg, last hot take. Giants are debuting a new patch on their jersey today.
Patch? The cruise or
something? A driverless car, Greg.
So when you pull up next to a driverless car at a stoplight,
scary as hell.
What do you think?
I'm freaked out.
It's totally freaky, man. There's nobody in the car, Greg.
I'm unsettled.
This guy's banging a U-turn. There's nobody in the car.
I had a driverless car because I drive a Tesla. I mean, that's about as far as driverless as I'm getting.
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah.
What
I don't know.
is that?
Would you get in one?
I don't want any part of that, Greg. I'm so fraidy cat.
Hey, don't tell Larry Bear that, Greg.
No.
He wants you to take a cruise.
Maybe a night of drinking would be better than driving. I'd get in the back of that and just pray. But I don't know.
Man. All right, you take it from here, buddy. You got Santa Clara. We got to slide down the dinosaur
Have a good
tail.
show, Greg.
We will be back tomorrow. Thank you, Waterboy Triple E. And when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Doing nothing is crazy.
Little fish, big pond, big splash, big bag.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
On one the count to Crawford, left-handed hitter. Now he's swinging. It's a high drive out into Death Valley, deep right center toward the 415 side, and it's one hop up against the pillar to the right of the 415 side. Davis was running hard all the way. He'll score. Here comes the throw to third. Crawford slides. Swing! It's a triple for Brandon Crawford. The pitch to Davis. Swinging a shot down the left field line into the corner. It is a fair ball. One hop up against the wall. Flores scores. Right behind him, Jock Peterson. Bailey stops at third. It's a laser beam double, knocking in 2 runs by J.D. Davis, and the Giants have a 4-2 lead.
Here's another one, too. McCarthy, ground ball towards second, over to backhanded Diaz. He's got it. He'll flip to second with Crawford covering for the force out on Gurriel, and that retires the side. strong tonight for Logan Webb. It's a big ovation walking off the mound. He gave up 2 in the first and nothing after that.
2 down, nobody on. There's a ground ball. Third baseman Davis over to his left. He's got it. Jump pivot. Low throw to first. In the dirt. Scooped out by Lamont Wade Jr. And the game is over.
The Giants win. They get that magical 4 score. They win 4-2. They're 51-13 when they score 4. They are 9-36 when they don't. Their 60th win of the season. They're in pretty good company with that 60. Brandon Crawford, solid, very nice to go 7 for Logan Webb. We'll get into that conversation. They are back to the opener with Scott Alexander today. Brian Greasy speaks, which was very interesting. And you, of course, Pop, are live at Levi Stadium. Good morning,
Kind of live. Yeah, I'm alive. Move a little slow today, but it's we only got a short show. We got an hour and 45 minutes that it's off the Giants baseball. And just getting in here every day, John, the crowds here at Levi is incredible. We are 1 week into training camp, and they're going to have a busy day today and tomorrow, and then, over the weekend, obviously, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, off Sunday, and then get ready to go to Vegas next weekend after a couple of practices on Monday and Tuesday. So a lot going on. The NFL Network is here in force for training camp, Inside Training Camp Live. We're hoping to get Omar Ruiz. But we're going to break down. We're going to talk to Bags about Giants baseball, and we'll also hear a little Brian Greasy was talking about the quarterbacks on the
it's really good.
The off day. But I'm thinking about an old quarterback, Foothill High School. The Falcons won Brandon Crawford. How about his last couple of days, John? After the trading deadline, they sent Marco down. They're not playing Casey. Diaz made a couple of nice defensive plays last night at second, and then Casey came into the game in the 9th inning and did a 360 pirouette. Just beautiful. We'll talk to Bags about it because we wondered about Craw with the injuries, the knee, but the home run, 2 nights ago, and then last night he was huffing and puffing, and he kind of stumbled and bumbled as he turned. I don't think he smelt it till he got to about second, and then between second and third, I thought he was going to fall down, but he got into third base with another 3-bagger for Craw.
Yeah, very cool. 44 career triples, 1 shy of Willie McCovey for second most. Willie Mays, of course, had 76, so that was very cool. And since coming off the IL, impress your friends with this, Brandon Crawford 5 of 16 with a homer. So what we were talking about in July with all the struggles, starting to get some guys to hit. Crawford 5 of 16, Davis 3 for 8. Wade had a homer on Tuesday. He's 3 for his last 7. And, of course, Wilmer Flores hit 383 in July and had 3 more hits last night. So if they could just get to that magic 4, I mean, we've been saying it for years. Sabe said it years ago, but 51-13. It's just, you get under 3, they're 9-36. So you get them 4 runs, pitching's going to hold up, and it's nothing against the opener. But, man, it's just nice to have a guy go 7. It was very relaxed last night.
Although his first wasn't very good. I thought Logan Webb was going to struggle.
No, his ERA is 4.70 in the first and 3.45 the rest of the way, so it takes him a minute.
Yeah,
sure.
Well, the good ones. I mean, that's the way a lot of great pitchers in the history of baseball, if you didn't get him in the first inning, you weren't going to get him. But the way it started, you thought maybe Arizona's got something, but he was able to lock in from that point forward. I thought we jinxed our guy Patrick Bailey for the first time all year. He throws one down to second base on the shortstop side, and he gets an E2. I'm like, I haven't seen him put him on that side of the bag. Ball placement, if it was Bill Walsh here, half a body, it's got to be on the other side of the bag. So, but he bounced back, obviously great later, had a big hit. And, J.D. Davis, who we had on Monday after his walk-off against the Red Sox on Saturday, John, just the first pitches, why they just don't bounce one. Go Casey Schmidt scouting report on him and just bounce one, because he's just mauling the first pitch. He did it a couple of times yesterday. So you mentioned Craw with the Willies ahead of him on the triple list. I mean, May 76. McCovey, Willie, when he was young and those long legs, 45 triples, incredible. And then right behind him are the Bondses. Bobby, first of all, at 42. And Bobby Bonds, one of the most underrated Giants of all time. He obviously Barry's father and the hitting coach. But he got traded a lot after they traded him to the Yankees for Bobby Mercer. And he had a battle with alcohol. But I'm not sure, including his son, there aren't too many more talented Giants in the history of baseball, in the history of the franchise, really. It's a 5-tool player, leadoff hitter. One year with the Yankees, he had 32 home runs. I mean, just a force. Easily, 30-30 guy. Could have been a 40-40 guy. He was that kind of talent. And then Barry, Bobby had 42 triples and Barry right behind him with 41. And Craw now passing the other Brandon. The most of the 44 triples, John, 28 have been at Oracle Park. But I'm thinking if he gets one today, day game after a night game, it'll have to be coming off the bench, right? We don't have a Kapler lineup yet, do we?
We don't. I was just looking for it. They do have game notes, so I have plenty of game notes in award-winning Diamond notes.
I'm already reading your game notes and the Chisholm Trails game notes. You're all over
it. Well, I just happen to look at them because some days they're out early, some days they're not. I mean, I get it. And they were out early today, including this gem, which is why they were able to even stay afloat in July despite the offense. The bullpen was really good in July, we know that, but the .995 field percentage, and outside of us jinxing Patrick Bailey to throw one away last night, they were really good defensively, and Logan Webb mentioned it after the game, and they have been good defensively. They had a .995 fielding percentage, second best in the majors in July. So the bullpen and the fielding helped offset to an extent the offense. They went 12 and 13 in July, but the fact that they were able to stay above water to an extent was due to that bullpen, and we got it again today. And I went down this dumb rabbit hole today, because we were talking yesterday, 14-5 with openers. So Walker's 7-0, Brebbie is 5-3. Alexander goes today, he's 2-1, and Junis lost the other day, he's 0-1. Alex Cobb, they're 15-5 when he starts.
Wow!
So Cobb and the opener are a combined 29-10. Anybody else is 31-40. So,
including Logan Webb. What are they? A game under 500 with Logan?
11-12 now. Yeah, 11-12. Wow. Anthony D 9-10, Stripling 3-7, Minaya, who hasn't started since May 10th, they're 1-5. Keaton Wynn, they're 0-2. By the way, Alex Wood 7-4. Look at that. Now his average outing is only 4 innings though, so he's an opener, I guess, by the definition of the Giants is 3 innings or less, because that's what Junis went the other day. So Wood is going barely above that. He averages 4 innings in his starts, but they are 7-4 in those starts. The only other guy above 500 on the staff. So,
I wouldn't have guessed that.
Me neither.
So it all adds up to 60 wins, you just say, 60-49. Streaky team, aren't they? We kind of felt coming off that road trip where they lost the last 6 a week ago. They took 2 from the A's, 2 out of 2, 2 out of 3 from the Red Sox, and they won 2 out of 3 from Arizona. This game today is big, just to get a little separation. You're 3 games up on Arizona. You win today, it's 4. You lose today, obviously it's back to 2, and they're not coming back to 24 Willie Mays Plaza. Maybe in the playoffs, I guess, if they both make it, but they're not coming back in the regular season. We'll see them in Arizona. So as you mentioned, 60 wins, 3rd National League team to get there. Braves 69, Dodgers 61. The Reds have 59 as a division leader in the Central. So I'm watching the Marlins and the Phillies on MLB Network right now. Michael Lorenzen making his Phillies debut. Who do we root for when these wild card teams play? Philadelphia is right behind the Giants, a half game back at 58-50. Giants are 60-49. So 1 in the loss column, 2 in the win. So a game and a half. And Miami's right behind them, John, at 58-51. So they're what, 2 back of the Giants in both the win and the loss, so an exact 2. So when these two teams play, who are we rooting for? The Fish or the Fighting Phils?
I mean, that's a tough one. I think the Fish, only because, well, I think the Phillies are going to make it. I think the Phillies are going to make it. And it's crazy because, like you said, you got the Giants at 60, the Phillies, Brewers, Marlins at 58, the Diamondbacks at 57, the Cubs at 55, and everybody thinks the Padres are coming at 54, and only 3 teams can make it. So,
well, one way to look at it, the Giants are done with the Marlins, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And they've got a trip to Philadelphia, the South Side.
This month is not easy.
Wow, so they got the A's this weekend. Off day tomorrow on a Friday.
That's odd.
Is weird. And then 2 against the A's Saturday, Sunday. Then they go see Shohei. And I think he's going to pitch, right? Isn't Shohei pitching today?
I can't wait.
He's pitching today, right?
Yeah,
so he'll pitch one of those games, Tuesday or Wednesday. Then the Bochy comes in. And Tampa Bay comes in. And then, boy, that road trip at Atlanta, at Philly. Ooh.
You see Atlanta 6 times this month.
I think I'm feeling a little streakiness in their immediate future, John.
Not in a good way?
Continue streaking. Well, I get one today's big. Beat up on the A's. You can beat the Angels. Mm-hmm. And they're good at home. Texas and Tampa Bay. I'm going to miss that whole damn Texas series because we're going to be in Vegas with the Raiders. How fun is that series going to be?
That's worth it. That's a good move.
Who do I want to hang out with? Jimmy Garoppolo in Vegas or Booch and Philly cheesesteak?
I love Booch and everything, and I'll drink some wine.
Booch promised to come in the studio because he's here for a whole week.
That's right.
He's here. Maybe he'd come in on Monday before I leave.
Yeah.
Or Tuesday before I leave because they're playing the A's, right? He's going to be in town for a whole week.
That's right. Man, we got to get him to come in, man.
By the way, Max Scherzer's making his Ranger debut today, Jeff.
Yeah, I saw that. That's very nice. And like you said, they got to take advantage of home. They've been really good at home, so that's the big thing. And like you said, they got to win today. They got to beat up on the A's because I'm not saying they can't win these series, but like you said, you're going to Philly, you're playing Atlanta 6 times, you're playing Tampa, you're playing the Rangers. You're playing the top teams in baseball, and it's going to be, I think if they can go 500 or right around there, or maybe a little bit above, that would probably be a successful month because, man, Atlanta, I was watching them yesterday against the Angels during the show. My God, they're a machine. I mean, they're so good. You have them 6 times this month.
Yeah.
That ain't going to be fun. All right, we got a ton to get to today. Andrew Baggerly is going to give us the whole story on the Giants at 10:30. You don't want to miss that. Brian Greasy, I was just listening to that this morning, and I was sending cuts to Walter like, hey, this would be good, this would be good, this would be good. And then I got to the end of it, and I go, that whole thing is good.
Just let it rip.
I was
What's it, about 6 minutes?
Right. And I mean, did that guy used to be a broadcaster or something? I mean, he's just how he says things, so concise, so clear.
But he's made the transition to coach immediately because he's got that crusty side.
Oh, sure.
To him.
Absolutely.
When he was a broadcaster. Yeah. Oh, what a great point you make
smile.
there.
Yeah, it was like people would make a point, and he'd kind of look at him like, that's a dumb question, but I'll answer
Now
it.
He's like, what?
Yeah, it's really good. So
Who
we'll
said he
that.
can't throw 3 days in a row?
Yeah.
I like that answer the best.
And he answered everything. He was asked about the hype around everything, and this all coming, and I know people know this, but this all coming from a guy who played the position after John Elway left. So it wasn't really an easy
and
spot.
And he beat out Tom Brady.
Yeah. And
Brady was behind him in Michigan.
Yeah.
And he won a national championship in Ann Arbor.
In 98. Yeah. And his dad's a Hall of Famer, so he knows a little bit about the position. So we're going to play that whole thing for you because it's just that good. So Brian Greasy speaks, and he doesn't often. I know we had him once last year, right? You and I had him once last year.
He spoke in the offseason and the OTAs. He spoke yesterday. We ever have him on the show?
One time.
Well, we had his dad. I know we had Bob
Yeah, we had his dad, and then we had him once.
Dolphins.
Actually, we've had him twice. We had him as a broadcaster because he was promoting Monday Night Football, and we did have him once.
Oh, definitely as a broadcaster.
Yeah, we had him once when he first got the job with the Niners. We got him, but they don't. And this is most NFL teams. Once the season starts, they want one voice coming out of the facility, and it's usually Kyle Shanahan, and so that's kind of what.
But every
week
the coordinators will talk. So Steve Wilkes will talk every week, and Chris Verster will represent the offense, but you're not going to hear much of Greasy the rest of the year.
Exactly. So we want to hear that. We want you to hear that. So we'll do that after Bags. Bags at 10:30. We'll do Greasy for you at about 10:50, just so that we have a long time to talk about that because he talks about some really good stuff. And then, of course, we got Giants baseball coming up, the finale of the D-backs and the Giants. So all that coming up on a Thursday. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Giants climbed out of an early hole against the Snakes last night to get the 4-2 win. Check out that story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
around the globe. Stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
And you know what? I think that hit him. It sounded like it hit him.
He didn't react like it hit him, though. It may have hit the top of the bat. I think the Diamondbacks are going to look at this. Yeah, he got the knob of the bat. Ooh, ricochet got Herrera, the catcher.
The call on the field is hit by pitch. Arizona is challenged.
And for whatever reason, Lamont Wade is walking back to home plate. Well, he knows it's going to get called back.
If that continues, what they saw in replay was it hit the catcher in the crotchal region, and it was a foul tip. But in the explanation they said he caught it with his glove. He did not catch it with his glove. He caught it with his crotch. So that might be the first.
Word, John. How do you score that in the? That would be a strikeout put out to the catcher's groinal region.
Yeah, I don't know what you call that. You could call it a 1 or a 2, I guess.
It's a strikeout.
Is
it looking, swinging, or
Oh man, that was classic.
I wonder how Dave Fleming put that in his iPad scorecard.
Exactly. We need to.
What do you
I don't know who we're talking to today.
Do you have an audio accompaniment with that where you go
Yeah, we'll have to ask Dave and John how they scored that one because I guess you call it a strikeout, but is that I don't know, how do you put the K? I mean, he was swinging, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, that was a little bit strange.
Well, it's a foul tip, right? Was that strike 3 or was that a foul tip? It was both. It was both.
Yeah, it was both. But, anyway, they explained it that he caught it. And then Gabe came out and was like, well, it didn't land in his glove, so it's just
You know what the weirdest rule is? If the ball hits you and you still swing at it, it's a strike.
Yeah.
That one is weird.
That one is weird.
I mean, if it hits you, it hit you, whether or not you swung at it or not, but that's been the rule in baseball. There are many rules where you think, like when first base is open rule and you get a strikeout that goes past the catcher. Do we really need to continue that anymore? Where you got to throw the batter who struck out at first base? If first base is occupied, you don't have to.
Right.
And I've seen catchers make that mistake where they throw down there, and if it's the third out, you're okay. But if it's the second out, you throw the ball away. It's like, what are you doing?
Exactly.
So there's some rules that have just been out there for a long, long time that are kind of weird. If you swing and miss and the ball hits you, it's a strike, not a hit by pitch.
Here's a little bit further explanation. Here you go.
That didn't go to the glove. I mean, if the ball caroms off of you on a swing and miss or a foul tip, and it hits the catcher and bounces into the glove. I mean, there's a lot of interpretation to that rule. I mean, I've never seen it happen where it gets caught in a guy's crotch before. I guarantee that's not in the rule book.
The ball didn't hit the ground. He caught it.
Exactly.
He caught it.
It's kind of like a catch. It's kind of like a catch in the NFL. Like you can catch it off your head. You can catch it up between your legs. I mean, you can.
It's Al Michaels' call. He did what?
Exactly.
I mean, you don't have to catch it with your hands. We've seen a lot of people go Suzanne Summers Thigh Master and catch it between their legs.
Very nice.
I mean, you don't have to catch it with your hands. He caught the ball. Speaking of which, it is Sunday Night Football on a Thursday night, and it's not Al Michaels. It's Tirico. But we got a football game tonight. The Hall of Fame game.
Zach Wilson versus
Kellen Mond.
Oh, that's right.
It's still football, John. We'll watch it all.
That people. If you
I think they should bring Aaron Rodgers up to the broadcast booth and try him out.
He probably would do that. He's up to anything. I'll give him credit. I mean, he was kind of a disliked guy. He just gave back $35 million. He's kind of breezy. If you can be that in New York,
I love a guy that gives back $35 million.
I don't mind him.
Accountant, I'd be, what the hell are you doing?
Yeah, probably not.
Yeah.
By the way, this was interesting last night. So if you weren't paying attention, because maybe people were watching the Giants and the D-backs for good reason, the Reno Aces took on the Sacramento River Cats last night in a really interesting lineup.
Saw it.
Tyro Estrada led off. He was your DH.
Who played second base, John, and batted second?
Number 2, batting second. Second baseman, Marco Luciano. How about Marco going to second?
Well, that's why they sent him back down.
Right.
Why didn't they have him play second before? Kind of amazing.
They just throw guys at positions. I mean, it's not like Casey Schmidt, who made a hell of a play at second last night.
One thing we got to ask Baggs, in the ninth inning with a 360
Nice. That was
spin.
a nice play.
The one thing about Baggs, was Luciano called up here for a showcase? Because he was in 2 weeks ago, he was in Double A. He was in Triple A for a week, big leagues for a week, and they send him back down.
24 ABs.
When they knew Craw was coming back and did come back, and now Tyro's coming back. But you wonder, they already had Estrada out for a long time. Why wasn't he playing second base here and there at AAA or even at Double A? I don't get why they did that and then send him back down. Or did they see him enough, and he looked good enough in the games? He made a couple of nice plays backhand side, started some double plays. But I wonder if they go out, take infield with Kai Correa, and they wonder, he doesn't project to be a shortstop. He's more of a second baseman, third baseman type. I wonder what the real motivation is there. He's not nearly as good defensively as Casey Schmidt.
No, that was a great play by Casey. By the way, 7 of the 10 players that were in the lineup, counting the DH and the pitcher, have been with the Giants this year. That's how much it's been. So Estrada, Luciano, VR was at first. Joey Bart caught last night. Brett Wesley was at third. Mark Mathias was the guy they just got at the deadline with the Mariners, along with your guy, Pollock. And then Bryce Johnson was in the lineup. Jelly pitched last night. What's interesting is one name that people may not know, a guy named Wade Meckler, who's been tearing it up in the minors. Yeah. He just got put up to AAA. And hell, the way that the Giants are moving guys and how fast, hell, the fact that he's at AAA and if they're not hitting in August, I wouldn't be shocked if he came up because they got to fix left field, especially. They're last in the majors in left field OPS. So Meckler was in right, but I don't know if he can play left, but I mean, the Giants are just moving guys through the system.
So I do have, I should put my River Cats hat on. I do have the River Cats schedule, but it's not handy. Are they playing at home tonight?
Let me look.
So what a doubleheader that would be. And I've been to Sutter Health Park, but it used to be Rayleigh Field.
Yeah.
The A's, that was the A's AAA team for a number of years. Now it's been the Giants. I've been there twice this year. Memorial Day, Sunday, and then during the long break in July, mainly to watch Kyle Harrison. I saw some Matos. I saw Luke Jackson make a rehab assignment the first time I was there, and then I saw Bart and I saw Ramos, but the main reason I was there, I think the Saturday night before we came back to work to watch Luciano. So that would be a hell of a double. How many people are going
6:45
tonight at Sutter Health Park?
Yeah, 6:45. They play them through the weekend.
Giants, D-backs in the daytime. It's only about 60 miles. Drive and watch the double. We used to do that when A's and Giants were home together in a night game and a day game. People would do that. If you're ever going to go to Sacramento, this would be the time to go watch Giants, Diamondbacks today, and then go watch the and who are they playing? The Reno Aces?
The Reno Aces. Yeah.
Whose team is that? I'm drawing a blank.
Who is Reno? I don't know. I don't know who their AAA team is. Is that Arizona? I'd have to double check.
It might be.
I think it is, actually.
Anyway, how many people are doing the doubleheader today? We should. Dan, why aren't we at the? Why aren't we on the patio? By the way, with our girls.
Only people like Melissa Lockhart, who is looking at minor leaguers.
No, I'm sure there's people. I wonder if our girls, Barbara and Mary Jane, are going heavy Jameson, and not just the young 49er defensive back, number 22, is a good corner.
Yeah, okay.
Reno is the Diamondbacks. I wonder if they're going, but they're going to be Jameson and all up today, so probably not.
Yeah,
but I bet there's a few out there that'll be doing the doubleheader. That'd be fun.
It wouldn't be bad to go to Reno. They do these minor league nights, like they do Taco Tuesday, they do Wild Wednesday. Oh, I'm there for Thursdays.
Leagues. They do it every night. But the game's in Sacramento, right?
Yeah, I know, but I could drive to Reno too. That'd be fun.
I'm only driving there to go skiing.
How about this? You might go for this. How about Dog Day and Thirsty Thursday? $2 Coors Lights and a dog.
Oh,
$2 for a beer and a dog. And then
I'm there,
go gambling.
Because I can't afford the $20 it'll cost at Oracle Park. What, they still have the $19 beers?
Oh, my God.
What did they have at Oracle to start the year? Was it $19?
No, they did $10 beers, right? Do they still have that?
$9
Yeah, they
beers.
did. Oh, or maybe it was $9 beers.
Yeah,
and remember how big of a deal we made of that? Could we get an update on those?
Yeah, but you're not getting that in the Gotham Club or the 415 Club.
Yeah.
You have to climb up the foul pole to get it.
I heard those $9 beers are what's left. Then they pour you a beer and it goes down the drain, and then they have a drain that goes into a bucket, and then they pour those into $9 beers. No, that's not true. That's
called backwash.
Exactly. These are $9 beers.
It's called the backwash. They had the Gotha Club.
Right. It's like a combo of 10 different beers. Like when you're in Little League and you used to get a drink, and it was called a graveyard.
Yeah.
And you put Coke, Sprite, root beer, orange. You put all of them in there. And if you did that now, you'd vomit. But as a kid, you're like, oh, this is the greatest thing ever. So that's what they do.
So hold on here. I'm thinking something else here. How long are the River Cats home for?
Through Sunday.
And when is Kyle Harrison going to start?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
When did he pitch in Arizona? He went just 2 innings.
Night before last.
So I think he'll probably start maybe Sunday. They do have a Sunday home game?
Sunday, yeah.
Well, what you'd like is, it'd be great if he pitched on Friday because the Giants are off. So you got, and the A's-Giants game's a 4 o'clock game, so you couldn't put off the doubleheader. If you were ever going to Sacramento, it'd be with all those guys in the lineup and Kyle Harrison
pitching.
Oh, I've done it twice. It's not a far ride. We learned.
What's a ticket to a River Cats game?
I just text Bill Lasky and say, "Can you tell the clubby to give me a ticket?" And there it is.
Look at you.
Lasky comes through.
Did he already come through for you?
Both games, yes.
Oh, he's the best.
And that was Kyle Harrison.
But you'll be sitting behind
when
home plate,
Kyle
too, right?
Harrison pitching again? He only went 2 innings, so it may be what I thought when I went there Memorial Day Sunday, John, and he pitched against Oklahoma City, the Dodger team.
You sat behind home plate.
I say, well, he went, but I thought that may be his last start there, and he still has trouble with arm side command. Being a lefty into lefties away from righties was still a scatter shot. Hopefully he's tightened that up. But if he would start, say he goes even Sunday, that means his Giant debut could be against Marcus Semien, Corey Seager, and the Texas Rangers.
Nah, I don't think that's a good start.
The hell, it's the major leagues.
Can he play?
How
about the A's? How about the A's?
Well, just skip the Sacramento start and have them go against the A's on Sunday in Oakland.
Do that. I don't want to pitch against Texas.
Oh, what are you afraid of?
To start.
It's the major leagues.
Yeah, athletes have different mindsets than me. They want to get after it. Me, I'd be like, no.
Are you kidding me? Come on.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Trey.
Yeah, love him.
I'm going to text him. When is Kyle Harrison pitching?
Would he have anything else besides a ticket waiting for you, or just a ticket?
No, the ticket's enough. Ticket's enough. What else do I need?
All right, we'll talk to Andrew Baggerly coming up next. He's got all the insight you need into the Giants. He got another opener going today, the finale against the Diamondbacks. We'll talk to Bags all about it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see your Giants take on the Tampa Bay Rays Monday, August 14th. First pitch, 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. Good morning to you. Speaking on behalf of Golden State Lumber and Building Materials, who work closely with professional builders and contractors. Aside from the highest quality lumber yards across the Bay Area, they also offer services and products they believe in, like Simpson Strong Tie. Their code-listed, field-tested products help structures resist high winds, atmosphere, rivers, and seismic forces. Whatever that means. Their innovative products also include structural connectors, fastening systems, anchors, and products that repair, protect, and strengthen concrete. Wow. Imagine what they can do for your clients' homes and businesses. Another company Golden State supports is James Hardy, who offers fiber cement textured panels. It's like stucco, but without the mess, and they won't crack. You and your clients will love the fact that James Hardy textured panels are cost-efficient, durable, easy to install, and resistant to mold, dry rot. They don't like dry rot. And fire. So see the many options they have for your clients at goldenstatelumber.com. Helping professional builders since Mays won a World Series in 1954 in New York. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Are bigger, but our bags stays the same. Andrew Baggerly covers the Giants for The Athletic, and he's on with Papa and Lund. Now on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
2 down, nobody on. There's a ground ball. Third baseman Davis over to his left. He's got it. Jump pivot. Long throw to first. In the dirt. Scooped out by Lamont Wade Jr. And the game is over. Gurriel, he grounded that one towards shortstop. And the third baseman Davis cut across to get it. And then on the move made that low throw, and Wade took it from there. And the Giants have won for the 6th time in 8 games on this homestand.
John Miller on the call, 4-2. They get to that magic 4. They're 51-13 when they score 4 more, 9-36, 3 or less. So 2 games in a row where they've scored that 4. Maybe getting the offense going. Brandon Crawford's been good. No opener yesterday. None needed as Logan Webb goes 7 and gets that win, although they're only 11-12 when he starts. Are 14-5 with openers, and Scott Alexander's going to open today. We have a lot to discuss. And we usually have bags on Friday, but we're going to be down at 49ers camp tomorrow, so we wanted to make sure we got Andrew Baggerly in, and he joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. How are you?
Hey, my schedule's a little thrown off, but otherwise glad to join you.
I know it is weird because
it's
it should be Friday, so it's like, it's kind of weird, but we like having you. Of course,
I know. Yeah. I mean, when you cover baseball, it's like you don't get weekends off anyway. So
that's good.
All the TGIF that everyone. I mean, that's a part of a lot of people's lives, but for me, it's just like, Friday, no big deal. I'm working Saturday anyway.
Yeah. So give us your thoughts on the boring trade deadline and how the Giants ultimately might benefit from it. Did they come close to making a deal? Farhan did say that a couple of pitchers wouldn't waive their no trade, Rodriguez in Detroit, and obviously the 2 Matt Scherzer and Verlander would be in that hopper. And then, Marco was here so briefly. Was it partly, do you think, a showcase leading up to the deadline? Give us your thoughts on the inactivity of August 1, Bags.
No, I don't think that Luciano was up as a showcase. I think he was up because he was needed on the roster. I mean, they didn't have Brandon Crawford at the time, and Tyro Estrada is still out, and Casey Schmidt is really epically struggling at the plate. And I think they were looking for a little bit of a spark, and they know that Marco maybe isn't ready to be up for good, but Casey Schmidt gave them a spark when he first came up, and I think they were kind of looking maybe to catch lightning in a bottle for a few days, and I think he will be back. I think that Marco Luciano will be back on this team, particularly if he can show he can play second base and And ultimately, I think he's going to be in competition with Casey Schmidt for that roster spot, sort of backing up at both middle infield spots when Crawford and Tyro are back in the middle infield. But in terms of the trade deadline, I mean, yeah, I think they did try. There just wasn't much supply. I just didn't see anything that really moved the needle. I mean, there really was no change to the NL playoff picture, the wild card race, the NL West race. I mean, some teams added some pieces here and there. I think the Diamondbacks probably help themselves more than anybody by getting Paul Sewald, who's somebody who can really help the firm down the ninth inning for them. But I didn't see a lot of impact at all, and I don't think there was a lot of opportunity for them out there. And ultimately, as a team that really is based on depth and didn't have a lot of obvious holes, they could have gotten better everywhere, but they could have gotten better only incrementally. So I don't think there was anything that was more appealing to them than their internal solutions and the guys they're going to get back, whether that's Estrada, Yastrzemski, Haniger, or some of the pitchers that they could bring up like Kyle Harrison. I think they just liked what they had better than what was available. And given the people that were moved, I think it's kind of hard, with an exception or two maybe, to argue with that.
Andrew Bagley is joining us. I agree with you. I know that fans don't want to hear this, but they probably looked at the rookies hoping they'd adjust a little bit more. They looked at the veterans, like you said, that they're going to get back. Crawford's 5 for 16 since his return. Estrada was in the River Cats lineup DHing last night. Haniger is not too far away, and they just decided, look, we've gotten these prospects to this point. Why are we just going to throw these guys away? They weren't going to make a move, and as you said, nobody really moved who was going to move the needle. I mean, after Ohtani wasn't on the market, after the Cubs pulled the guys they pulled back, the Padres, I mean, it just didn't seem like there was a lot to move. And if you were the Giants, why would you do that when you're just starting to see the fruits of your labor in the minors?
Yeah, and the trade deadline is something that, the league makes a big deal about. It's something we in the media make a big deal about. I mean, we get a little bit breathless about it and grade every trade, and it's great for content. But I'll tell you what, a dull trade deadline, I think, is a healthy indicator for the sport. I really do. I think it's a good thing when you have teams like the Angels and the Cubs, and who cares if you have a 15% shot of making the playoffs? I mean, 15% is better than zero. So, go for it and give your fans a chance to see something, magical happen. And maybe you don't trade, your top 8 prospects in your system and totally gut your farm system to go for it, but hold on to the players you have and give them a shot to see it through. I think that's healthy. I think that's a good, healthy thing for the sport. And maybe that's the third wild card working its magic a little bit. And maybe in the Angels' case, it's obviously, giving them one last shot with Ohtani when, they probably won't be able to re-sign him after this year. I just think that's a good thing. And if that means a boring trade deadline, then I think that's just the cost of doing business, and it's probably for the best.
Yeah, A.J. Pollock was the extent of it, and they essentially bought him. And then they sent Marco Luciano back down to the minors when they made that when they brought Pollock up. And Tyro's coming back, for maybe as early as Saturday in Oakland. But my question relates to Brandon Crawford, because they, in the offseason, they were all in on Carlos Correa. They had to flunk him on the physical, but they were going to move Craw off short. Casey Schmidt has been here, and when he got hot, when he came up on May the 9th for a while, we thought, what's Craw's role on this team? And then he came back and he played well. Then they brought up Marco, and, Craw goes back on the IL. He comes back on Saturday, as John said. He's swinging the bat well with a homer 2 nights ago and the big triple last night. Is it, maybe not left on left, and they're going to protect him some, but still, predominantly against right-handed pitching, Bags is the Giants' shortstop, still is it ever's been? It's going to be Brandon Crawford?
Well, I think that they realize that they're going to have to pace him, and they can pace him a little bit better now, whether it's Schmidt or if Marco's back on this team. I mean, they have other options, and I agree. I think that, this last season with Brandon Crawford has been kind of an ongoing storyline about, what does he have left, and at what point are the Giants going to have to do something relatively unpleasant in terms of benching him or worse. And I don't think there's really any scenario in which they would tell Brandon Crawford, look, we're DFAing you or we're trading you. I think everyone wants to see this through to the finish line in a graceful way, in a way that he deserves, given what he's contributed to the franchise. I mean, it's obvious. He's the most high-impact, greatest shortstop in franchise history on the short list of greatest Giants ever. So, and to see him hit the homer and a no-doubt homer at night when the ball really wasn't carrying, I mean, is a great sign. And then he gets the triple, and you hear that he and Brandon Belt were joking about hitting for the Brandon cycle and all that. I mean, that's the good stuff. Fans still, when Brandon Crawford comes to the plate, you still hear a little extra from the crowd in the stands. And I think that, it just makes it easier for everybody if Brandon Crawford has a solid final 2 months of the season and can sort of see this through. And he's big for this team. I mean, he's important. If you look at wins above average by position, shortstop is really the one position that's really dragged them down in terms of value. And a lot of that is Crawford hasn't been his healthiest or his best. And when he is feeling good and he is, at his best and squaring it up, he's still an impact player in this league. I remember Ned Colletti told me once, he said, great players are great 7 days a week. And then they get older and they're great 6 days a week. And then they're great 5 days a week. And ultimately they get to the point where they're great 1 day a week. And that's probably not good enough to hang on to a roster spot or be in a starting lineup. And so Brandon Crawford is somewhere on that sort of gradient right now. And I don't know if he's going to be great 2 days a week or 3 days a week or whatever, but they still need him. And they definitely, I think are all rooting for him to have a solid end of the season.
Andrew Bagley joining us on a Thursday. We'll be down at the 49ers tomorrow, so we wanted to get Bags' thoughts in before the finale today against Arizona. As far as Kyle Harrison, obviously Farhan said after the trade deadline, I'm just paraphrasing here, but he just basically said, hey, Kyle Harrison could be on the way at any time. Do you know what kind of a timetable we're looking at? I know he just threw a couple innings the other day. What are we looking at with Kyle Harrison?
I mean, yeah, the way that Farhan explained it, and he paraphrased him, I think, pretty accurately, he's going to jump straight from that 2-inning start, rehab start in the Arizona Complex League right back into the rotation at Sacramento. I think he's going to start Saturday or Sunday, and it sounds like it may be 2 starts there, and they're going to be start to start when they need them and when they match up, and maybe they'll have a series against a team that's got some lefties. It's going to be hard to find a soft landing spot for him because, even when they're home, they're going to be playing the Rangers and the Rays and, teams that can throw a lot at you. And, their schedule is going to be pretty tough through August. So, I don't know if there's going to be an easy place to debut him, but it is the big leagues. It's tough. It's the big leagues for a reason. And it may be just a matter of building his pitch count, which he may need 2 starts to do, and then I think it's going to be a start-to-start evaluation from there.
Yeah, Rangers, Rays at home, then they go to Atlanta and Philadelphia, which is not going to be easy, Bags.
And then get Atlanta back on.
Atlanta back home again.
Too,
You're right.
Yeah.
And then Cincinnati. Yeah. Cap, I guess, is talking to the media in the dugout in 3 minutes. So, any questions you got there? Have you seen a lineup yet for today, or no?
I've not. The lineups have been coming up pretty late these days. Some of that is, I think, checking on injuries and people, but I have not seen a lineup yet.
No lineup. I just double-checked on it. Bags, great stuff. We appreciate it. Thanks for hitting us up early, and I think next week we'll talk to you at our normal Friday. Thanks as always.
All right. Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Bags.
Yeah, we got to let Bags run. He's got a job to do. He's going to go talk to the...
2 minutes to Cap.
Yeah, let's go. He's like, let me go. Let me get out of here. Good stuff from Andrew Bagley. A lot going on around the Giants. And like you said, I mean, Harrison sounds great to bring him up. I don't know when you bring him up. I mean, unless you're going to skip the start this weekend and have him go against the A's. After that, there's no soft landing spot. Not the rest of this.
It's the major
month,
leagues.
Yeah, you got to
There's
throw
no
against
soft
somebody.
landing spot anyway.
All right, coming up next, Brian Greasy. He spoke yesterday and had a lot of interesting things to say about the things that Brock Purdy can improve on. Trey Lance, a lot of people talking about his mechanics and how different they are, what Sam Darnold is learning within this offense, everything surrounding all the hype around the quarterbacks. And what better guy, not only is the quarterback coach, but a former NFLer himself with the Broncos, won a national championship at Michigan by beating out Tom Brady. His dad's a Hall of Fame quarterback. He's got great insight and a former broadcaster and Monday Night Football guy. So Brian Greasy gives us his insight into the 49ers quarterback situation next. You'll hear it only here on the Sports Leader. It is always great to talk to our friend Steve Moskowitz, and of course Moskowitz LLP, and he's helping with all your tax issues. And today, Steve, we're talking about ERC. Tell us about that.
ERC, Employee Retention Credit. This is where the federal government is giving away. That's right. It's not a loan. It's a gift. They're giving away up to $26,000 for every employee an employer had during 2020 and 21. It qualifies. There's two different ways to qualify. One way, the easy way, is a math test, a certain drop in gross revenue. But it's been my experience, a lot of CPAs are only doing that test. That's the easy test. And they're saying, well, if your gross revenue didn't drop enough, no ERC for you. Wrong. There's a second way. There's two tests. You only have to pass one. But the other one requires analysis. That's what attorneys do. And, I was a CPA before I was a tax attorney. Bottom line, if your CPA said you don't qualify for ERC because your gross revenue goes down enough, talk to us for a free second opinion. It only takes a few minutes over the phone for most cases, and if you qualify, and a lot of people do, let's get your free money. Don't leave it on the table. Don't find out when it's too late.
There's ERC, and then there's ERC with Steve Moskowitz and Moskowitz LLP. It's very simple. Give them a call today at 1-888-TAX-DEAL. Don't wait. It's 888-TAX-DEAL or online at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I was getting a couple reps at the end of each period, so not much. And so for myself, it was like, hey, I'm trying to learn the playbook, I'm trying to compete, and I'm trying to make the team, you know? And so that's where my mind was at. And I thought I did well last year, but I didn't really grasp the offense. Obviously, it took, I think a year. Even when I was playing, I'm still learning and developing. And so just from last year till now, it's like just a huge jump in terms of knowing the playbook and where my answers are, where I got to go with the ball and stuff like that. So I'm still learning and growing. I got to, get back, knock off all that rust too, being back now. But mentally, feel like I'm in a great spot.
That was Brock Purdy. He was on with Murph and Mac a couple of days ago. If you missed it, just go to KNBR.com, and we will be down in the same place tomorrow. Now, you're down at our Tasman studios, but they're going to move us inside the stadium, and Friday and Monday we'll have access to players. We'll do the shows from down there, and we're starting to hear some names, but I'm not at liberty to say yet, but there'll be some really good names that we'll have Friday and Monday, so make sure you tune in for that. But the reason why we played Brock Purdy, and by the way, let's address that before we get into the Brian Griese conversation that you're going to hear from him. He met with the media yesterday. He'll have about 10 minutes of that conversation in just a second, but how cool is that? And we all know this, but you think, man, Brock Purdy was so good, but he didn't really even know the offense to the extent that he knows it this offseason. So that's going to be fun. He's going to get better just in that regard.
Well, I mean, obviously he's a rookie, and they learn the offense, and the offense changes. But he was the third-string quarterback, a year ago at this time, and he wasn't getting a lot of reps. But he knew the offense. Obviously, he took the offense to a higher level when he got in. But his comfort level is much higher. He's had a full off season in the OTAs, and Trey's been here the longest, so in theory he would know it. Sam is still learning it, I think, to a large extent. And then Brandon Allen has played in it, in Denver to start, and then, Cincinnati, their head coach runs a version of it. So they're all kind of in it. By the way, just seeing some cameras here from where I am, Brock's not working out today. This is an off day. Mm-hmm. So it was a little unclear on exactly if it's 2 days on and then 1 day off or 2 days off. And, because I know Brock was on with Murph and Mac, and it was 2 days on and 1 day off. But actually in training camp, the way they've been doing it is 2 days on and 2 days off. But when you have 3 straight days, it's like playing, a catcher. We asked Patrick Bailey, day game after a night game, and he started the night game. He was off the day before, obviously, came in and, threw a couple of runners out from his knees in the 8th and 9th to win it. But he's not going to take part in 3 consecutive days of practice. So do you want him to do the first and second day off the third, or the second and third day off the first, and then you got a built-in off day the day before? So Brock's not taking part in practice today. It is Trey Lance, Sam Darnold, and Brandon Allen today.
All right, let's get the insight on all those guys. So Brian Griese made himself available, quarterback coach, of course, former NFL quarterback with the Broncos, played at Michigan, won a national championship, broadcast, of course, Monday Night Football. His dad's Bob Griese, NFL Hall of Famer, so obviously very qualified for the job, and great insight into a lot of things. Brock Purdy improving, Sam Darnold learning the offense, Trey Lance's mechanics, all those things, plus everything surrounding and all the hype around this situation. Here's Brian Griese when he met with the media yesterday.
John Lynch was saying the other day that as far as Trey goes, him working with Jeff Christensen, commended him for it, and also said that he's just working with one guy before. It's almost like having too many golf coaches. Like maybe he was kind of diluting his talent level by listening to having too many voices. Can you see a difference in the way he's delivering the ball now?
Yeah, absolutely. Trey has gotten a lot better, and he's put. You can tell he's put a lot of time in. I think the way I kind of described it to you guys the last time we talked, first and foremost, he had to get healthy. Yeah. Because a lot of what he was struggling with from a mechanics standpoint stemmed from him not being healthy, which is really difficult. Mm-hmm. And then having to unlearn some of the things that he was doing because he was hurt with his finger, his mechanics. He had to unlearn that, and that took time, and that takes a tremendous amount of of reps and of understanding kind of how you throw the ball as a quarterback. Everybody's different, and so he's done that. And I'm really encouraged by what he's done and the strides that he's made. The ball's coming out really well, and so we'll see where it goes from here when we get into live reps in preseason.
There's been a lot of noise outside the building about. Oh no, you're fine. There's been a lot of noise outside the building, regarding the quarterback situation. Is it difficult at all? Do you have to manage that inside the room, or is that something that they kind of handle on their own?
No, we don't have to manage that. I address it with them at the beginning of the season, but it wouldn't be any different anywhere else. You're the quarterback in the NFL, so there's always going to be that. I don't think that noise as you go through camp impacts quarterbacks at all. I really don't. It's a competitive room. Everybody wants to be out there playing. If they weren't like that, then they wouldn't be in that room. That being said, you have to be there, and we talk about being part of something bigger than yourself. And I'm very fortunate to have a room of guys, all 4 guys that understand that, have been a part of it now in different roles. They've all been the guy at one point. They've all been a supporting cast at one point. So they understand that. And they support each other, which is really cool to see.
Is that unusual, actually? Because a lot of quarterback rooms, you may have like a journeyman backup, et cetera, but that you have 4 guys who've all been the guy at one point?
Well, not in the NFL. They've all been the guy in college. So, no, I don't think it's an unusual situation. I just appreciate their support of each other, the way they show up and the way they work and the way they want to get better. And they genuinely are interested in supporting each other to all get better. That's pretty cool to be a part of.
How far has Sam come since OTAs to now, in terms of his knowledge of the system and the offense and how comfortable he looks?
Sure. This system is a little bit different than the systems he's been in the past. There are some similarities, but there's a lot of differences. And my biggest hope for him was just that he would be able to digest the information and the verbiage and the nomenclature to a point where he could go out in camp and begin to feel comfortable and execute and play off of his instincts, and allow himself to see how good he could be in this offense and compete. And he's getting to that point, I look back at Brock. Even Brock is in my eyes, Brock is he's only played 7 games. He started 7 games, and so there's so much more that all of these guys. Trey's been here the longest, but he hasn't been out on the field in live reps like we wanted to. So they're all learning. They all need every rep, both physically and mentally. And Sam is just getting better each and every day.
We see the obvious, the ball's coming out cleaner with Trey, better spiral, probably more active than he's been in the past. Well, how do you kind of measure his development from your first year to now, both physically delivering the ball from point A to point B, but also what you see behind the scenes and just grasping and understanding the process?
Yeah, like I was telling him earlier, it goes back to him starting to get healthy. Now being healthy, it gives him a platform with which to find his natural rhythm, to find his natural motion, and to throw the ball like he did in college. And so I'm really happy that he's at that point where he's healthy enough to do that. And he's now put in work on top of that with his motion to give himself a chance to be more accurate. So he looks a lot better, there's no question. And I'm excited about that. And I'm excited about him getting into some of these preseason games and having the positive reinforcement that he can build confidence and continue to do that going forward.
And just for all the 4 quarterbacks, the stuff that we can't see or don't know, like when you come in off the practice field, is the ball generally going where it should be? Is the where their eyes are in the right spot? How are you with the mental side of it?
Yeah, we are growing. We are growing. We are nowhere near where we need to be. Now we're pretty hard in that room, and because we understand that the quarterback is making numerous decisions in split second, and those decisions have a direct impact on the outcome of games. Protecting the ball, getting the ball in the right position, understanding how you're protected, getting the ball in the hands of our playmakers, taking advantage of opportunities. So how do we meld into the overall offense from a run game perspective. Like there's so many different aspects of that, and we're growing. We're 1 week into training camp, and I'm glad it's not a week. It's we need more work. We need more reps. The guys need to continue to see looks. Brock hasn't done anything all off season, and so he's getting back up to speed. So there's just a lot of work that needs to be done. I'm happy with where they are, not to be confused with content.
This is kind of random, but how many passes does a typical quarterback throw in a day during training camp, from warm-ups, the whole thing?
Yeah, it's about 100.
100.
Okay. Yeah.
Is arm for Brock, since he's just starting, is arm fatigue an issue now? Is endurance something that he's building up?
No, it hasn't been an issue. I was anticipating that it would be an issue, but from what he communicates to me, it hasn't been.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I'm sure you already addressed this before I got over here, but you're probably used to answering a lot of Brock questions. So how have you seen him, evolve since last year? And I know he had that injury, which obviously changed the way he was able to progress, but has he kind of surpassed your expectations when it comes to what he's been able to do, given that surgery and the injury?
How he's changed, I really don't know yet, because he's only practiced 4 times. So really, he's just getting his body back into playing football, throwing the ball, reading defenses, going through all the mental reps. So it's really early. Like, we just got out of the starting gate. So I really don't have an evaluation on any of these guys at this point, because I'm trying to see what they can and can't do, where they can grow. And so it's just very early. But I'm encouraged by Brock's health, most importantly, that he's able to go out and throw 100 balls in a practice and be able to come back the next day and not be sore. That's really encouraging. I've been through seasons and training camps where that's not the case, and it's really frustrating to go 1 and then have a setback and miss 2, and it's hard to get any kind of rhythm. So that's been the most encouraging thing with Brock.
Really good stuff. That is Brian Greasy, and again, there's more to that, but we played about 10 minutes of it, but I think you got the general gist. And while I think he put it perfectly in the question before, where he said he says he's happy with where they are, not to be confused with content. And one thing he said in there as well is they're tough in that room. And then he kind of gave people a little bit of a glimpse of what a quarterback has to deal with. And it's, we get so enamored with getting the ball to the right guy, but all the different things that they have to do as they're coming up to the line of scrimmage, and all the different things they have to read and know, and all those different things. And he's saying, we're very early into this process, and everybody wants this evaluation now. And he's saying, look, Brock hasn't thrown all offseason, and Sam's learned an offense, and Trey's been injured, and now he's back to trying to do what he's going to do, and he changed everything. So while we all want answers to who is what, Brian Greasy, who's with these guys every single day from a mental and physical standpoint, says we are really early. And even he said there at the end, he doesn't even have an evaluation yet.
Well, a lot's going to be the joint practices next week, next Thursday and Friday. They're going to scrimmage against the Raiders in Vegas, and then play them on Sunday, August 13th. I mean, Darnold's played by far the most football of anybody in the league. He has 55 starts, but he's new to the system. He's been a little bit of a version of it with the Jets his rookie year, but he's not played a lot. Trey's been here the longest, but Trey's only made 4 starts in the NFL, 102 total attempts after the 318 that he had at North Dakota State, John, to get to an even 420, which we love. Nice. And then Brandon Allen. Brandon's the older guy. Brandon's going to turn 31 before the season starts in early September. 6th-round draft pick of Jacksonville. Didn't play there. Went to Denver. Was in a similar system there. Made 3 starts. And 20 made 5 starts with the Bengals. He had a game, and 2 days after Christmas in 2020 at Houston when he threw for 371 yards and 2 touchdowns. And then just 1 start in 21, and then just 1 game and no starts last year with Joe Burrow playing as well. And we obviously know Brock. And by the way, the video that I was looking at earlier is dated. Brock Purdy is practicing today, and that's a bit of a surprise because he was off Sunday, practiced Monday and Tuesday, and then the whole team was off yesterday. So he's back today, which would mean in theory he would go today and tomorrow and be off Saturday, John, but just not clear on exactly the plan because Kyle goes back and forth on it, whether it's 2 days on, 1 day off. or 2 days on, 2 days off. But he practiced Monday, Tuesday, took yesterday off, and now Brock Purdy is practicing today.
Yeah, that's good. And then again, at the end of that is what you heard on Brock, where he said, because he was asked what's changed, he said, I don't know. He's still getting back into playing football, reading defenses, mental reps. It's really early. I don't have an evaluation. He says, I'm encouraged, though, by Brock's health, and he can throw 100 balls in one day and not be sore. So like you're saying, what he's pointing out is that because he was asked about arm fatigue, that he hasn't had the arm fatigue. He throws about 100 balls in a given day, and then like you said, he's 2 on, and then he would take off. So it's extra encouraging, too, that Brock would be practicing today.
Yeah, that was a bit of a surprise. So, and as far as Brian Griese, I mean, that was life after Elway for Mike Shanahan. You know, Elway was able to win the Super Bowls in 97, 98. They had Brian on the roster in 98. He didn't play much. Bubby Brister did play a little bit for Denver in 99, the first year after Elway retired. But mainly it was Brian Griese with 13 starts that year, 10 in 2000, 15 in 2001. And you know where I think it all changed for Brian Griese? Is our friend Rod Woodson. That Monday night game, Raiders at Broncos. It was 7-3 Denver. The Raiders, it was a change of the year. They started 4-0 that year, lost 4 in a row. 7-3 Denver, looking to drive to take a 2-score lead, maybe a 14-3 lead on Monday Night Football. And he throws the pick to Rod Woodson and runs it back 98 yards. And I think after that, Mike Shanahan moved on from Brian Griese. He went to Jay Cutler, and it was a change. And Brian literally moved on. That 2002 year was his last year there. He went to Miami, and then John Gruden brought him into Tampa in 2004. And who did he meet there on that staff? Kyle Shanahan was on Gruden's staff there. So that's where Kyle and obviously the Shanahans knew him, but it's really where Kyle got tight with Brian Griese. He was in 04 in Tampa.
All right, we'll give you an update on today's training camp preview a little bit tomorrow because we're going to be down there both Friday and Monday, and we'll have players coming by on both days like Murph and Mac did a couple of days ago. Then we'll give you a little preview for the Giants bottom of the hour because we got day baseball coming up between the Giants and the Diamondbacks, so that at the bottom of the hour. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The great Bob Costas, he joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday to break down which teams improved after the trade deadline. That podcast and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
The hustle in the third and the slide.
Yeah, it was great. I told him he was fast as. I might have said a bad word, but he looked good. You know, he was a little pissed that it wasn't a home run. It's a home run everywhere else, right? And I said, well, he looked good, at least getting a triple. I said, that's a little cooler, right? It was a cool slide. I mean, yeah, it's just, that's an old guy doing some young guy things, right? You know, it was cool.
That was Logan Webb. We got day baseball for you coming up. Pregame coming up in about 25 minutes. Pop and Lunch sponsored by Pacific Coast Termite, the trusted company that's rated A+ by the BBB, the Better Business Bureau. Call Pacific Coast Termite, 1-800-PACIFIC. That's 1-800-PACIFIC. When Logan Webb turns 36, he's not going to think triples are cool. I'd rather jog around the bases. But okay.
Did Logan Webb have was it a triple or a home run he hit against San Diego in game 162? To get the Giants win number 107.
I thought it was a home run because
home run,
people were saying that he was going to be the last guy to hit a home run because then the DH came in.
Was it Jonathan Sanchez who hit the triple against San Diego to win the West in 2010? Maybe that's what I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about that. By the way, lineup is out. Craw not in the lineup after a homer and a triple back-to-back days. So it's Lamont Way Jr. at first. Jock Peterson DHing. Jock had to play left field last night and made a nice catch. Wilmer not in the lineup today.
Oh, come on.
As hot as he is, John. J.D. Davis at third. Your cleanup hitter, and he is catching. The day game after the night game is Patrick Bailey. Didn't he tell? He'd tell us he didn't know.
Young guy.
If he would, don't wear that guy out. Well, they're off tomorrow. I got a weird Friday off before they play in Oakland Saturday, Sunday. But he occasionally does that, but don't wear that guy out. So Bailey's hitting cleanup and catching a day game after a night game, and he's got to catch Scott Alexander and then like 8 relievers after in an opener. So that's what a day. Michael Conforto will be in right and bat fifth. Luis Matos hitting 6th in center. Blake Sable in left field. So both catchers are in the lineup. Diaz will be at second base, and your guy Casey Schmidt, John, will bat 9th and play at shortstop for Craw.
Diaz did get his first hit last night, so I'll give him that.
Drove in a run.
I would love. I'd much rather have
Tyro Estrada. You will on Saturday.
Yeah. Anyway, it's fine.
You want anybody that's not on the roster? No, I was there watching the River Cats play a couple of Saturdays ago. But a Saturday ago, I guess it was, maybe 2 Saturdays ago. He hit a bomb. You know, they had all those hitters in the lineup, Luciano, and they had Ramos, and they had Bart, but it was Diaz that turned down an inside pitch, hit a bomb for a home run.
I'd like to see more of Luciano. Diaz has had a lot of non-competitive at-bats, but he did have a hit last night, so maybe that's why they're doing it. But there you go. And again, starter. By the way, the kid's name for Arizona, because I looked this up this morning, it's spelled, his first name's Brandon, it's Pfaadt.
Pfaadt?
It's pronounced Fott. I don't know how it gets to that, but it's Brandon Fott.
Well, the T is silent.
I guess so.
And the D is silent.
P-F-A-A-D-T
the P
Fott.
and the D are silent.
Yeah.
Fott?
Like fought, like I fought somebody, which I never would do because I'm a lover, not a fighter, but fought.
Fought.
Yeah.
You
I don't know how
like
you
the
get
guy that
fought
gave John Miller directions to the Boston Garden.
I hope we have John again today.
It was Dorchester.
I hope we have John again today, just because I'd ask him that very same question. He would tell the very same
he'll
story.
Go on and on about pronunciation.
And then
John is a linguist,
right? And then the pregame would be over. And I love just one question to John, and then it's like, all right, good night, everybody. It's just,
you don't have to ask him a question. Yesterday we said, "Hi, John, how are you?" Funny you should ask. 20 minutes later, segment over.
Yeah. You heard it here first from Greg Papa and John Lund.
I thought I was done. I thought I was dead to John. So if you want to see Marco Luciano, John, go down to Sacramento since they're playing the night game.
Mm-hmm.
But here's another thing. Guess where the Sacramento River Cats are playing next week? That would be against the Oakland A's AAA team, which is in Vegas, baby.
Oh, yeah.
They're going to be in Las Vegas next week playing the...
That's going to be toasty. They play night games there, but that's going to be toasty.
I know that, but I mean, it's going to be the point is that you can watch them play. The Rivercats play in Vegas Tuesday through Sunday. They're there the entire week.
Yeah, they do
so if
long
anybody's
series
coming down to the desert to watch the 49ers and Raiders play a preseason game and maybe a scrimmage, which are open to the public, how about that? You see the Rivercats play. So that's the Giants versus the A's in AAA in Vegas. I'm definitely going to a game. I don't think Kyle Harrison will pitch, though.
You're not going to get any sleep because those practices start early, right?
We still do not have a schedule yet.
They got to start early. Like, I imagine it just gets so hot. And then you're going to go to late night Kyle Harrison, Marco Luciano games. Yeah. And that's not that far.
You worried about sleep in Vegas?
No, I'm not. I'm not worried at all. So, anyway, that's what's going on as far as that goes. Wow, I did not know that. They're going to be in Vegas. So, there's their lineup. I got a ton of good stuff today. And again, opener today versus Brandon Pfaadt, who, by the way, is 0-4 with an 820. But I did read up on him today. He is well thought of. He is one of their top prospects.
He's well thought of?
He's well thought of, Brandon Pfaadt. Well thought of. But
he's a right-hander is the key. He's a right-hander is the key.
Yeah, hasn't gotten off to a great start.
How about Patrick Bailey, day game after a night game, catching an opener? Wow, and in cleanup. What more can you ask from the guy?
Yeah, young guy. Plus, like you said, weird Friday off. So I guess they'll do that. So why not? Especially when you got all these guys to handle. Although I give Sable a ton of credit. We were asking Bailey that yesterday. If you missed it, go to KNBR.com. I mean, Blake Sable learning how to catch on the fly. I'm not saying he's Patrick Bailey defensively, but last throw I saw him make, that thing was right on the bag. I thought Bailey was behind the dish. I was like, who threw that? That was good. He's getting better. It's not bad. So, all right, we'll preview this game a little bit more for you. By the way, I want to mention that we're going to be down at 49ers HQ tomorrow, so do not miss it. The guys had a great guest list earlier this week. They had Brock Purdy on. They had Talanoga Hufanga on. They had Fred Warner on. So we'll get players of similar ilk, and we will be down there on Friday and Monday. And we'll be talking to players, so that's going to be a good time. That's always fun. We had a great year. We had a great time last year. Jimmy Ward, Brandon Ayuk. We had Trey on last year. We had all sorts of guys. Fred Warner. So they always treat us really well when we get down there. So
I'm here every day.
Yeah, it's going to be fun.
This is serious training camp mode. I feel like I'm back in Napa.
Yeah, very nice. We're off early. Will you get a chance to check things out?
I'm going to run
today?
out of here. What time are you dismissing me? 11:45? I think I'll be able to watch the last half hour live of practice today.
Cool. Yeah, very good. All right, we'll give you a little quick preview of the Giants as they take on the Arizona Diamondbacks and try to finish this thing out. If you missed our review of last night, Logan Webb was great last night. Brandon Crawford's getting back into it. We'll get into all those things. Then we get ready for Giants baseball between the Diamondbacks and the Giants. Day baseball only here on the Sports Leader.
Papa is dead to me now.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. 11:45 for Giants pregame. We'll talk to John Miller. We'll have some Diamond notes for you. Pop will run out to camp where Brock Purdy is supposed to be off today, but he is practicing. No Trent Williams, no Christian McCaffrey, no Dre Greenlaw. We do know that. We all talk about the deadline, and we analyze who's going to be great, who's not. This is interesting because guys are starting to play for their teams. Max Scherzer's first inning as a Ranger, 37 pitches, 3 hits, 3 earned runs, and 2 walks.
Boach! Brown eye, blue
That
eye.
ain't good.
How many broken down ex-Mex pitchers does Bochy need?
My
Jacob
gosh.
deGrom. How much they give that guy? So next year, their rotation, Evaldi, John? Who else they got there? Obviously,
deGrom come back, right?
Back, I think so. He had Tommy John, though. Will he start the year? And then, Max Scherzer has one more year in his contract, and we'll see where it goes. So that was a rough one for him. I'm keeping an eye on the Phillies and Marlins today.
That one worked out for Philly.
Michael Lorenzen had a good outing today, John?
8 innings pitched, 2 earned runs, so he went 8. Did Lorenzen. So, yeah, you just look. It's one start. Who knows? With Scherzer, it's 1 inning, but he threw 38 pitches. I should say they're not 37, 38 is what's being reported now. But you just don't know who's going to come through. Lucas Giolito got rocked, so you're starting to see these guys. And with hitters, it takes a little longer, but with pitchers, you can kind of see. And look, it's short, and you gave up a lot. So all of a sudden, and the White Sox, by the way, got 3 in that first inning, so they're now 3-0 going into their home half of the first.
That game is now done in Miami. Philadelphia beat them by a score of 4-2. You see who the losing pitcher was for Miami?
I did not.
Johnny Cueto.
Wow, I didn't even know
6
he was
innings,
back.
5 hits, 4 earned runs for Cueto. Gave up a home run.
Yeah, Lorenzen went 8, gave up 6 hits, 2 earned, and struck out 5. So that's what you're looking for. And he didn't come cheap to the Phillies, but it wasn't like it was a Scherzer kind of a situation. I mean, even with the Mets paying everything down, remember they got that big prospect, Acuña's brother, in that whole deal. But so again, you never know. And look, Scherzer could be great after this, but for 1 half inning, he threw 38 pitches and gave up 3 to the White Sox. So that is not good. So you never know what's going to happen at the deadline. So that's what we know so far. As far as the Giants go, big win yesterday. Nice job. 4 runs again as they get that for a couple of games. 51-13. Logan Webb was really good. Brandon Crawford with that triple. He's 5 of 16 since he's returned. So you never know. But nice outing. 7 for Logan Webb. In that first inning, you pointed this out, he struggled in the first, but the rest of the way after the first inning, he's got a 3.45 ERA after that. So Logan Webb gets it done. And the opener today, in which they're 15-4, or excuse me, 14-5.
14-5, 20 to start. So by Logan Webb doing what he did yesterday, and he was wobbly. He gave up 2 in the first inning, but he was able to go 7. You only got to use your 2 back end guys. Tyler Rogers and Camilo Duvall got his 32nd save of the year. So one thing to keep in mind, and this is an opener game, but that means heavy usage of the bullpen. Alexander, he may go 1+, John. You're looking at Arizona's lineup, and they got Corbin Carroll at the top of the order. So where's the point where Cap is going to go to the bullpen, you think, and bring in a righty? Who's in the middle of their lineup today? Tommy Pham.
I did see
is
that.
DHing today.
Dueling DHs, because Jock is DHing as well, right?
There. Yeah, they're fighting over Christian McCaffrey in fantasy football, I think.
That's pretty funny, actually.
So one thing Cap did say, we were talking to Andrew Baggerly, and then Bags went to talk to Cap at 10:50. With the odd thing is you got no game tomorrow in Oakland. That is weird.
Yeah.
And then the game on Saturday is a 4:00 game. So this game should be over by 4:00. So in essence, you're going to have 48 hours before you play your next game. So I think the point is all arms are available in the bullpen today. Obviously, Rogers, both of them, and Tyler and Camilo Duvall work. They're both available to pitch. So this is where the opener comes into play. You're starting the lefty, Scott Alexander, where's the point? And it's interesting. Lavello's got, Tommy Pham, a right-handed hitter, up in the order. Where's the point where you go to the bullpen, and who would be the featured guy today that's going to be the guy that's going to pitch most of the game after Scott Alexander? But you've got a rested bullpen, so all arms are available with an off day tomorrow and then a Saturday evening game, a 4:07 start in Oakland.
Yeah, and that's the only thing I say about the opener is you have to have a couple of guys giving you some innings. So and now they're 11 and 12 in the starts of Logan Webb, but if he can give you 7 and you can rest that pen, then now you've got, as you said, everybody at your disposal. A couple of days ago when everybody was kind of gassed, those are the games that you got to pin it together. You're like, the Rogers boys aren't available and Camillo's not available, so Manaya's closing that game, and that's all fine and well, and they win that game. But you got to make sure that, throughout that rotation that you get a couple of guys, and that's where Cobb becomes incredibly important. And Logan Webb has given it to him all season long. In fact, Webb has the most innings pitched in all of baseball now. I think he's at 148. So, that's massive when you're doing the opener as much as the Giants are doing it.
So who would be the are we going to call him the featured guy or the bulk guy? I think it's Ross Stripling would be that guy. So they're going to go Torey Lovullo. Arizona's lineup is Corbin Carroll, perfect, got a lefty to start. Emmanuel Rivera, right-handed hitter. Tommy Pham, right-handed hitter. Christian Walker, right-handed hitter. Gurriel, right-handed hitter. Perdomo, switch hitter. So, you like Alexander to get through the first inning and have it go 1, 2, 3, and then who comes in behind him? And would it be Ross Stripling who would be next in line, John, and that featured bulk guy today? Probably, huh? Yeah,
and I'm trying to look at, because they're only 3 and 7 in his starts, and so like a guy like Manaya, who's been so good, he hasn't started since May 10th, but he's been so good coming out of out of that role, and we've been talking about it. Well, how are guys going to do it? Let's see, Stripling, 6 out of the pen this year. I'm trying to look at his numbers. Oh yeah,
he's throwing well since coming off the IL. The guy early in the year is not the same guy.
Yeah,
the guy lately has been much better. He's pitched well.
Yeah, because his reliever and starter splits aren't great, but I was trying to look at what he's done lately. That would be more accurate to what he's doing, because, there you go. Let's see. Yeah, so he's pitching his best ball right now in his last 5 appearances, 3.71 ERA with, let's see, how many strikeouts has he got? 19 strikeouts in 26 innings. So, he's pitched a lot better.
What's interesting, if you're Matt Chisholm doing the Giants game notes or whoever doing them, the Giants game notes are superb. They really don't need a whole lot more than the game notes to call a game. They don't even have Ross Stripling among the relievers. So, but you can't put everybody in there. So, Scott Alexander will start. Tristan Beck is also available. When did he last work? On Sunday, I think he worked against Boston.
Mm-hmm.
So he would be available in a featured role. Jacob June has started the other night, was the opener on Monday. Today's Thursday, so what has he got left? Alex Wood, when was his last outing? That was more recent, I think, John.
Manaya could pitch. What did he do? He pitched the 9th 2 days ago? He could
you
probably
have him
pitch.
be the bulk guy today?
He might be.
But do you want to go left to left? Typically, if you're going to start a lefty like Alexander, you want to come behind. In Arizona, I don't know how much they're going to change their lineup, but they got a heavy right-handed lineup today. Carroll and Alex Thomas are the only lefties. They got Perdomo, the switch hitter. The rest of the lineup is all right-handers. Now, are they doing that with Scott Alexander starting, and will they go to the line change and bring in left-handed hitters if Cap goes to a righty? But you would think, just based on their lineup, that it would be a long guy today, and I think that'd be Stripling today. Would be the bulk feature guy.
I'm looking because, like you said, the Giants game notes are superb. Stripling through 63 pitches on Sunday, so that's the last time he.
And today's Thursday.
Yeah, so he's plenty rested. So he's in good shape. So
it would still be on short rest. 4 days of rest on the 5th day would be Friday, but you're not playing to Friday. But you treat it differently when you're not going the full bore. So we'll see. It'll be interesting to see. But today's a big game. Again, you're not going to see Arizona the rest of the year. This is one of those twofers where if you can take 3 out of 4 from them and bounce back after losing the first game of the series going into the trading deadline, and I think it was huge when they were down 3-0, John, to be able to come back and win that game the way they did it. The day of the deadline on Tuesday, that night game. But right now, and Arizona led the National League West for, I don't know if it's been most of the year, but they led the West for a long time over the Dodgers. And, they're behind them and they're behind the Giants right now. So Giants have a 3-game lead over them right now. So this is a big dodgeball 2-for game. You win today, you go up on them by 4 full games. But if you lose today, then they're within 2, and you're not going to see them anymore at Oracle Park the rest of the year.
You know what's interesting, too, and I don't know if you're into these numbers or not, but Fangraphs does the playoff projections and percentages. Right now, the Braves at 69-37, 100% to get in. The Dodgers, who have kind of separated a little bit, they're 4 in the loss ahead of the Giants. Although that is not over, there's no question. But they've made a little bit of a move. They're at 97% to make the playoffs. And then the third team in the National League to make the playoffs, according to Fangraphs, the Giants are up at 71%. So they're ahead of the Phillies, who are at 68, ahead of the Brewers at 65, Marlins at 46, Padres at 46, Diamondbacks all the way down at 30%. And they're not that far away from the Giants. So at least, again, according to Fangraphs, 71% chance to make the playoffs. Third best in the NL behind the Braves and the Dodgers.
Yeah, what are the chances of winning the National League West?
The chances of winning the West.
They're only 2.5 behind the Dodgers, 3 back in the loss column. Could the Oakland A's give the Giants? We were in for the A's tonight to beat Julio Urias and the Dodgers with Sears on the mound for. They haven't been real competitive in that series so far, John, if you've been noticing. And they even got some A's fans chanting their "sell the team."
I did see that. Yeah,
sell
that was
the
cool.
team last night.
I'm good with that. By the way, projected wins for the Giants 87. 87. They're at 60.
They made the playoffs with 88 and won some World Series with 88 is the magic number.
Yeah, so that's it. Let's see. Yeah, there you go. And we'll see, because we're going to talk about this all month long, the strength of schedule after the Diamondbacks. You got to take advantage, like you said, of the A's for a couple of games, and then it starts to get really fun. Yeah, I don't want to see the Braves 6 times, but that's
no,
where it's
don't
going to
be
go.
afraid of those guys. They're overrated.
Braves, Rays,
Matt Olson's
Boch.
not that good. Ronald Acuna Jr. may go 50-50. Whatever.
Are you sure you're going to go to Vegas and miss Bochy? He's going to miss you.
I kind of have to go. And I'm leaving you in 3 minutes. Let's see what my 40 time is to get out to the practice field.
We're not that far. Can't they send a cart for you? I mean, it's too far to run.
They have a cart right at the fence, but I got to get to the fence. So
that's a ways.
I'm going to see my exit velocity when we get off the air here.
Yeah,
and
you're
coming back
to...
tomorrow. We'll be in the.
I can't wait.
We'll be down low by the locker room to get the guys, and we'll do that again on tomorrow, and then do it again on Monday, and then we got our prosciutto room dinner on Sunday. So a lot of football coming up. Then we're off to Vegas.
I had not that I had forgotten about the prosciutto room, but this is for those who don't know. It's a tradition. We take all our 49er family and we all go, and it's
a Bob Sargent production.
Yeah, and batten down the hatches and hide the children. It's just Monday's going to be an interesting show. But I have a friend that has a place in San Francisco, and I said, well, can I use your place Sunday night? Because I'm probably not going to be in any position to drive. And then I forgot.
And it's not from the alcohol. It's from the food coma.
It's food coma. You roll yourself out of there. And so I said, yeah, can I stay at your place? And they're like, yeah, no problem. And then I forgot that we got to be in Santa Clara on Monday. So I'm still going to take
stay
advantage.
over and then just get that. Yeah. That's a bit of a trick, but you'll be all right.
It's all right.
It's no different from the East Bay. You can still make it.
Yeah,
it's actually shorter.
It's walking distance from the prosciutto room, so that's what I'm excited about. And
it's walking distance?
Yeah, wobbling distance.
Did you stay there last year?
No. I had a car take me to and from last year because I thought ahead of time, and I remember you guys were leaving.
We went out and had some beers.
And what I did is I ran from you guys. I ran around the corner because I had enough.
You literally ran away.
Yes, and then I called the car and said, I'm not at the prosciutto room. I'm like 2 blocks away because those guys are going to drink more. And tomorrow's Monday, and I'm done. Like, I'm done. I'm not going to start a Monday that way. But I probably have no choice. You probably have no choice.
It's a blowout.
That's when Cope stole your dessert.
Cannolis.
Yeah, he stole those.
2 of them. Wasn't just
video.
One, he stole 2.
Took a video, he stuffed his face.
Well, let's just say he had extreme munchies. Even after having that huge, disgusting meal, it's a great meal, but you feel like,
it's amazing.
Why do they eat all that?
They just keep
And I think I went
food.
right to the cannolis. I started with the cannolis, not even the Caesar salad or the anchovies.
You're making a scene, too. Like if you're eating anything but cannoli, you're a loser.
Good cannolis. That's the one thing in the Bay Area. We get good Italian food, except for Tony Gemignani.
Of course.
He has good cannolis there.
Absolutely.
By and large, that's an East Coast. But they, at the prosciutto room, they had killer cannolis, and he went all Klay Thompson on me, holy cannoli.
All right, Pop, go sprint out and see
Exit
the rest
velocity,
of practice.
John, 110.
We'll see you tomorrow down there. We'll have the players, and we'll have a great time down there as we'll be hanging at the stadium. Thanks, as always, to Walter and Danny and to Extra Bags, Andrew Bagley, who joined us today on a Thursday so we can open things up tomorrow for the 49ers. We'll talk to John Miller. We got Diamond Notes getting you ready for Day Baseball, the finale between the Diamondbacks and the Giants coming up right now on the Sports Leader.